You are listening to Lucky, Breathless Georgia Book 5 by Savannah Cade. Published by Griffin Inc. All rights reserved. Please subscribe to this channel so you'll know when new books come out. It also lets me know that people are listening, so I can keep getting you more great audiobooks. 1.
In a small town, you should be nice to everyone. You may not know them, but you likely will in a bit.
Oh, Georgette Harris just waved to me. Ever lifted her free hand and wiggled her fingers as Chloe giggled on the other end of the line. Then she lamented, "They think I'm one of them." "Don't worry," Chloe soothed her. "You'll never be one of them." However, the word trailed off and Ever's ears perked up. "I'm hoping you'll be one of mine." Ever took the bait. "One of your what?" "One of my bridesmaids. Specifically, my maid of honor." With an excited squeal of glee, Ever stomped her feet inside her large black SUV. Grinning and dancing, she punched a fist into the air. "Yes. I knew it. Orlando is a smart man. Tell him I said so." "I will," Chloe replied. "But I need an answer from you." "Oh please, but she was cut off as her heart jolted at the sudden knock on her window. Her head snapped to the left, where a police officer rapped his dark-skinned knuckles against the glass, as he bent down a little to peer in. "Shit," Ever muttered. "What?" Chloe asked from the other end of the line. But there wasn't time to answer. Pulling the phone away from her head but not turning it off, Ever rolled down the window to the disturbingly good-looking face of one Jackson Mayfair. "Can I help you, officer?" His eyes darted around the car, and she wondered what in the hell she could possibly get pulled over for in the middle of the damn carpool line. As if it wasn't the chore she already hated the most. "No ma'am," he said. At least he was somewhat grinning, still bent at the waist to look in her window the way officers do when they're about to tell you that you're getting a ticket. Or worse. "I was curious if you needed help." Ever felt her eyes dart one way then another. Did he have his thumbs hooked into his belt? Was this one of those questions? She knew she had her own concerns painted across her face. Her expressions had always given her away. She worked at hiding them when she could. If she tried, she sometimes managed a straight face, but that only worked if she could think about it ahead of time. She had not been prepared for the Crown Prince of Mayfair to knock on her window. "No?" she asked it with a question mark. "It just looked like?" He made a rolling motion with one hand, as if he didn't know how to say it. "Oh. Well, that was beyond embarrassing. Sorry. Not having a seizure. It was just really great news for my friend. She's going to be my maid of honor." Chloe yelled through the phone line, clearly having heard every last bit of this mortifying conversation. Even though it didn't appear that Jackson Mayfair had. "All right," he said. "Sorry I bothered you." Something about his expression seemed off though. With a forced half-smile that said, "Gee, thanks officer," without being too rude about it, she waved him away. She did not want a ticket. It was bad enough she was getting singled out in the carpool line while Georgette Harris watched. Offering another half-wave as he looked back one more time, she rolled her window back up and watched as he walked away. "Thank you, officer," Chloe mocked her, the words candy sweet as they rolled off of her tongue. "Nice, Chloe? Nice. Good thing I already put the window up." "Hey," her friend said, "there's worse people to get pulled over by." "I'm sitting stopped. The engine is off." Ever protested. Leave it to her to get pulled over when she wasn't even moving. She glanced back at his fine form as he walked away, arm swinging at his side. Was he patrolling the pickup line? Ever tried to focus on Chloe's excited discussion, but she missed the next few things as Jackson Mayfair turned around and beelined back to her car. "Oh dear God. He's coming back." "Then I will let you go," Chloe said. "You just deal with Officer Gorgeous." "Oh please," Ever replied. "The last thing I need is the son of the most prominent Mayfair family writing me a damn ticket." Ever hung up and rolled down the window again. Jackson was shaking his head. Had he finally figured out what he could ticket her for? Can I ask your name? He said it a little softly. Wasn't that Rich? Did she have to answer? She looked him up and down. He was in full navy blue uniform with his badge pinned to his chest. She probably did. Ever Halifax. She said it with no emotion. She wasn't guilty of anything, at least not anything he could arrest her for. She needed him to leave. She did not want Tiger and Seven, coming out of their elementary school, to find a cop at her window. There was too much going on in her life for a police officer to take an interest. Nothing was illegal, but nothing was as shiny as her second-hand SUV either. Unfortunately, Royal had figured a lot of it out already. Her oldest wasn't a fan, but he understood. Ever wasn't really a fan either, but she'd come to accept it, and it wasn't the worst life ever. It wouldn't be forever, but the last thing she needed was a cop on her tail, a cop for whom she knew his entire pedigree, and he had no idea what her name was. Do I know you from somewhere? Oh shit. He wasn't being a cop. How many times a night has she heard this one at the club? And the fact of the matter was, she had seen him there. So the real answer was yes. No. You don't. She was damn good with faces. Right now she was grateful he wasn't. She thought of the colorful wigs and glittery breakaway costumes sitting in her trunk. He'd seen her in about 3 inches of makeup. Her hair had been pastel pink. And well, he'd seen a hell of a lot more of her than her face. In fact, a couple of the bills in her wallet had passed through his fingers about a week ago. Keeping her innocuous smile plastered in place, she waited while Jackson Mayfair, well-known good guy rumored to be on his way to captain, didn't catch on. Oh, I could swear I know you from somewhere. Well, it is Breathless after all. We do both live here. Ever waved an open palm, hostess style. Clearly, he had kids at the same school as her boys. He started to walk away, but then once again turned around. Oh dear Lord, she thought. Now what? Georgette Harris was still watching. That woman had nothing better to do. Can I interest you in getting coffee sometime? Ever Halifax almost swallowed her tongue.
2. Jax felt his heart rate surge as Ever Halifax, with her perfectly symmetrical and stunningly striking features, glanced him up and down. He'd come over here in uniform, like a fool. Then he'd asked if he knew her, also like a damn fool. She was right to point out that they lived in the same small town. It was big enough that he didn't know everyone. As an officer, it made sense that people whose names he didn't know knew him. But this was a stark highlight that he should fix that problem. Still, he waited an interminable moment while her expression changed from stunned to like she'd maybe say yes. Her smile, finally fully genuine, lit up her face. Her dark brows, winging over her eyes, betrayed her every emotion. Her wide smile was soft and makeup-free, beneath a slightly asymmetrical bob of glossy black hair. Yes, he thought, just at the moment she said, I'm sorry. I don't really date. Then her hand flew to her mouth, her reluctant letdown, changing to surprise and embarrassment. I'm so sorry. Maybe that wasn't what you were asking. Oh, I was, he admitted foolishly. How long had it been since he'd asked a woman out? Too long, obviously. Though he'd been on dates, they'd all been with women his mother set him up with. They were her friends' daughters, her choices, his lost evenings. But the great Gigi Mayfair got what she wanted. So he took those women out, though none had made it past the first date. And none had been anyone that gave him that delicious, low tug in his gut. Not until this mom in the pickup line, who'd neatly shot him down. I'm sorry I bothered you. He tried to say it boldly enough to not look like a complete tool. Oh no, it's fine. I don't date, she told him again. Jax nodded and walked away. He had the girls to pick up. It was probably better that Ever Halifax turned him down. Scarlett and Salem deserved his full attention, not that the school could free the children and let him get out of here. He continued walking toward the front of the school, having parked in the back to avoid sitting in the insane line of parents with nothing better to do. Looking back over his shoulder, he nodded and gave a small wave as the school bell finally let him know it was time. He had maybe 2 minutes before the pre-kindergarten kids made it out front. School pickup was the most ridiculous waste of his time. Some days, the girls rode the bus, but that meant the teacher walked them on, and someone, often his mother, had to be waiting at the stop to get them. But watching all the people who sat in this line was crazy. Some of the mothers were so far forward that he knew they'd been here for 45 minutes or more, idling their engines the whole time. Ever Halifax was around the side and practically at the back of the school, indicating she'd not gotten here to sit and wait. He had to respect that, he thought, as he broke into a slight jog. The weather was cool enough that he wasn't getting horrifyingly sweaty, trying to get to the front door before the girls did. Though they should be able to handle that Daddy was coming, even if he wasn't in view yet. He waved to a handful of people he knew. Only about 1 in every 10 was a dad. Most were moms in big shiny SUVs, like Ever's. He was always disturbed by the low ratio of men in line. Were they here because they were single dads like him, and had no other option? Or were at least a few people, finally, not dividing their households along classic gender lines? Jax wanted to believe that if Michelle were alive, he still would have been the one picking the girls up after school. His shifts were more variable. She'd been a high-power lawyer on her way to partner, and wouldn't have been able to drop everything for pre-K pickup. He told himself that none of that mattered now. Michelle was gone, and it had always been just him and the girls. No dates. He should adopt Ever's stance. She hadn't had a ring on, so he'd figured she was a single parent too. Lord knew, the women in these lines flaunted their big gas-guzzling cars and their diamonds equally. He tried not to think about the things that might have been different if Michelle had lived. He could easily get bitter about how he'd lost her. Maybe he wasn't ready to ask anyone to coffee yet. Maybe he never would be. Ever was right to tell him no. He didn't need some modern-day Snow White-looking creature beguiling him. As he turned the last corner, he saw his daughters running toward him. Today Salem was in blue stripes, Scarlet in red. They dressed alike most every day, something he'd thought would pass when they got into school. Did he need to be concerned that they didn't quite think of themselves as separate individual people yet? Daddy! Scarlet threw herself at him, but somehow it was Salem who hit first. He crouched down, enveloping both of them in a fierce hug. As he wondered if he'd failed, would they have darted into the street behind him? He told himself that even as big as they had gotten, they were still so small. He still had so much work to do. He watched as a group of older black boys came out behind the girls. One offered a small fist bump to Salem, who grinned at the attention of an older kid. Jackson looked up with a smile. He appreciated a kid watching out for the littles, but it was 7. Oh hell, he thought. 7 Halifax. He knew that kid. He'd caught the boy flying drones around the park. Luckily, the kid was just too bright for his own good and was testing his own creations. He wasn't actually a menace. Jax tried to offer a genuine smile. Behind him, the carpool line slowly chugged forward, and Jackson took each girl's hand in his as they waited for a break to cross to the sidewalk and head around back to where he'd left his own big SUV, but his was emblazoned with the city logo and had flashing lights mounted on top. No wonder Ever had reacted the way she had. He was full cop head to toe right now. He was about to put his daughters in the back seat. At least they liked it back there, and this vehicle didn't transport criminals, no cage. As they saw a car stop to let them go past, he looked up to see that it was Ever waving him through. He would have waved back, but his hands were full. Even as he thought it, Tiger and 7 pulled open the back door to her SUV, chattering excitedly about their day as they climbed in. Those were her boys. Halifax. He hadn't put it together. That had been supremely dumb of him. The 3 boys, Royal, Tiger, and 7, were dark-skinned. Ever was not. But he knew families didn't always come in uniform tones. He saw the resemblance now that he looked. Maybe that was where he recognized her from, he thought as he offered a small wave. He recognized her voice. No. While she pulled away, spurred on by the far too strict motions of the crossing guard, he frowned at the thought. He'd seen her somewhere else. Somewhere he couldn't quite put his finger on right now.
3 deep breaths, she told herself. Ever got through 1, and then 2 before she was jostled by a bare shoulder brushing against her own. Her eyes opened as BJ buzzed past her coming down the steps. The DJ's voice filtered over the speakers with just the slightest amount of fuzz. That was BJ, everyone. Give it up for the hottest dancer this side of the Rockies. The outlandish claim didn't even faze her. Ever was just closing her eyes to start over when BJ leaned in and whispered, "You got eyes on your stuff?" She wasn't going to make it to 3. Why? Kelly's using again. Crap. She didn't realize she'd said it out loud until BJ offered, "You want me to watch while you're on stage? Please. If you can." Everyone seemed to assume all the girls here were using, but the fact was most weren't. Far too many of them were just like her or close enough, kids at home, here for the money. This was steady work and it paid well if you didn't get high. So most of them didn't touch anything harder than weed. Ever didn't even bother with that, not since she'd been yanked from her 6th semester of college. At the time it had seemed a good way to relax. Now it was just another expense. Kelly, single, young and unattached, had no such compunctions. And when she was high, she had sticky fingers. Thanks. Ever turned and tossed her reply over her shoulder to BJ's retreating almost bare ass, as she heard her own stage name, Trixie Belle, called. BJ had decided she was born with the perfect name for the job, and she would never use a stage name. Seems like a mistake, Ever thought. Lord knew she'd never go by her birth name here, but BJ had been at this game longer than she had. Ever had to trust that her friend knew what she was doing. Putting one hand on the rail, she started up onto the stage. If she'd gone by her real name, Jackson Mayfair never would have questioned where he knew her from. She was at the top of the steps, arms raised high, a slight smirk on her face and hip cocked out before she even realized quite what she was doing. The bright lights of the stage called, and so did the patrons. Jesus, she'd been here too long. The music started in, and as usual she figured it was just dance. At least she didn't have to work out regularly, because work was her workout. And she had a deep and abiding sympathy for retail workers, because this was the ultimate customer service job. She was on the floor for a full hour before she managed to make it backstage again. She'd sipped a martini and a sex on the beach that had been bought for her, but that was all. So she grabbed for her water bottle, twisted the cap, and ungracefully glugged half of it down before she realized that Jennifer was standing by her things, and not BJ. "Where's BJ?" she asked as soon as she got a chance. On the floor she got called out. "I got your stuff. But I'm up next. You got mine?" In the corner Kelly lifted a lip and sneered at them, but Ever didn't care. She wanted to say she hadn't come to make friends, but the fact was, she had made friends. Just not Kelly. None of her friends were friends with Kelly, which she figured said a lot. "I got you covered." She plopped down into the chair, polishing off the bottle of water, and beginning to pull the bobby pins from her wig. Her scalp would have moaned in relief if it could. She had 3 more hours. 2 more rotations and the shift would be over. It was looking to be about an average take for a night, and that was fine. Ever counted down the minutes to the end of her shift. But unfortunately, what followed that countdown was another countdown. 7 was in 3rd grade, which meant she had 9 more years of this. She tried to ignore that thought as it pressed in on her. Pawing softly through her bag, she found another costume and began the work of changing over. There were thousands of dollars invested in this bag. That was true for every dancer here, hence why none of them was very keen on Kelly's sticky fingers. But Ever wasn't a fool. She bought wisely and calculated her expenses. Every job had them. If someone worked in a factory, they needed to invest in good steel-toed boots. Most everybody had to commute, and that cost the same here. She just needed wigs, breakaway sequin tops, and heels that made her legs look miles long. None of it was cheap. But it was still, sadly, the best take-home pay by a damn mile. Because of this job, Royal had a laptop and Tiger got to go on all his class field trips. And Seven got all the gadgets and equipment that his gifted teacher, Ms. Zayat, was constantly suggesting he could benefit from. Ever was keeping the boys in what they needed better than Mom and Dalton ever had. So she had an hour and 10-minute commute? That was necessary because while she could do this closer to home, Ever couldn't bring this home. No matter how much Jackson Mayfair seemed to think he recognized her from somewhere. 4. Speak of the devil, Ever typed quickly and hit return. As she watched the message send, she slid her finger across the surface of her tablet so Jackson Mayfair didn't see that she had been chatting about him. So you do drink coffee, he said, his own cup fresh from the service counter in his hand. His uniform was nowhere to be seen, and Ever was both afraid and hopeful that he might sit down. She lifted her own sugary, frothy, icy concoction with chocolate sprinkles on top and said, "I do if you call it coffee." He grinned, but he didn't make fun of it. Points for him. She could see him wrestling with asking if he could join her or not. She might be from the wrong side of the tracks, she might earn her money in a way she was confident that he would not approve, but she was still Southern. She waved an open palm to the empty bar stool beside her. "Care to join me?" The grin that lit up his face tugged at her gut and flipped her heart. She wanted to tell herself that it didn't matter, that she didn't feel it, and that it didn't make a difference. What she did tell herself was that she had been in this unplanned life for 4 years, and she had 9 more to go. Jackson Mayfair did not fit into any of the small spaces in her life. He was far too big a presence for the likes of Ever Halifax. But he sat down, his coffee thunking softly on the counter beside the iPad that had just been harboring comments about him. A bubble blinged up. Probably Chloe replying, certainly asking questions that Ever should not let appear on her screen. He glanced around the shop. "I see that you have quickly found the best coffee in town. They are going to give Bean around the block a run for their money." Ever grinned. "I didn't find it. But you did. I like to try out the new places. I like the locally owned stuff." Was he just being a good officer by supporting his people? Or was it really some curiosity or deep driving need? She didn't ask. "But if you didn't find it, then how are you sitting in here? With no name on your cup?" He gave her an adorable side eye and pointed to her cup with one finger. It was a little rough around the edges and told a story about his life and his decisions. Ever could admit to being curious, but she kept her mouth shut. "Well, I happen to know the owner." She didn't just know the owner. She was one. A small part, but still, she'd invested in the startup. She figured she'd worked damn hard for the money she had, so she could do what she wanted with it. 1. The coffee shop was a really smart monetary investment. And 2, if she couldn't support the people she loved, what even was the point? The only reason she had money in savings was because she was supporting the people she loved. "Who's the owner?" He leaned in, asking almost conspiratorially, as if he had a clue she might be one of them. There were 3. Herself, a mystery donor whose name Grace refused to give up, and Grace herself. But Ever didn't want to get into that, so she changed the subject quickly. "I figured you came in here because your cousin designed the place." The genuine shock on his face told her she'd managed to successfully surprise him, and that he hadn't known about Emma Kate. Grace wasn't a baker or a designer. She didn't know much about coffee either. But she was an organizer and manager extraordinaire, so she'd found a baker and cut a deal. She bought the shop on the cheap and learned everything she could about the best brews, machines, recyclable cups, and more. Ever had watched in awe, and then Grace, apparently not realizing her place in society, marched straight up to Emma Kate Mayfair and said she'd seen her YouTube channel and wanted to know what she would charge to design or stage the coffee shop. Ever's mouth had hung open. She'd thought she was bold, but it seemed she had nothing on Grace Rodriguez. Though the news was surprising to him, Jackson caught on quick. "I should have known Emma Kate did this. It looks like her work." He said it with the affection of someone who had known her since she was small. He took a solid sip of his drink and smiled softly. "Well, Grace knows coffee." Ever only smiled in reply. Grace did no coffee now. But as she took a sip, she heard her straw rattle in the bottom of the cup. Time to go, she thought, despite the fact that he'd asked her to coffee. That wasn't what this was, and she had errands to run before she sat in the carpool pickup line again. Good seeing you, but I have to make an appointment. It was a little bit of a stretch, but she tried not to feel guilty about it, as she picked up her empty cup and her iPad. He told her a small goodbye, but stayed in his seat to finish his coffee. Maybe he was a true gentleman, knowing that following her out to her car was not appropriate. Ever headed to the counter, hoping to catch Grace and say a quick hello before she headed out into the sunshine and away from a small piece of life that had made her smile. She couldn't afford to repeat it.
5.
Chicken salad is made with white meat only. Dark meat in chicken salad is a crime against nature.
Wait, you what? Jackson surely hadn't heard what he thought he'd heard. Sunday dinner being what it was, and the girls being what they were, everything was pulling his attention 15 different ways. One of the things trying to steal his focus for almost the last week were questions he wanted answered. I closed on the house, Carlyle told him, this time looking directly at him, as though maybe he needed to read her lips to hear. What house? She raised her eyebrows and tipped her head. You have not been listening, have you? There were a lot of things he could have said. Instead, he motioned down to the hem of his shirt where he was getting tugged on by a small hand. This, at least, Carlyle seemed to accept as an adequate excuse, even though it wasn't wholly correct. Jackson didn't fix that notion. Tell me where this house is, he asked as he watched Scarlett and Salem basically assault their Uncle Keith. For so long, it had just been him and Charlie and Christian as the guys in this generation. But Christian had moved away as soon as he could. And Charlie had slowly disappeared from the family, almost altogether. He wrote. He called. He was on social media, so everybody kept up, but no one had actually seen him in 2 years. They'd seen his awards, and they'd seen pictures of him in the jungle and in war zones, but they hadn't seen Charlie. The last few pictures Jax had seen, Charlie didn't quite look like himself. Jax was beginning to wonder if anyone else noticed that. If anyone else wondered if Charlton Weaver was really just that busy, or if there was something more to it. He was pretty sure his cousin was in the wind, he just didn't know why. It took 2 tries to catch the street name Carlyle gave him. I know that place, Jackson replied, glad he was able to once again drag his attention back to where it should be. And since he'd apparently already ignored Carlyle several times, maybe he should pay attention. But Emma Kate came over and joined in. Even from across the room, she'd managed to follow the conversation. It's the cute little one on the cul-de-sac. The gray one. He couldn't help it. His brows pulled together and he almost said, cute? He hoped he was wrong, because the house he was thinking of needed some work. It was Carlyle who straightened it out. Emma Kate judges things by how she sees they can be, and yes, it needs work. She went on to tell him how she'd gotten financed for over the value of the house, so she could do exactly such work. And it doesn't need anything structural. It apparently has good bones or such. Once the escrow closes, I'm going to get new siding on it. That alone is going to do wonders. After that, it's really just a little bit of wallpaper removal and painting. Jax wasn't sure she was right or what to make of it. But she'd signed the papers, and it wasn't his decision anyway. He just hoped he didn't get roped into peeling wallpaper or painting. Michelle had him doing that to make the nursery nice before the girls were born. It wasn't his favorite thing at all. But he knew better than to duck out of a task before he'd even been asked. His mother was close enough to cuff him upside the head. So he put his arms around his cousin, joining Emma Kate in a squishing hug, and said, I'm happy for you, cuz, because he was happy that she looked happy. Carlyle managed to both be a smart, no-nonsense professional woman who plowed her way straight through school and into an RN degree, and also a little over-enthusiastic and sometimes impulsive. When it came to things beyond her work, She made snap decisions and often regretted them. A string of exes testified to that. He'd often wondered if it was a good thing that she worked in the ER, so she could put some of those impulses to good use. Maybe her patients could show her the ramifications of the more dangerous ones. But it didn't surprise him that she closed on a house on her own. She was headstrong and would reach any goal she set. He sure hadn't done it without Michelle, and they hadn't done it without the impetus of Michelle's pregnancy. Carlisle had just plowed right ahead like usual, not waiting for life to hand her what she needed. But while he had Emma Kate in earshot, Jackson tried to steer the conversation to a new place. "Hey, Em. I was over at Grace's Cafe, and I heard you designed the place." Emma Kate's face lit up. A fully genuine smile spread across her lips, one he'd seen a lot more of lately. Jax could only attribute that to Keith. Though he still didn't have the full details of how the two of them had originally gotten together, he'd gathered they'd been married longer than anybody knew. And he didn't know which part caused the other, but Emma Kate had finally, managed to finish the degree that had been eluding her. Then she'd offhandedly started a business she hadn't really intended to. He knew she'd been doing online videos about decorating on a budget, and he'd heard that they took off. But they weren't his thing and he didn't watch. Now it seemed people were asking her to decorate places apparently, including professional spaces like coffee shops. "It looks fantastic," he told her. Though he didn't understand the whys and hows, that part was honest. "Why, thank you. I was going for you definitely want to come in and sit down and eat all the food. But then you want to leave so the next person can come in." Jackson threw his head back and laughed. "You achieved the first part. And I did go back later in the week." The good news was the food was fantastic, and that he could absolutely claim that was why he'd gone back. It couldn't be to run into Snow White again, nah. He changed the topic again. "So who is Grace Rodriguez? She just moved to town, came in and opened a cafe?" Emma Kate and Carlisle both looked at him like he was nuts. Crap! What had he missed now? "Have you not been paying attention?" No, actually, he'd had his head up his ass over Ever Halifax for almost a week, but surely the cafe went back further than that. "You're a cop, Jackson. How do you not know about her case?" "Her case?" "Yeah. She moved into one of the ratty little studio apartments behind Holes Road." No one was sure if Holes Road was named for some old local family or for the quarry, the swimming hole, that sat beside the entrance to the neighborhood, but Jax thought that name shouldn't have ended up on a street, or maybe anything. Unfortunately, the area had fallen into disrepair, and the name now felt a little too appropriate. But Emma Kate was still talking. After she moved in, her abusive ex-boyfriend stalked her and broke in. She clocked him with a baseball bat while she was standing on the toilet. That seemed like a lot of details to have for someone who wasn't a cop, but his female cousins had somehow always been plugged into the town, and Emma Kate was no exception. So it didn't surprise him that she was a font of information, or that she followed it up with, "I think she's my hero. Do not stand on the toilet and hit me with a baseball bat in the middle of the night." Keith came up behind her. "She should not be your hero. She decked an intruder and an asshole, and she absolutely is my hero. Don't be either of those things, and you won't have to worry." Emma Kate snarked back, but the gleam in her eyes told him that she and Keith were comfortable enough to banter about it. "Fair." Keith folded his arms until Emma Kate untangled them for him, and wound herself into the space. "I did hear about that case," Jax added. "But I didn't realize she'd become the coffee shop owner." She said the space opened up. She found some investors, and the rest is history. "Okay, I'll confess I went 2 more times this week." He let the information hang. He'd let them believe he went because Grace knew her coffee, or because the decor was top-notch. But his grin as he thought about it was genuine. Emma Kate smiled back at him, clearly glad he was patronizing her friend's store. But as his mother Gigi, Mayfair clan matriarch, called them all to the table, He knew it was because he wanted to run into Ever Halifax again. But despite being polite and offering him a seat for coffee, she'd turned down his initial invitation. He hadn't gotten his first date, and he didn't think he was going to. So why was he not able to shake the thought that this was fate, that he knew her from somewhere before?
6. I mean, you're in such good shape. Georgette Harris let the words roll smoothly, the implied question hanging at the end. Ever might not be a belle, but she'd been born in the South, all of 400 feet from where she now lived. She'd managed to get away for college for a few short years. She'd learned not every society existed in the same layers this one did, and that they weren't all run by the Georgette Harrises of the world. Oh, thank you so much. She wasn't giving the woman anything that wasn't straight up asked for. And even if she did ask the words, well, Ever still wasn't sure what she'd say. The truth wasn't an option. She shouldn't have stepped out of the car. She hadn't realized that she was right behind the woman who would have been her nemesis if she had one. Honestly, she hadn't thought Georgette would even notice her. So why had she now? Ever wasn't marrying anyone high up in Breathless society, despite Kurt and Dane Cotton having turned up at her club. What was Georgette doing so far back in the car line today anyway? Mysteries of the universe, she thought. Maybe the woman had actually had something to do, besides pick up her children. So where do you work out? Georgette was pressing for an answer. Ever thought her way through the now more direct question. There were two ways this was going, one of which was that Georgette had heard a rumor about Ever's place of employment, or she'd actually figured out where Ever worked. Though Ever had seen Mr. Harris at the club just outside Atlanta a few times over the years, she didn't think he would have told that to his wife. Oh, honestly, Ever waved a hand, hearing the false sugar in her voice. I run, I walk. That's really all. That was all that she did outside of her job, and she wasn't going to name a gym that she didn't have a membership to. That could be checked too easily, and getting caught in a lie would trip Georgette's buttons all to hell. Ever didn't like being in this position. She told herself that Georgette was on her case because she'd seen Jax Mayfair at her car the other day, and that was all. So Ever bit her tongue and smiled instead of saying, let me tell you, the pole's the best damn workout of your life. Though Ever wanted the conversation to end, Georgette kept going. I just wish I could stay in shape as easily. But you're young, aren't you? Oh, there it was. Maybe that's why the woman was digging. Though Ever hated this almost as much, the change of direction was welcome, and her pulse slowed down a little bit. It had been 4 years since she'd come back home. 3 of which she'd been in this business. The Champagne Peach was the 3rd club she'd worked at, and she'd been there now almost 2 years. The first 2 she'd left quickly but found another club. The money had been too good to quit, the circumstances too bad to stay. But she'd been in a hole, and needed the cash badly. The Peach took good care of the women who worked there. While Kelly had sticky fingers and a powder problem, most of the others didn't. Ever also knew that Kelly would be allowed to slide a little bit further, but not much before management yanked her. She could enter rehab or not work at the Peach anymore. Royal seemed to be the only one who'd figured out how she was earning the family money so far. So she was grateful that Georgette was not likely digging about her source of income today. No, she was after another question. The one Ever always got from people who didn't bother knowing the families from the other side of town. I'm not that young, she offered up, trying to casually wave the woman off, though she was confident it wouldn't work. Again, she would make Georgette ask her directly. I just mean? Georgette let that trail off, but then picked it up. Royal? He's in 9th grade this year, right? I mean, you can't be past 30. Ever gave her best charming tinkle of a laugh. Trust me, I'm older than I look. Though Georgette wasn't wrong, Ever wasn't going to admit to being 29 with a 9th grader. So she added, Royal's accelerated. She always liked saying that. Royal was the darkest skinned and the oldest of the 3 boys. He was entering that age where he'd left his childhood dreams of being a cowboy or a fireman behind, but didn't yet know what kind of man he would be, or could be. Ever worried about what different people would want or expect him to become, but she was more than willing to fight off Georgette Harris' expectations. So Ever glanced down at the woman's finger. She was about to open her mouth and ask if the woman had gotten a new diamond. That was usually effective at turning the tide on the conversation, whether or not the woman had actually gotten a new ring. If she had, the answer was a squealed, "Oh yes, I can't believe you noticed." Ever always refrained from asking, "Was it payment for your husband cheating on you?" But if the woman didn't have a new diamond, she was always happy to have the old one noticed. "I just noticed." "Hey, Ever." The voice slid into the conversation, smooth as honey and dark as rum. Oh dear God. It had been a week since she'd seen him at Grace's cafe. Despite having a couple extra coffees this week, she hadn't run into him again. Ever didn't want to admit how her insides melted at just the sound of a voice that she now instantly recognized. She turned around. "Hey Jax." The name was a little more familiar than he'd given her permission to use, but Georgette Harris didn't need to know that. "Can I borrow you for a minute?" "Oh. Sure." She gave an apologetic nod to Georgette, and pushed away from the side of the SUV. She'd just been leaning against it and looking on her phone, and bothering no one when Georgette had started this ridiculous conversation. "I wanted to ask you about Seven and his gifted class." "Of course," she replied, appreciating that the conversation had turned to how gifted her youngest was. She was absolutely not above singing the praises of those three boys, wherever she could. When anyone else did it, that made it even better. Jax doing it in front of Georgette was icing on the cake. She knew she liked him. Practically skipping toward Jackson, Ever was grateful for being released from the little conversation that was pretty on the surface, and most likely heading somewhere pretty ugly underneath. "What can I help you with?" His grin was wide and bright enough to be seen from a distance. He leaned in, making the conversation seem more intimate than it was. "I thought maybe you could use a rescue." Ever laughed from her gut, a real genuine laugh. "You would be correct. Thank you for saving me, officer." Well shit. She should just bat her eyelashes while she was at it. Georgette Harris is a piece of? He cut himself off before the last word, and Ever filled it in for him in her own mind. Work? Maybe ass. The last one wouldn't look good on Officer Hotness. But she suspected Mrs. Harris wasn't his type. Ever leaned in a little closer, enjoying the way the other moms eyed her, having an intimate conversation with a single dad in the pickup line. Oh no, she thought, she couldn't let it actually become a pickup line. She didn't have room for anyone in her life, and even if she did, Officer Jax Mayfair sure as hell wouldn't fit. Still, she had to ask. Is she gone yet? Not quite. He leaned in closer, the breath of his whisper reaching her ear as she fought a shiver on the warm day. She just moved one car down. Maybe waiting so she can assault you again when you get back. Of course you said assault. She swatted at his shoulder, the motion making contact with a soft knit t-shirt blue enough to light up his skin. The muscles beneath the tee made Ever think Georgette should have been asking him which gym he went to. I'll cover you until the bell rings. That's the only way I'm getting out of here alive, Ever told him, and for a moment they'd agreed to stay here and have this conversation. But she didn't know about what, and she didn't quite know how long it was before the bell. Surely, she had just a few more minutes before all the kids would come gushing out of the building and she'd be free. But Jackson took care of that too. I really enjoyed running into you at Grace's the other day. She couldn't help the smile that bloomed of its own accord. It got a little wider when he asked, "Is there a good time to run into you there again?"
7. His coffee was half gone, and hers was melting despite the paper sleeve he'd put on it. The girl behind the counter, Heidi by her name tag, had offered to hold it for him in the fridge, but he hadn't let her. She'd recognized the order. Apparently, the chocolate sprinkles weren't normally served on the frozen drinks. It had taken a few minutes of confusion, explaining what he'd seen her drinking before, for them to realize, oh, you're meeting Ever. Except now here he was and she wasn't. Was she standing him up? He'd thought they had a good time, despite the fact that it was mostly in the car rider line at school. He was another quarter of the way through his drink, and it was almost gone. Telling himself if he hit the bottom, he would call it a loss, he looked around the open space. If she didn't show, he wouldn't go over to her in the carpool line again. If she came to him, he certainly would give her another chance, but he wouldn't be pushing. No matter how much his gut was telling him he wanted this, he wasn't that kind of guy. A door opened somewhere behind him, and he turned his head. He'd been facing out the front window, thinking he'd watch her as she walked by the store. But now he knew, somehow, the instant the door opened, that she was the one who'd done it. Ever turned an almost full circle, her eyes scanning frantically. Jax felt it coming on, but he didn't smile. He hoped she was concerned she was so late that she'd left him here, thinking she'd stood him up. He wasn't passing judgment until she explained. Maybe she was late because she didn't want to be here. "Hey, Ever!" Heidi called out to her, from behind the counter. "It's been a little bit. I'm going to remake your drink." "Oh, you don't have to." Ever waved, and he watched her. She was an interesting contradiction. He had no doubt that she was a force of nature, full of fury and fire. Yet she easily waved people away, insisting that they didn't do extra work for her. Clearly, she inspired them to do it anyway, because Heidi started happily doing all the work of blending up another of the same special drink they seemed to have invented just for her. The dark straight hair of what he was now referring to as her modern-day snow-white bob swung around her face. It was sleek enough, and had clean enough edges to make her look like she was good friends with a salon owner. Her white button-down shirt made her figure look like she was friends with a gym membership, or at least that she didn't look like a woman who indulged in the kind of coffee she drank all the time. He didn't know the answer to any of the questions pinging around his head. And despite his poor attempts at digging around, he had not found much on Ever Halifax, other than the fact that everyone else seemed to know exactly who she was. She'd lived in Breathless long enough that he should have known too. But he didn't. How had he not seen her before? Or had he seen her, and not thought about her? Because he sure as hell was seeing her now. Ever thanked Heidi by name, and Jax once again thought, yeah, that fit. She had spotted him at last and was headed over, her eyes looking down and then up at him and then down again. One hand dug through her purse. He'd been here at 2 in the afternoon, the time she'd chosen. "I'm so sorry." She sighed it out, clearly exhausted as she plopped down in the chair he'd been saving. Her head tipped back against the overstuffed leather, and she took a few breaths. She didn't know it, and he didn't mean to do it, but he'd already forgiven her. What was going on? Because clearly it was something. She dove right in. "I got a call to the school." Oh, kids could be a handful, he knew. He imagined that he was looking at himself in about 4 or 5 years. Scarlett and Salem were going to cause problems. Well, Salem was going to cause more problems, he knew already. Scarlett, he was more concerned, was actually going to get away with it. What happened? He didn't want to prejudge, so he left it at that. Well, 7 used an old Roomba in his gifted class. They were always innovating in Riley Zayat's classes. Jax at least knew that much, though he probably only knew it because the teacher was dating his cousin Christian. They weren't married, but he suspected they'd be engaged soon. Christian sure wasn't one to bring somebody to Sunday dinner if it wasn't serious. So when he'd brought Riley, it had become clear to the family that this was something big. Then seeing them together had convinced Jax the two were thick as thieves. She was the only one Jax had seen who seemed to fully get Christian. Well, Ever turned and glared at him, making him pull back a little. He sipped on the coffee, for something to do. Why was she mad at him? It would appear your cousin has instilled in him a love of robotics. Yes, Christian would, Jax thought. But how is that my fault? What's bad about robotics anyway? It's a good career, like for Christian. Christian was a millionaire several times over, and only worked when he wanted. Jackson was a police officer. He drew a city salary and supported 2 kids on it. So why was Seven's love of robotics even an issue? Well, it would seem Seven saw something in a cartoon. And then he found somebody had donated an old Roomba. So he made this little robot that drove around the school and looked like a ticking time bomb. Oh no. It wasn't a real bomb, was it? Not at all. Nothing like a real bomb. In fact, it was so cartoonish that I don't know why anyone thought red sticks of dynamite with sparklers on the end, that he had hand-painted black letters TNT on, was anything real. It was straight out of Acme. Jackson couldn't suppress a laugh. Seriously. She huffed out a breath, her anger turning from amused irritation to actual concern. I don't know if they would have written this up like they did if he'd been. She bit off the words. Jax had to believe that she was concerned about the color of her son's skin. I don't know. He'd had his own wonderings about Michelle and the birth of the twins. The numbers said that black women's maternal mortality rate was 5 times that of their white counterparts. But he'd not thought he'd see the day where he'd be having that conversation with a woman who looked like Snow White had walked off the silver screen. Only this Snow White was much smarter and more determined than the original had been. He could only nod along as Heidi came over and delivered the freshly made drink. He watched as Ever took a sip, the expression on her face almost orgasmic. But he wouldn't think about that. When she looked up, she talked as though she hadn't just given him those thoughts. So I'm so sorry I was late. It was a fat mess, and I may have made implicit threats to the principal about subconscious racism. But then I couldn't even call you to tell you I was running late. Interesting, he thought, not having realized until that morning that he hadn't gotten her number. We can fix that. He held out his open palm for her cell phone and enjoyed the weight of it as she settled it readily into his hand. She took a long draw from her remade drink as he punched in his own phone number, adding himself as Jax. Then he immediately hit the button to call his own phone, and he watched as she grinned and thanked him for being understanding. He was being understanding, but that certainly wasn't all of it. He liked getting tied a little tighter to Ever Halifax. She was somehow both an open book and a deep well of mystery. As he handed her phone back, he pulled his own out and set her contact from the called number. Taking another deep sip from her frothy, foamy, sugary, icy drink, she made a soft noise that he'd like to hear in another situation. His feelings were running wild, even though he told himself nothing about him was ready for that. Then Ever leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper, despite the fact that no one was here to overhear them. She sighed so close he could feel the cool chocolate on her breath. Can I ask you something?
8. Ever raised her arms over her head and sauntered her way out on the stage, waving to her audience as she went. She walked carefully, strutting like something between a runway model and a ballerina. The heels, high and pointy, were sturdier than they looked. Hers always were. Stumbling and going down on stage sometimes made for sympathy tips, but if she did it more than once, the money would start dwindling. Also, a twisted ankle could keep you out of work for 3 to 6 weeks. She'd invested too big a chunk of her savings into Grace's business to be able to afford that. So Ever strutted in a way that looked sexy, but kept her upright. She played to the music, making elaborate motions with her arms. It kept her dancing, and wouldn't look like she was just walking slowly. As she reached the first pole, she grabbed it high up and walked a slow circle around it. She always thought that shouldn't do anything, but it worked. This move consistently got the crowd going, maybe because it was a good tease that she was going to climb. But she didn't. Not yet. Crossing the back of the stage, she headed to the other pole. This time she offered a small spin that took off way too fast. With a gasp and a move that was surely awkward, she grabbed on and tried to make it look purposeful. Someone had pulled the pin and the pole now spun of its own accord. Planting her feet, she forced a smile, though she was pissed, and moved her hands provocatively. She didn't quite have choreographed dances, that would be too much. It would look choreographed and not like she came out here to seduce the crowd. So that meant she could stay off this pole. It wasn't supposed to spin. Turning to the audience, she used an old move that earned her good money. Once she'd found what paid out, she added new moves like those and tested whether they changed the dollars tossed on stage. Fast music with mostly slow dancing did pretty well. Lots of girls like to use the most popular songs, but by Ever's numbers they didn't pay as well. Though she had taken dance classes as a kid and loved it, ballet, tap, jazz, all of that, and while she enjoyed the dance aspect of this, it was also her job. This put food on the table, kept the roof over the boys' heads, and made their lives comfortable in a way they'd never been before. So she wasn't just up here swinging her ass any which way. As she reached the center pole, she paused provocatively to check that it was stationary, then walked one slow circle, but this time she began to climb. At the top, she slowly flipped upside down, serious tricep action there, and wrapped her legs around the metal. Fully inverted, legs crossed, heels pointing into the high dimly lit ceiling, she let go with her hands. With her arms spread wide, she arched her back and looked out over the room. They needed to be damned impressed. This was the workout that she didn't tell Georgette Harris about. She always thought about dancing as just a job. It was the best way to make herself feel better. Honestly, if the pay was the same, she probably would have picked this over a factory job. That kind of work wasn't for her. She could have worked the front desk at some firm, answering phones, placing people in waiting rooms. But she'd done that, and it didn't cover the bills. She dropped her torso downward, then lifted her head up again, this time spotting several faces in the crowd. She was ready to make her big move. Her legs were tight around the pole and this would pay, though she'd barely even taken anything off yet. With a few squeezes of her legs, she watched the audience and slid quickly, dropping almost to the ground, arms out wide, nothing to catch her. Several of them gasped at her well-executed angel drop. Most of them were regulars. They didn't startle anymore, but they still enjoyed the show and they paid her well. She rolled off the pole and sauntered back towards the middle of the stage. She'd taken stock of the audience. It was a regular Tuesday night. She usually worked Fridays and Saturdays plus one other night during the week. This week she'd wound up on Tuesday. They weren't great. The crowd was a little thin and despite the peak hour, she would have to work it for everything she was going to get. Facing the back wall, Ever slowly peeled the shirt she'd layered on over the sparkly bra. It took her far longer to get out of this shirt than it would take anyone getting undressed at home. When it was finally off, she lifted it high, still facing the back of the stage, and pointed her opposite foot outward, toe dug into the ground. That was one of the first moves BJ had taught her, an ass display. Ever let the shirt drop to the floor with a quiet thunk of buttons on stage. The audience behind her cooed and called. She was grateful for those dance classes, even though her parents wouldn't have expected this. Her mom and dad hadn't had the money for dance. Recital costumes were expensive, just like the sequined and sparkly get-ups she was wearing these days. Though financially things had gotten better when Dalton came along, they still hadn't been good. Ever turned around facing the audience, in her tiny sequined push-up bra and the incredibly short skirt still covering another layer to go. A front walkover in heels toward the audience was another winner. Her neighbor had been a cheerleader. Ever had learned from her. But as she came back upright and spread her arms, she faltered. Holy crap! Jackson Mayfair was here. She couldn't just run off stage and hide. With a quick inventory, she thought about the blonde curly wig she'd tightened down, and the candy-colored makeup she'd done. This was a Barbie-style number. Thank God, this was probably the point where she looked the least like herself. Hitting the other stationary pole and spinning in a way that hid her face a little, she reminded herself that he hadn't recognized her with pink hair. He probably wouldn't recognize her with blonde either. Finishing out the dance the best she could, Ever tried not to look his way. Still, she found herself constantly keeping him in her peripheral vision. Of course, she was down to just a G-string at the end. She sauntered away, her ass was shifting rhythmically with the music. The pace of her steps perfectly timed to the fading beat. As she walked off stage, facing the back, her right hand lifted, long candy pink nails waving to the crowd over her shoulder as she went. Her eyes were about to drop closed. No, she thought, hell no. She passed behind the curtain and down the steps. The guys rushed past her onto the stage and she called out softly, "The third pole lost its pin." One of them nodded as he headed up and the lights went down. They would pick up all the pieces of clothing she'd dropped around the stage and return it to her. They swept up the dollars and ordered and bank-faced them. The champagne peach acted as though the girls just wanted to dance, and the money was incidental. Normally, she waited in the back and gathered her things, counting her pieces of clothing as carefully as her dollars. But this time Ever beelined for Gregory. He was the Russian backstage bouncer. He was the one who didn't check IDs at the door, or throw out unruly patrons. His sole job was watching out for the girls. He made a sweeping motion for her to pass by, but she quickly and fiercely shook her head no. It didn't matter that she was standing there, in only her outfit and 6-inch heels strapped onto her feet, wound with ribbons that tied behind her ankles. Her only covering was glittery and Barbie pink. But she didn't even cover herself. "Gregory, I'm not going back out." His gaze narrowed, not with anger but concern. "Free pass," she spit it out, "free pass." Gregory had told them to use it as a safe word, and she couldn't remember that she ever had before. Then again, she hadn't spotted Jackson Mayfair here before. She had seen people she knew. Hell, Mr. Harris was almost a regular. And once she was on the floor, she usually figured what the hell. She was in a wig and crazy heavy makeup. And the people here didn't want her to recognize them, any more than she wanted to be called out. But it hadn't been a week since Jax had come over and chatted her up in the carpool line. Now they'd had coffee together twice. She'd asked him where he saw himself in 10 years with his girls. He'd been clear, same job, same house, still single. He hoped the girls were as easy to placate as they were now, though he didn't doubt they'd ask about their mom and yell that they hated him, and maybe even try something awful like running away or drugs. She'd loved his horror at the normal things teenagers did. And she'd leaned in because surely his being at the Peach was a one-time thing. It had looked like a bachelor party. But he was back? Despite all the makeup and the curly blonde hair in a style she herself couldn't pull off, he was going to recognize her if she walked out there again. "Free pass." She huffed it one more time. Gregory nodded. "Stalker? You want me to call the cops? Who worries you?" Well, crap. She couldn't even tell him, and the truth would make him think she couldn't do the job. Other dancers met their boyfriends at the club, but she didn't meet anyone. She couldn't afford it. Grace was the only one in town, well and royal, who knew she was dancing for her money. "Someone I know, Gregory. He's not a threat to anything, but for my peace of mind I need to not go out." Hoping that would be enough, Ever peeked out through the curtain and easily spotted the small group of men sitting at a table off to the side. She felt her heart drop, so disappointed that Jackson Mayfair was in a strip club. Again.
Thank you so much for listening to Lucky. Please help us out by subscribing to this channel. We appreciate you listening to this audiobook.
9. Jackson's eyes darted toward the back of the dark room. There was a hallway and a neon sign that said, "The Champagne Room." He watched as some patron was led back that way by a half-clad dancer, and he could only think how unsanitary it might get. When had he last seen one of these places in the daylight for an arrest? But he hadn't been at this one. This was definitely out of his jurisdiction. He had been here for a bachelor party, a handful of weeks ago. He'd come to help send the groom off in style, not because he'd been into the strip club scene. Still, he'd traded some of his 20s for 1s and 5s, basically spending cash he didn't really have. He'd been more concerned about the costs than the stage. There had been wedding gifts to purchase and a tux to rent. For a moment, he reminisced about his own wedding. He remembered everything from the day he and Michelle had gotten married, and how expensive that had been too. But somehow, tonight, he'd come to this strip club and actually watched one of the strippers. He'd been intrigued, and that wasn't like him. It never had been. His gaze had been drawn then affixed to one pink-haired Trixie Belle. That had been a few weeks ago. That had been the impetus that told him, it was probably time to start dating again. The girls were 4. Michelle was gone. And he'd made a life that finally understood she wasn't coming back. He'd stopped grieving and started living some time ago. Maybe it was time to start loving again. Somebody had once described a sudden death like pulling a tablecloth out from under a perfectly set table. Some things stayed, some broke, and you didn't quite know which ones would be which. For him, the tablecloth yanking out had destroyed almost everything. He still had their house. He still had his mother and his family, but everything else had changed. He'd lost his partner, her income, her comfort, and another adult in the house. He'd suddenly had 2 infants to care for. They were slightly premature. He was a single parent, instead of the team he'd expected to be. And his grief had run roughshod over him, swinging wildly. If it weren't for his life circumstances, a therapist could have diagnosed him with something. He'd had all the normal new parent excitement, the first time his baby smiled. When Scarlett took a whole bottle. The way Salem gurgled at him. And he'd had deep moments where the depression had been torrential. He'd had immense gratitude that his cousins, his sister, and his mother had all stepped up and done a very large portion of the work associated with small babies. And he'd had floods of anger that the world had taken Michelle from him. Over time, it had leveled out, but it had been just him and the girls. He liked his job, but worried about what would happen to them if something happened to him because of it. When Scarlett and Salem were younger, and he'd been grieving and far more fatalistic, he'd simply made plans for their guardianship and made sure he paid his life insurance. But as they got older, and as the job had changed, shifting under his feet, he had wondered. Now it seemed that when Michelle was alive, they'd painted a path and walked it, straight and narrow and perfect. They'd gotten engaged, then married. She'd even gotten pregnant right on schedule. That it was twins was a surprise, but a wonderful one. Michelle had been the main breadwinner. On her way to partner, her salary had just kept climbing. Though he understood now that the loss of Michelle herself was definitely the biggest part, there had been days when he hated himself for missing her money. But he had basically been asexual for years at this point. He'd come to the strip club only because the best man had decided it was a place to go. Who was he to argue? Tonight, it was something the guys suggested. They'd even suggested that he specifically should come along, because he was single. And wasn't that interesting? No one had dared say the word single around him for some time. Looking back, he realized it was because he reacted so poorly when they did. Now, even his co-workers and friends found they could talk to him again. So he'd come along, enjoyed being off duty, and had a few rum and cokes. In his adult years, this was about the only club he'd ever visited. 1. It was an actual gentleman's club. The patrons were expected to behave as gentlemanly as one could, while women walked around with their clothes mostly off. The assholes got quickly and handily booted by a bouncer he himself wouldn't like to go up against. 2. It was far enough out of town that he didn't expect someone to say, "Hey, I saw you at the Champagne Peach the other night." Anyone who recognized him was probably sitting at his table right now. He'd been talking with Charles about summer camps for the girls, but then the DJ had called out the name Trixie Belle. Jax had perked up, his eyes had been drawn to the stage, expecting the Trixie Belle he thought he knew. But he hadn't seen this one coming. After the sleek, pink-haired pixie of his previous visit, he'd been a bit shocked by the Barbie doll who sauntered out. If someone had told him he'd be drawn to her like a magnet, he would have easily explained she wasn't his type. Michelle was his type, thick braids piled on her head. Power suits in colors that spoke of a homeland she'd never known. The kind of black skin that glowed even when she was angry. Yet this petite white girl on stage somehow grabbed his attention. She had moves smoother than some of the others. She teased her audience more, not going so quickly for the flash and grab. It wasn't anything too obvious, though. Each of the girls had a different style, and it bothered Jax a bit that he'd already been here enough to figure that out. As he looked around, he saw most of the men appreciated it, but some didn't. They yelled at her to take it off faster. She grinned slightly and winked but didn't speed up. He noticed he was leaning forward in his seat and breathing heavier. And that was some stupid-ass crap. She was a stripper. Everyone saw her at the same time. Clearly, about 80% of the men in here agreed with him. So he grabbed his rum and coke and forced himself to sit back. His reaction was not cool. He'd never been one of those idiots who was stupid enough to think a stripper actually liked him. They liked his money. That was the exchange. But he waited through 5 more dancers to see her again. When Trixie Belle didn't come back out on stage, but BJ had been out twice, he decided it was time to go home. "Gentlemen," he told his friends, "I am leaving." "Come on, man. Stay. It's early." Bull pushed. "I have 4-year-olds at home. They're going to be up at 6. And if I don't get up with them, who knows where they're going to put the cereal?" Not a standard strip club conversation, he thought. But then Charles pushed himself up out of his armchair as well. "It's true. Lindy would prefer that I come home and actually be awake at 6 with the kids." Charles was more like what Jackson thought of himself. Despite the dad bod Charles sported, he was more likely to go home early, hadn't yelled or hoped for any of the strippers to go further with him, and he paid his money respectfully, watching from a distance. So the two headed out the front door of the club, leaving the other 3 behind. It was a long drive home. By the time Jax crawled into his bed, he wasn't surprised that he fell immediately asleep, or that he dreamed of a Barbie and a pixie with pink hair. When he woke up to 2 little faces staring at him from the side of the bed as his alarm went off, he sprung into action. He made cereal for breakfast and monitored them getting dressed. He tied shoes and made peanut butter sandwiches for lunch. He loaded everyone into the car and hit the drop-off line, where he waited an interminable amount of time before the girls scrambled over each other and out the back door without so much as a goodbye. Then it hit him. He thought he might just remember where he'd seen his manic pixie dream girl before.
10.
Never drink beer from a can while wearing a hat, or after 4 p.m.
As Ever sipped her drink, her heart raced and her brain tumbled, unable to hold on to a thought. She sat at Grace's trying to look normal. Jesus. The last thing she needed was the kind of caffeine the icy mocha with extra coffee and chocolate hit her with. But she did it anyway, as she sat there and contemplated many of her life choices. Why was she even here? Calm down. She had to repeat the phrase to herself mentally a few times. Not that it worked. She had no agreement to meet Jax here at this time. But once before, when he'd asked if he wanted to run into her, what would be a good time, this was the time she'd given him. So here she was. She'd come back today wondering if he would show. It was still 5 minutes to 2, and in the 5 minutes since she'd sat down, she'd managed to suck down half the drink. It had more calories than was reasonable. Hell, the drink Grace's Cafe posted on the board had more calories than was reasonable, but for her they added extra chocolate sauce, an extra shot of espresso and sprinkles. This was one of the moments when she thanked God she spent a lot of time on that pole. That was the only reason she could drink like this. She was almost laughing to herself that her idea of a drinking problem was frothy, sugary coffee drinks. Aside from a few sips of what was offered to her nightly at the club, she basically didn't drink at all. And those drinks she only took out of sheer politeness. She'd rather the guys hand her the $7 the drinks cost, but she'd also learned they were more likely to hand her another 7 or even a 20 if she took the drink graciously. Each time she'd headed back into the dressing room, she'd pulled out her notebook and marked down what had happened. She noted what denominations of bills she'd been given, whether the men had bought her drinks, and anything she might have done differently. She recorded the music she used, the take from the stage, and she'd calculated payout per piece. Though she hadn't finished and wasn't going to at this rate, she had just over 3 years of college under her belt. Ever had been on her way to being a statistician. No, she didn't have a degree, but she did have a reasonable amount of badass math skills. When she'd first arrived at the Peach, and it was so much nicer than the last 2 clubs she'd danced at, she'd harbored a ridiculous fantasy that she could make some side cash as an accountant for the girls. But only BJ had been interested. It turned out even BJ didn't want an accountant, she wanted Ever's statistics. She wanted to turn on the best music and get the best takes each time she went out. Ever still didn't understand why everyone wasn't interested. There was a reason she was able to work just 3 nights a week. That was a sweet spot, and some of the other dancers had seniority. So she'd set up a spreadsheet for BJ and was quickly fascinated that BJ's take was radically different from hers. BJ made more money with different songs, different moves. BJ scored when she refused drinks. BJ made bank with moves that left Ever depressed about how her evening had paid out. Ever had eventually concluded it was all in the attitude. BJ was definitely able to pull off the slightly salty snark that made the men want to pursue her. Dear God, if the ones who loved that didn't just trail after her and hand over their cash. Ever adored BJ and loved how the other woman had been kind from day one. She'd since learned that BJ was that way to every new girl, until she had her sized up. Then she dropped most of them. Only Ever had stuck. With another sip of the drink that was absolutely not going to calm her down, Ever casually glanced around the cafe again. Today Grace was behind the counter slinging drinks herself. Grace had a management style Ever hadn't really seen before. She did every job at least a few times. As far as Ever could tell, Grace was the best at all of it. Heidi had clearly put in far more hours behind the counter, but it was Grace showing Heidi some new technique. Ever remembered Grace following Emma Kate around with the design plans. Though she knew enough not to argue with an expert, she'd certainly been clear enough about, I don't think I want to go that direction. What about something like this? When Emma Kate had come back with something wholly unexpected, Grace had been able to look at it with clear eyes and declare that she loved it. She'd pushed and moved, until Emma Kate hit the nail on the head. Emma Kate was proud of the design, and Grace had pushed to make it better. Now Ever was sitting in the finished coffee shop and it looked beautiful. She'd done Grace the favor of setting up the accounting systems, in exchange for what was probably going to be a lifetime of free 12,000-calorie mochas. It might not have been the best exchange, though she was wondering just how poor form it would be if she sucked this one down until the straw rattled then asked for another. She sat at the counter facing the front window in the same seat Jax had found her in the first time. Once again she had her iPad in front of her as she tapped her way through a numbers game, poorly. Her brain was so off that she was about to lose, hard. She couldn't do anything else though. Her thoughts were scrambled and she couldn't rein them in. She'd messaged Chloe when she sat down, but her opening gambit had hung there with no response until she'd simply closed the program. Chloe was on a case, or trying on wedding dresses, or doing something cool with her fiancé. So her best friend from childhood, who'd grown up across the street on Holes Road, wasn't going to be her distraction. The doorbell chimed and Ever snapped her head around at the gentle sound. Grace had liked a real bell far more than a metallic chemical chime. Ever took a deep breath. She could only hope that she turned around casually, not like she was wired and about to blow a fuse. Her heart dropped, and she found herself stunned by how disappointed she was that it wasn't actually Jackson. But even as she chided herself for an emotion she couldn't afford to have, and for being here in the first place, she tried to change her path. Pick up your iPad and get the hell out of Dodge, she whispered to herself under her breath. She didn't need another of these sugar caffeine bombs. But even as she was enacting her plan, and finally pretending at sanity, she saw another person had appeared behind the first guy. Jax saw her, his face lighting up. Just as quickly, his expression fell, but she realized she'd put her iPad under her arm and she softly set it back on the bar space in front of her. She didn't take her eyes off him. She couldn't. Instead of waiting in the short line at the counter, he headed straight to her. I hoped I might find you here now. His eyes scanned her face, his expression changing subtly. The sheer joy she felt at seeing him changed as she read his expression. It told her clearly that she shouldn't have come. He knew where he'd seen her. She could read it in his eyes. Crap. She'd been made.
11. Ever Halifax looked a lot like the stripper at the club. It was something about the shape of her nose, and the curve of her lips. Maybe because he had fantasies that looked like Trixie Belle under the white button-down shirt and jeans. That was why he thought he knew her from somewhere. He watched as her brows pulled together quickly. But just as rapidly, they smoothed into a more neutral expression, as though she'd been able to read what he was thinking. He watched as her mouth moved, luscious lips opening as if to ask him what. But then just as quickly they'd closed, as if she didn't want to know. "I'm going to go get a coffee." He pointed over his shoulder, which was stupid. Like she might not know where the counter was in the shop that her friend owned. He sighed to himself, and then tried once again to achieve some level of smooth. "Are you going to be here when I get back?" She nodded almost uneasily, the smile on her face somehow uncertain. He headed over and placed his order, wondering what Ever would say if he told her he thought she looked like a stripper he'd seen. He was not going to say that, though. He wasn't an idiot. 1. It was incredibly poor form to tell a woman that she resembled a stripper. And 2. It was probably worse to tell a woman that he was desperately trying to pick up that he'd been at a strip club. Suggesting that he had a favorite stripper couldn't be anything a future date would want to hear. It didn't matter anyway. He shouldn't be dating. But that must be why he was drawn to her, why he'd been so convinced he knew her from somewhere. When he added in that they grew up in the same small town, they'd probably been in school together at some point or other. Or her older sister was in his grade, or her younger brother was on the football team. Who knew? Breathless just wasn't that big. Also, as an officer, he'd surely seen her around somewhere. It helped him to feel that he had his question settled, so now he could simply focus on the woman in front of him. He didn't need to go back to the champagne peach if he could have a real woman who tugged at his gut the same way the woman on stage had. He returned to the countertop at the window where she seemed to usually set up shop, hot brew now in hand. He normally didn't drink coffee in the afternoons, but he was making an exception as an excuse to see her. Jax could admit that much to himself. "I've been thinking," he opened and watched as once again she almost flinched. She covered it so cleanly, he again had to question whether he'd seen it or not. He told himself if it happened again, he'd call it out and ask. Since it was gone for now, he continued. "You asked me where I saw myself with my girls in 10 years, and it got me evaluating what I said. You answered pretty easily when I asked." Ever lifted her drink, took a rattling sip, and was clearly surprised to find it empty. She tried to nonchalantly set it aside, almost like a cat. As if no one had seen her error. Jax found it endearing. "In 10 years the girls will be 14, and, as much as I may want everything to look the same, I have no idea what that will look like." He looked out the window, as if it were easier not to look at her. "When you asked, I gave you the pat answer that I've always been ready to give. I don't think it's the same anymore." She leaned her elbow onto the table, her chin settling easily into her palm. It moved her whole body forward, the scoop of her t-shirt sliding a little and tantalizing him. He reminded himself he was a gentleman, and took another sip of coffee. She asked softly, "What changed?" "I always wanted to be a police officer. It was my childhood dream. And then here I am." She nodded along, raven hair swinging easily with the motion. "It's what my girls know." He sighed heavily. "I don't know what happens to the girls if I change things up. I mean, the job pays the bills, I like it, we get along fine." But Ever nodded again, as if she knew. "You can try to change or you can try to not change. But what you do doesn't matter. Change will find you." Her conviction said she understood, because it had happened to her. Jax felt something subtle shift deep inside. He wanted to ask her what had changed for her, but for the moment he only acknowledged that she was right. He had made pledges. He'd made plans for what and when his changes would occur. He and Michelle would have babies. Michelle would take her maternity leave. They would get a bigger house as the girls got older. With the sudden and unexpected loss of Michelle, all of that had been yanked out from under him. That change had been so terrifying, and so negative that he'd almost sworn off change altogether. But Ever was right, change would still find him. Rotating the coffee cup sitting on the counter in front of him, he fidgeted as he finally turned back to her. The job has changed. His statement was undeniable. Policing had been one thing when he started, and it was another thing now. Too different? She asked. That's just it. I don't know. I think what bothers me is that it's variable. This time she shook her head. But Jax understood that from the outside, police work should have seemed consistent. But it wasn't. So he leaned forward, close enough that if they were dating, he could have snatched a quick kiss from her lips. He couldn't deny he was thinking about it. When you hire on at a station, the chief determines a lot of how things go. The chief is older. They have to be to move through all the ranks and get to that level. So the vast majority of chiefs came up through a system that echoes policing of at least 20 years ago, if not 30 or 40. She was nodding along again, as though she understood now. Then a new chief comes in. They have a new system. Some chiefs like to change something that works just so they can say they do it their way. Others simply don't like the way it was. It poured out of him in a way he hadn't expected, with frustrations he hadn't expressed before. It had been there for a long time, but something about Ever's question triggered it. And something about her openness let him talk about it. I like the current chief. I think she does a really good job. I think the fact that she's a woman helps a lot. But when she retires, we'll get a new chief. Sometimes you get raises and promotions based on seniority, and under other chiefs, you get raises and promotions based on education, or you need to become detective in order to get a raise. Not everyone was suited for that. And I've started to wonder what happens when Chief Justin retires. I'm okay with how things work now here, but if something changed, I'd want to move. I'd want to go to a different station where it was better, where they were innovating and moving forward. Her face showed compassion for his words and his concerns. She seemed to understand what he was getting at, even though he'd never said the words about being a black man in a blue uniform. Given her openness, he pushed further, said things he hadn't. Holding his arm out, he showed off his skin. It was so obvious in his t-shirt that he was out today being a civilian. I know I'm reasonably dark-skinned, but my father is white. He wasn't prepared for when she threw her head back and laughed at him.
12. It took Ever a moment to get herself back together. She was grateful that she hadn't gone back for the second frozen mocha, or she might have spit sprinkles all over the front of his soft blue t-shirt. He seemed to have a thing for blue. She might call him on it later, but right now she couldn't quite get herself together. What? He asked, clearly confused. What? She felt bad. He was speaking sincerely about a tough topic, but she couldn't breathe. Give me a minute. She held up a finger, squeezing the words out through gulping breaths. When at last she got herself together, Ever offered him her sweetest smile. Jackson Mayfair, everybody knows your daddy is white. He looked at her, a little oddly. So she tried again. Your daddy is Jax Mayfair. Your mama is Gigi Mayfair. Gigi Rushworth Mayfair. Your mama is the matriarch of this town. You know that, right? She loved that he looked a little surprised. But then he looked a little concerned. You know all that about my family? She laughed again. I'm not a stalker, Jackson. Everyone knows this. You don't have to announce it. Your father is the younger brother of Con Mayfair, who ran this town before your mama took over. Everybody knows your family history, honey. This town was named Mayfair for a while. We learned that in second grade. Lord, he was cute. He had the decency to blush, and it was adorable. You are a Mayfair of the Georgia Mayfairs. I am a Halifax of the Holes Road Halifaxes. She laid it out as though they were formal British titles. But it was also a bit of a test. She was from the wrong side of the tracks. But so was his mama. He blinked a little. You live on Holes Road? Her humor fled in an instant. She felt her back straighten and her muscles tighten. I do. The little refrain went through her mind, better to find out now if he's like that. She reminded herself she had friends who didn't judge her by her street. Chloe was an FBI agent now, but she'd grown up on Holes Road too. And Ever had Grace Rodriguez. She and her boyfriend Tyler had bought themselves a little house 2 streets over on Oak Lane. The places on that street weren't in quite as bad of shape as the ones on Holes Road, but did it matter to Jax? It was all from the wrong side of town. Ever pressed her lips together and held her tongue, not commenting that his mama had grown up on J Street. It was certainly the nicest street in what had once been the black section of town. And while things had mixed more since Ever was a child, maybe in part due to Gigi and Jax Mayfair's marriage, they still weren't fully integrated. It was just the way small towns were, she knew. It was one of the reasons she'd wanted to get out. But now here she was, staring the Crown Prince of Mayfair in the eyes, and waiting to see what he said to the girl from the wrong side of the tracks. It took a moment, and she watched him get himself together. She could see that his initial reaction wasn't good, but she credited him with his final response. So you live near Grace? She raised one eyebrow. You know where Grace lives? His eyes looked up to the ceiling, and his mouth pressed together, a little chagrined. Sue, you told me my cousin decorated this place. At Sunday dinner. Ever didn't interrupt, but of course they had Sunday dinner. Of course the entire Mayfair clan gathered around a turkey with perfect gravy and dressing every Sunday evening. They couldn't be more perfect if they tried. I asked Emma Kate about it, and she told me about Grace. She was surprised I didn't know who Grace was, because of her case shortly after she arrived. Ah, Ever replied. Again, she had to credit him with the answer. He was a police officer, and an officer certainly would have known, as did a reasonable portion of the town, the story of the new girl fending off her old boyfriend with a baseball bat. Grace doesn't live in that studio anymore. Well, that makes sense. But I have to tell you that I'm sorry you didn't rank higher. He was looking her in the eyes with false sympathy, as she pulled her own brows together about this ranking he was doing. Emma Kate said Grace is her hero. Again, Ever threw her head back and laughed. Jesus, she never thought she'd see the day when Emma Kate Mayfair, perfect princess of town, called someone from Holes Road area a hero, her hero. Ever leaned forward, whispering a little conspiratorially. Grace is kind of my hero too. That was epic what she did. His grin was wide and genuine. It rolled her up inside in a way that it shouldn't have had the power to do. If he'd recognized her from the club when he sat down, he sure wasn't holding it against her now. His next words solidified it. You asked me where I thought I'd be in 10 years. Now, I'm thinking about switching jobs. Also, I told myself I wasn't going to date, at least not until the girls got out of school and out of the house. Honestly, I haven't had any trouble keeping to that plan. Ever understood. Butterflies flipped in her stomach, as she wondered if he was going where she hoped he was going. Where she was afraid he was going. You're right. Change came for me whether I wanted it or not. So I figured I could embrace some more change. I was curious if I could see you somewhere other than the coffee shop. Maybe for dinner? Her immediate response was an emphatic head shake. I've got 9 more years. That's when 7 graduates. I told myself the same, I can't afford to date. The disappointment on his face almost made her change her mind. Jesus, Jackson Mayfair wanted to go out with her. It sounds like a smart choice, he said, though the words were a little clipped. You probably shouldn't date and neither should I, but we both have to eat. I'd appreciate if maybe you'd go out to dinner with me, on a not date. Do you think we could swing that? 13. Hey Virginia. Ever swung the door wide as the woman sauntered through, as though she owned the place. Ever didn't mind. Virginia had actually once owned the home, having moved out and sold it to Ever's mom and Dalton when they'd married. Though she never wanted or planned to own the place herself, Ever knew the fridge had probably been purchased by Virginia, and maybe the dishwasher too. Virginia always had a smile, and Ever was more than grateful that the woman saw her as a granddaughter. Grandma? 7 came running up spouting about his adventures at school that day. 3rd grade was still magical, and luckily he was none the worse for wear from his run-in with the school principal earlier in the week. Ever was grateful. At this stage it all seemed to roll off of him, and he never saw anything more sinister underlying his call to the office. He only believed that he'd made such a convincing bomb that the school officials had believed it. In his book, that was a mark in the positive. When she got some spare time, Ever was going to need to sit down with Ms. Zayat and discuss how they could maybe aim 7's enthusiasm a little bit more carefully. "Oh honey," Virginia held her arms out to the child and pulled him into a huge engulfing hug. She was still taller than 7 and Tiger, even if Royal had already passed her up. "Dinner's on the top shelf of the fridge," Ever told her, though Virginia was still avidly listening to the school adventures. Virginia would have cooked for the boys, but Ever didn't like to take advantage of her that way. Being the boys' grandmother, her volunteering to babysit on the nights Ever worked had made all the difference. Ever almost never had to miss a shift, and they were in good hands. They were with family. On top of that, Virginia wouldn't hear about being paid. She was living off her own Social Security in the much smaller house she'd bought when she sold Ever's parents this place. So Ever always overcooked, and always sent Virginia home with the leftovers. She'd bought presents for Virginia along the way, anything she could do to make the older woman's life easier. She paid her debt in trips to the doctor sometimes, because Virginia needed someone to take her. And she'd gotten the boys and their grandma all movie passes, hoping to make Virginia's life a little bit easier with something to do on a weekend night. Because Lord knew Virginia made her life so much easier. "Oh my." The older woman looked up at Royal. "You do look like my Dalton." She didn't say it every time she came over, but enough to bother a teenager. Over Virginia's shoulder, Ever gestured a too wide smile to Royal, reminding him to say thank you. The comment sometimes just brought up memories of his father for him. He was really the only one of the 3 boys who remembered her mom and Dalton well, and it hurt him more than he was willing to admit, at least to her. But they all gave Virginia a pass. "There's some new movie that opened up this weekend. The boys wanted to see it." Ever snapped her fingers, trying to remember the name. "I was going to ask Grandma if we could go." Royal smiled genuinely as the conversation changed and the comparison to his father slipped away. Ever tapped Virginia on the shoulder. "It's lasagna in the fridge and it's already baked. You just need to reheat it so y'all can eat it whenever you want." It was virtually impossible to pay Virginia what she was worth. And Virginia's refusal allowed Ever to bank more of her money. But she still had to get out the door to get to work on time. She reminded all 3 boys to eat a good dinner and to behave for their grandmother. None of it was really necessary. They'd been doing some version of this since Ever had moved back to Breathless, and they'd been running this routine for 2 years now. They'd run it as long as they could. Until Royal was big enough to watch the littles. Or until something happened and Virginia got too old. The thought made Ever choke back the very idea. She hugged the older woman, not trying to think about how fragile she felt. But Ever was already headed out to her car, her bag waiting in the trunk because she didn't carry it back and forth. She refused to keep her costuming and wigs inside where the boys might find them. Backing out of the driveway, Ever mentally realized that she had been undercounting who knew about her job. It was another point in Virginia's favor that she'd never commented on Ever's very odd hours. If she knew, her grandmother wasn't saying. Every Friday and one other day a week, Ever picked the boys up from school and then turned around and hit the road. Virginia was somehow always free for the odd days, and she never asked what Ever was doing or why she came home somewhere between 2 and 4 in the morning. Virginia also never complained. Though Ever carefully removed all her makeup and changed back into her street clothes before coming home, in part because walking out of the club looking like one of the dancing girls was a good way to get assaulted in the parking lot, she had to have come home at some point with glitter on her chest or her cheek. So Ever tallied it up again, not liking that the numbers were climbing. Virginia had to have known all along. Grace knew. Grace knew because Ever had told her, and because when Grace was new in town she'd been desperate for money. So Ever had suggested a job at the Champagne Peach. Grace had found a waitressing job instead. But that was one more person who knew Ever's secret. Royal knew. He knew because he'd figured it out on his own. He'd been mad. He thought she should quit, but Ever convinced him of 3 things. She didn't hate it that much, she couldn't earn enough money to keep them out of foster care otherwise, and she was safe. He'd not mentioned it again. And now Jackson Mayfair knew. But he'd still asked her out. Her brain turned over trying every possibility it could, and she found herself in the back of the employee lot of the club before she'd even realized she was there. Pulling her bag out of the trunk, she slung it over her shoulder and headed inside, glad to see BJ's old Volvo in the parking lot. There was only one other car that looked like theirs, used and family-oriented. The rest were sleek little sporty models that looked like they were driven by a woman who was making a lot of money. Ever could just about match the boob job to the car. But she tried not to judge. They all had their own reasons for being here. She didn't see the little red Camaro though. No Kelly. Maybe her sticky fingers had gotten the best of her. Though Ever wished she could have seen Gregory boot Kelly from the club, it was good enough that she wasn't here. 5 hours later she was sitting next to BJ making pencil marks in the spreadsheet she'd printed out. She didn't bring her iPad in to work. Every now and then someone broke into the back room. And there were girls like Kelly. "Look at this," she told BJ, pointing to one column. "You need to dance cherry pie at least once each night." BJ was nodding. "Damn girl. I've been doing this a long time, and I've been doing it a long time at this club. My income is up 15% since you started running the numbers for me." Ever smiled. She would never have expected BJ to even know what percentage her income was up. She handed her friend the page and asked, "How are the girls?" "Layla is going on a ski trip next month with her boyfriend's family." Layla was just 15. Ever wasn't sure if she would allow Royal to travel with a girlfriend when he was 15. Then again, BJ had been only 16 when she had Layla. And Leanne joined the mathletes. Ever laughed. She'd never met either of BJ's daughters but felt she knew them. They were clearly as different as night and day, and neither quite like their mom. "Something's off." BJ held a long acrylic nail out toward Ever, motioning from head to toe. Then her mouth dropped open. "Man troubles. You got man troubles." Ever opened her mouth to protest. She absolutely did not have man troubles. But she did. Unpinning her wig, she focused on cleaning her face. Thank God it was the end of the shift. With a sigh, she told BJ the whole story. "And he's some kind of town royalty?" BJ asked. Ever nodded as she wiped cold cream off her face. BJ had convinced her that the old-fashioned stuff was the best. It looked like something her grandmother would have used, but damn if it didn't work. "And he's a cop?" Unfortunately, BJ was only reiterating all the thoughts she had herself. Then BJ looked her in the eye and said, "No way." "But." "No, honey. You absolutely cannot do that. Not unless you're willing to go completely public with all of this." She waved her hand around the back room, as if suggesting everything. Ginger was sauntering by in only her heels and her G-string. Her naturally red hair flipped over her shoulder. She was more than willing to be recognized in public. On the other side of the room, 2 new girls sat with their heads together, twittering as they counted cash. Ever remembered those days. Now she and BJ were taking bets on how long those girls would last. In the stark light, the costumes didn't glitter quite as much. The makeup looked garish. It all seemed surreal. She looked to BJ and shook her head. "I have 9 more years before 7 graduates." It was a stark feeling, almost like hearing the jail door lock behind her. She didn't hate the job, she just hated that she couldn't get out of it. BJ understood. She'd been at this longer than most, and she was still standing. Ever wasn't even sure Layla and Leanne knew what their mother did. BJ's advice had saved her more than once. BJ's word was gold. So it hit like an arrow to the chest when her friend said, "Then you can't throw a bomb into it. Not like the one you're lighting right now, baby girl." 14. Ever sat at the table, phone in hand, chatting with Chloe. "I shouldn't be here." The bubble almost immediately appeared in return. "Why?" "I think it's a great idea." Ever was of two minds about that, and she found herself in one of those rare times where her friends disagreed. Usually, if she was doing something stupid, BJ and Chloe, and these days sometimes even Royal, were willing to tell her she should stop doing it. If they all told her not to do something, she would back out, say no, and maybe make them generate her excuse. But she followed their advice, even if she didn't want to. Ever had learned not to discount the powerful message of her friends, who saw things in a different light than she did. But now Chloe was telling her she deserved something good in her life. That she should go for it and see Jackson, even actually gasp, date him if he asked. That was radically different from what BJ was saying. Ever wanted to see Jackson. She felt better just waiting for their not a date to roll around. She was happy when she was with him, and he made her feel seen, something she hadn't quite realized was missing until it happened. But she was lying to everyone about her job. She drove an hour each way just so no one found her. She said it was to keep the crazies from trailing her home. She said it was because she didn't want to pull her shirt off for men she knew, men she might see at the PTA meeting. And because she didn't like the way people judged her for it, when they had no right. But in the end, she lied about it. Then again, Jackson had figured her out, and he was still coming. Wasn't he? Scanning the restaurant as best she could without actually standing to do it, she fought the disappointment of still not spotting him. Then again, she was early. It was still fine. Chloe thought she should see Jax. But Chloe didn't live here, didn't see Ever's life in action anymore. She hadn't for a long time. Then again, neither did BJ. There had only been a few times when she and BJ had met for lunch or such, outside of the Peach. BJ was her work friend, but Ever had worked so hard to keep her job and the rest of her life separate, that maybe BJ didn't know what she was talking about. The whole internal argument depressed her a little bit. Who did she have who really saw her? "Are you early or am I late?" Jax's rum-smooth voice had her snapping her head up, as he pulled out the seat across from her. He sat down with that wide and disarming grin tugging at her, and making her think BJ was right. But right or not, she was already here, wasn't she? "I was a little early. I got done with my errands faster than planned." She had specifically run errands before coming here, as though not getting ready and having a certain open time frame made it less of a date. "I was afraid maybe you thought I'd stood you up." This time she said it. "You can't stand me up. It's not a date." It wasn't even dinner. It was lunch, making it even less of one. When they'd tried to find a time for dinner, they realized that Jackson's days off were their best options. Ever didn't want to hit up Virginia for even more babysitting for something like this. Lord knew she already used the woman 3 long nights a week. Though it wasn't a date, Ever still didn't order the salad. She did not want to sit there with greens stuck between her teeth. Then again, maybe she should. That would guarantee that he would not want to date her. They talked nonstop. Jackson told her about his girls, about how they always dressed alike. "I'm beginning to wonder, when does it stop being cute and start becoming concerning?" "I think you have quite some time before it becomes an issue." She hoped she knew what she was talking about. "I'm no therapist, but kids are only starting to get an idea of who they are at that age. At least I saw that in the boys around then. I don't know about twins, but I would imagine if I had one, a lot of who I was would be wrapped up in her. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing." "Thank you." He breathed out an obvious sigh of relief, as though her opinion mattered. Ever told herself it didn't. She told herself it wasn't a date. He asked about Riley Zayat and the gifted class. "I wish I could have gotten the other boys into it, like 7. She really did regret that. Royal was past the age to enter the program. And Tiger? Well, I didn't really know that I needed to do the pushing to get him tested. The teachers can recommend students for testing, but it's really hit and miss. They really should just test everyone, and having a parent advocate for a kid shouldn't make that big a difference. She could see the concern in his eyes. That's good to know. Do you think either of your girls are gifted? You really need to get on the school, and then you need to stay on their case. Because they'll tell you they'll do it, and then it just won't happen sometimes. They talked back and forth about stupid things. Babysitters and what a godsend they were. His mother and sister, and when the girls had been babies. And then, when she was taking a bite of a ravioli, he asked her, "So what do you do for a living?" She almost choked right there. He didn't know. How could he not know? Now, Ever got herself together and refused him from whacking her on the back like a child. She knew her face was frowning at him. She couldn't help it. Was it a test? She'd been so confident in the coffee shop the other day that he'd figured out where he recognized her from. He had to know. But she wasn't going to tell him if he hadn't figured it out. So she carefully rearranged her expression into a bland smile and gave the answer she gave most everyone. "I'm a server." "Server?" He looked surprised. "I wouldn't have pegged you for that." Was he calling her out? Technically, she did occasionally serve drinks. "I work in one of the clubs down in Atlanta." He nodded along, finally letting her release her held breath. "Good tips?" He was either way easier about her working in a strip club than she thought, or he was so much the good boy that it didn't occur to him that a club meant a strip club, and not that she was slinging drinks at one of the raves. There are certainly plenty of those in town too. So she only added, "Yeah, good tips." There was something about the way his eyes scrunched up, and his brows came together. He wasn't frustrated or angry. His head tipped. He was curious. "I wouldn't have thought you'd be waiting tables. You seem much more?" He searched for a word. "Calculated." Then he huffed out a breath, clearly irritated at himself. "That sounds cold. I mean more that you would have made a path that didn't wind up being a server." He obviously felt he'd stepped in it again, and he was backpedaling hard. She understood. Even though she wasn't a server, she was a tipped employee in a job that very few people aimed for and most fell into. Calculated is a good word. "I have 3/4 of a statistics degree." She'd let him off the hook and his face lit up. "Yes, that makes sense." It was both interesting and disheartening that the Ever she wasn't quite allowed to be was the one he was most attracted to. But she told herself it didn't matter. It wasn't a date. And she wasn't doing anything with Jackson Mayfair. "When do you graduate?" She almost snorted in response before she even thought about it. "The 12th of never." That earned her an immediate reaction. "But you're 3/4 of the way there. You're not going to graduate?" She shrugged. "Can't work on 3/4 of a statistics degree from Duke. I can't just conjure 3 semesters of classes. I don't have my scholarship anymore. It's been 4 years since I left. They don't let you just turn up on the doorstep and finish." His face fell. He'd thought she was a current student, not a dropout. 4 long hard years and 9 to go. But she didn't say that part. "Can you reapply?" "Yes." "But when?" "I'm in Breathless, Georgia. That's a long way from Durham. And I have 9 more years before 7 graduates." "But how did you attend with the boys in the first place?" "Ah yes. There it was." Ever tipped her head, her mouth pulled tight. She was suddenly disappointed. She had figured Jax was better than everybody else. She knew what Georgette Harris thought. What all the ladies in the carpool thought. But the fact that Jax thought it too made her heart sink in her chest. She looked at him and said, "You haven't figured it out."
15. He'd stepped in it again. Jax knew as he saw on her face that she had expected better of him, and she hadn't gotten it. That was maybe the response that most dug a hole into him. Even as a kid, he hadn't really cared if someone was angry at him. But if they were disappointed, He could have sat in his room and cried for days. His brain flashed through a lot of the choices he'd made. For the first time, it occurred to him that maybe the things he'd thought he wanted to do were more about not disappointing someone. He did what he learned as an adult to do in situations like these. I'm so sorry. I haven't figured it out. What am I missing? The apology, and the genuine admission of error, rather than trying to make something up and act like he did know, seemed to suit her. He watched as Ever's features relaxed a little bit. They're not my boys. She said it with the clarity of stating she'd kidnapped them. Now it was her turn to backpedal. I mean, they are. They're mine now. She paused for a moment, and Jax didn't know what to do. How should he respond to that? At least he relaxed a little when she continued. I didn't have Royal when I was 15 years old. I was too busy taking Algebra 2 so I could get into calculus in high school. And I was too busy not having a boyfriend to get knocked up. I was worried about my biology final. On the Friday, my little brother was born. Oh crap. That makes so much more sense. He'd known she was young. And he knew plenty of people who had their first child young. Some on purpose, some in high school by accident. Sometimes once they had their first kid young, they just had more. But he really hadn't pegged Ever as the type to have 2 or 3 while she was still a teenager. In the end, he'd figured she just looked young. How old are you? He blurted out. He immediately waved his hand at her, across the table in a stopping motion. You don't have to tell me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I'm 29. She wasn't that much younger than him. He tried at one point to see if she was right about his age. Could she have gotten married and started her family right out of high school? Stop doing that. I can see you carrying the one. She sighed at him, then laid it out. I was barely in high school when Royal was born. I stayed home and worked for several years after I graduated to save money for school. The boys were little, and my family didn't have the kind of money to send me to college in the first place, let alone to Duke. So I worked. She paused a moment. My family fed me and gave me a bedroom. And I saved every penny and filed my own taxes, so I qualified for the most financial aid. Wow. When he looked back at his own path to college, it had been very different. His family had merely asked where he wanted to go. Though there were schools that he understood would require a scholarship or aid for him to attend, that was about it. He'd gone as a dependent of his parents, filing with their taxes each year for what little grant money the government would throw his way. His father had worked at the local factory, coming in with a degree and immediately stepping into management. He'd been old school, the tail end of the men who'd supported their family on one income. They'd bought their house, and his mother had mostly stayed home with him and his sister. Jackson was pretty sure his folks now had 7 figures in the bank. Definitely the low end of that, but 7 figures because they'd been smart and saved their money. They hadn't bought a new house and upgraded each chance they got. They paid it all off. Drove affordable cars and didn't take flashy vacations. But Jax hadn't had to spend as many years working and saving for college as going. His respect was growing. That was a solid work ethic, and she'd fully explained why she couldn't go back. Saving up for a last year of tuition would be too much. He'd asked enough stupid questions, but he also figured one more couldn't hurt. They're your half-brothers. Biologically, yes. My dad ran off before I turned 2. My mom met Dalton when I was about 5. I remember their wedding. I was the flower girl. She said it with a self-satisfied grin that he found endearing. It had been a small risk, and he was glad he hadn't stepped in it again. It was more than a little concerning that he was so anxious to learn every detail about a woman that he absolutely was not dating. We lived in an apartment for a few years, then they bought the house from his mother, my grandma Virginia now. They waited a few more years, then a few more, and then my mom got pregnant. I remember being so excited. But looking back now, I can see they had all these concerns. Was it too early? Was it too late? But after Royal, they went ahead and had the other two boys. It was clear that she loved her brothers dearly. It was becoming obvious to Jax just what kind of a person she was. Her parents clearly weren't still in the picture, but she was here, getting the boys to school and more. They were on time, well-fed and well-mannered. He could only hope he did as good of a job. But she started speaking again, this time with a wholly different tone. Then, just before 7 turned 4, my mom and Dalton died in a car accident. He could see it on her face. She wasn't still in the early stages of grief, but the mere memory still hit her hard. I came home in the spring term of my junior year. I've been here ever since. He would have reached up and rapped at his own chest with a fist to assuage the knot that had formed there. But he understood that she didn't want his sympathy. Ever Halifax wouldn't want anyone feeling anything like that for her. Don't get me wrong, she leaned in a little, her voice a little proud. I love my brothers, and I would have done all of this anyway. But Dalton did everything for me. I had no father, and he became one. I have his last name. He made sure I had dance classes, and I think they held off on having the boys so he could provide better for me. So I'm here until 7 graduates, and then we'll play it from there. Jax couldn't help but admire the conviction with which she said it. And the fact that she said it with determination, rather than resignation. He also understood from the words she used that this life wasn't her first choice, or probably even her second. He shouldn't be falling for her harder. They shouldn't have stayed at the table as long as they did. He'd ordered a dessert he wouldn't usually have gotten, just to keep the meal going, to keep her there. It was heavy conversation, but being with Ever made him feel lighter, and he didn't want to let it go. It's almost time for the carpool line. It seemed she was just as surprised by her own announcement as he was. We should do this again. He hadn't meant to throw it out there. It just leapt from his lips. But he wanted it. Her mouth opened, an immediate protest forming, but he was ready. Obviously, we both need another single parent to talk to. Leaving it at that, he waited until he saw that she liked it. That he acknowledged her as a single parent, rather than just as a big sister who had come in and was clearly doing her best. Just so you know, it was out of the blue, but he suddenly found he didn't want to leave without it being said. You're doing an amazing job. Riley talks about 7 at Sunday dinner sometimes. She was furious that they called him into the office over what looked like a Wile E. Coyote contraption. Ever grinned. I knew I liked her. She's a good egg. His cousin Christian was lucky. As for Jax, he'd decided he didn't want any other women in his life. He'd had Michelle, and he'd lost her. There had been no plans to find another wife or even lover, but now he was beginning to see the appeal. Still, he struggled to untangle his attraction to Ever from his old decision to stay loyal to Michelle. While Michelle herself hadn't faded, parts of their relationship had. Though he had initially thought it would sustain him forever, he was realizing now that was a foolish plan. He was young enough that he would likely eventually find someone else and fall in love. He was stupid enough to look across the table and tell himself that he hadn't already done it. No, this wasn't a date. So he said, next week, same time. Want to try out a different place? 16.
Even in these modern times, many belles attend a charm or finishing school, for that spit and polish every girl needs.
You look better, Harper Rose said it over the rim of an iced tea that Jax was pretty sure was spiked with something. His hands were full. Scarlett had grabbed him and begged him to swing her, right there in her grandmother's living room. She was squealing with glee while he swept her back and forth, feet flying in a way his mother would never allow except for her own grandchildren. Salem was loudly waiting her turn, and he wasn't sure he'd heard Harper Rose correctly. His cousin had 3 girls of her own. It only just then occurred to him that he told Ever he needed the help of another single parent when he had one right here. He loved Harper Rose. It simply hadn't occurred to him that he should hit her up for advice. For a moment, he thought about connecting her with Ever. Harper's oldest was slightly younger than Tiger, and her smallest just a few months younger than the twins. He told himself that the little sensation at the back of his brain that told him not to was because Harper Rose could come across as uptight and Ever was anything but. Harper Rose was a belle through and through. She'd married Thad Bass the moment she graduated from college and had become an at-home mom as soon as she could. Jax wasn't sure if her degree was in literature or home economics, but he was pretty confident that no matter which department it came from, it was designed to be an MRS. His cousin had done all the things Ever couldn't. She'd presided over a huge McMansion with just enough land that she couldn't see into her neighbors' windows. She'd had a maid service and private school for her kids. He remembered them all flying into town first class for the holidays. Then Thad had died suddenly, and Harper had discovered it had all been lies. He'd mortgaged everything to the hilt except for their house, which he couldn't because he'd used a shell company to purchase it. So there was nothing Harper Rose could do to keep a home that technically neither she nor her late husband owned. No, he thought, he didn't need to introduce his cousin to Ever Halifax. Ever never would have let that happen. She would have been running the books herself, and she would have known if her home was owned by a shell corporation. What is it? Harper Rose pushed at him, her grin uneasy, green eyes knowing. The red of her hair gave her expression a devilish edge. There was more to her than he gave her credit for, he knew, but he said, "I'm glad I look better." Did I look bad? No. You just always look staid and stoic. But you were doing what you needed to do. Now you look happier, like life is going the way you want. She said it with a soft undertone that told him she knew she was treading the same kind of dangerous ground. It hit him that she was right. He'd found joy in his girls, and he appreciated his job. For the most part, he did like it. But he hadn't been really happy since he and Michelle had driven to the hospital when she was in labor. They'd gone that night, so hopeful he could still almost feel it. Then, like a dark cloud passing, he thought again that he'd driven her there and she'd never come home. "Do you know what I wish for you, Jackson?" Well, that took a turn, but he had to admit he was interested. "I wish that someday something will come along that makes you unable to wish things back the way they were." It didn't make any sense, and he frowned at her as she took another sip at the tea. He was certain now it had rum in it. She kept talking. "When bad things happen, we wish they hadn't. We wish we could go back to before and keep living that timeline where the bad thing didn't happen." He could see it in her eyes. She was speaking of her own experience as much as his, and how she wished her life had gone differently. But if we're lucky, someday something good enough happens that we can't wish it away. If the bad thing hadn't happened, we wouldn't have the good thing we have now. Yes. He'd spent the last 4 years wishing Michelle hadn't died, believing he should be living a different life than the one he was. For the first time, he'd made the first step towards Harper's wish. He liked where he was, and there was hope on the horizon. It didn't matter if Ever was right for him or not. It didn't matter if his growing feelings were inappropriate. They were what they were, and they made him happy. That's a good wish. Have you reached that point? She shook her head. No, not at all. This time she didn't sip at the tea, she took a big drink. Her loss was more recent than his. He at least had been able to bury Michelle as the woman he'd loved. He'd known he'd had a good thing. Harper had to bury her husband, realizing that she'd never known him. The man she'd loved hadn't existed at all. He was getting ready to tell her he wished the same for her, as Carlyle popped up next to them and interrupted excitedly. "Did you see? Look." She held up her phone, and they all examined a recent picture of Charlie. He was standing on one of the landing skids of a helicopter, hanging almost horizontally by a set of straps. His ever-present camera seemed glued to his hand. "What is he even taking pictures of?" Jax asked as he traded out Scarlet for Salem and watched with his peripheral vision where he swung his daughter's feet. He'd gotten good at having adult conversations, literally over their heads. I don't know, but look. She held the phone up closer, her finger on the headline. Oh, that's cool. Charlie had won a humanitarian award of some kind. Though Jax wanted to get as excited as Carlisle did, he couldn't keep track of the awards that Charlie Weaver had won at this point. It didn't matter, as Carlisle was already bouncing away, making the rounds to show off pictures of her twin to anyone whose attention she could hold. From across the room, he heard her, "Mama, don't you worry about him. He's good." Something about the conviction behind his cousin's words made Harper Rose raise an eyebrow at him, as if Carlisle was trying to convince herself more than her mother. But Harper Rose was Harper Rose. She'd seamlessly incorporated Carlisle's interruption into the conversation, and she now moved right back to where she was. Rattling the ice in her now empty highball, she looked at him as though she'd figured out all the secrets of his universe. Then she asked pointedly, "Are you going to bring her to Sunday dinner?" 17. He'd followed her out from their third lunch, which they still claimed was a single parents' meeting group. Neither of them acknowledged the absurdity of it having just two people. He hadn't said anything about the group for 2 meetings now, because it was as stupid as it sounded. Also, because he was watching her as she walked away, enjoying the view a little too much. Ever turned, a grin on her soft lips as she glanced back over her shoulder and caught him looking. At least she waved at him before she turned back around. Yeah, no one else was getting invited to their little club. Certainly not his cousin Harper Rose, who at least hadn't asked again if he was going to bring her to Sunday dinner. The very idea had been haunting him ever since she'd proposed it. Was ever the kind of woman that he should bring to family dinners? He managed to answer himself with both a resounding yes and an oh hell no. He'd wanted to ask how she'd come up with her children's names. Royal, Tiger, and Seven were certainly off the beaten path. But once he realized she wasn't the one who named them, he understood that they were simply the children of the same woman who'd named her daughter Ever. Sometimes he thought he should bring her, even though they were absolutely not dating. And sometimes he thought he couldn't. She wouldn't fit. Ever had made more than one comment about being from the wrong side of the tracks. Each time he told himself that didn't matter, and it wouldn't matter to his family. His own mother was from a similar area of town. But from the stories, his mother hadn't quite fit either. She'd carved her own place in the Mayfair hierarchy. Being married to the second son of the most prominent family in town had helped. Ever being invited to Sunday dinner wasn't close to the same. But when he thought that, he was just ashamed of himself. None of it should make a difference. Whether or not she was invited should be about how he felt about her. Since he absolutely was not dating her, it should be a non-issue. He watched as she climbed into her car, pulling the door closed. She had somewhere to be this time, she'd said. Probably a good thing. He likely looked like a sad puppy eyeing treats it wasn't allowed to have. He'd get to cross paths with her again, in the car pickup lane. But she said she had work later tonight. He'd learned that she worked Friday and Saturday nights, and then one other night during the week that was chosen by her boss. The 3-days-a-week schedule seemed almost luxurious, but waiting tables wasn't. This week, today was her random day. As he turned to walk away, he heard a mechanical scrubbing noise behind him. Just when he told himself it was time to walk away from Ever Halifax, the sound called him back. The noise stopped, and when it started again, he couldn't resist. Ever needed him. She sat behind the wheel encased in the glass of the car, pulling him back to his original thoughts that she was Snow White. Only she wasn't asleep. She was banging on the steering wheel, her face scrunching in anger that would have been adorable if he wasn't feeling for the problem. He could have laughed at the words he could read on those pretty lips, and they weren't repeatable. Heading back, he heard silence, and then the noise again. Yeah, that car wasn't starting. He opened her door to a quickly truncated string of curse words. Not today, she whispered as she closed her eyes and didn't even thank him for coming back over. You need a tow. Call the number on your AAA card. She shook her head. I don't have it. Does your insurance cover it? I don't use it, so I turned it off. She was obviously angry at herself. Don't. But don't what? He didn't really know. Let me see if my mom knows a guy. The light that passed her eyes was clearly a mix of despairing humor, and once again he almost laughed. Ever at least refrain from a wry, I'm sure your mama knows someone. But it was there. Within 3 minutes, his mother had in fact given him a number, and Jax passed it on. I'd call, but you know all the information. And you'll want them to have your number. She nodded, started to punch a number into her phone, though he was pretty sure it wasn't the number he'd given her. Thank you for this, but I've got it from here. I'll wait, he said as though it were the most natural offer in the world. You'll probably need a ride. She shook her head, the movement small and tight, as if to say, I'm going to need so many things. As he stood there watching, her spine straightened and became steel. He'd seen his mother and his sister do it. Hell, Harper Rose was living it, that Southern woman ability to get shit done, even in the worst of circumstances. Ever set up a tow and rattled off the name of a mechanic that he hadn't heard of, then proceeded to hang up. She looked at him again. It's going to be 40 minutes. He could see she was mentally taking things off of her list. There weren't any tow truck drivers that he knew of who operated out of Breathless. So the 40-minute wait time didn't surprise him. On a busy night, he knew it could take hours. What do you need? She shook her head. I don't think you can do any of it. Hold on. He listened in as she called someone named Virginia. Can you get the boys in the carpool line this afternoon? He whispered an interruption to her call. He'd already be there, so he volunteered. I can get them. Ever shook her head immediately. You can't. You're not on the list. And they won't go with you anyway. He almost laughed, imagining Ever's boys taking one look at him and screaming, "Stranger danger," at the top of their lungs. That was fair. I have 40 minutes to sit here, and 50 things to do while I wait. Virginia will swing by and get me later. When? After she gets the boys. After school pickup. He calculated quickly. That's another hour after your tow truck gets here, honey. Had he really just called her honey? Should he try to act like he hadn't? Waiting to see how she answered, he told himself he would have done this for any friend, even a friend who clearly had the situation in control. He was still waiting while she called into work. Jeremy, I can't make it tonight. My car won't start. Yes. I know it's 4 hours before shift. But I've got another 40 minutes before the tow truck driver even gets here, and I don't know what's wrong with it. Yes, that's why I'm giving you a full 4 hours of notice. That was probably pretty good warning for missing a service job, Jax thought. Yes, I understand you're giving my shift away. She was trying to hold her tone together, but he could see the anger simmering even if it wasn't in her voice. That sounded harsh. She offered a few more terse agreements before hanging up. Jax tried to calculate what it was going to cost her. There was the price of the car repair, but she was apparently also losing a full night's tips. The tightness in her voice told him she hated losing the money. How much do you usually clear a night? He asked. She looked up at him as if he had no right to ask that, and he didn't. But she answered, It's good. This will hurt. What does that mean? That he gave your shift away? She shook her head and looked out the front windshield at nothing. It just means he's putting someone else in tonight to cover for me. And it's already Thursday, so it's not a shift trade. He meant I won't get to make up the shift at all. After a moment her eyes darted left and right before landing on the steering wheel. Her focus was absolute, as though she was about to break down. But he was just standing there in the open car door. The weather was more than a little muggy, but it didn't matter. She couldn't start the car to run the AC anyway. She held it together for one more moment before taking a forcibly slow deep breath. Ever Halifax was about to lose it. So he did the only thing he could think of to distract her from the problems at hand. He leaned in and kissed her.
18. She'd been startled by the kiss. Her mind had been elsewhere. She hadn't seen him coming. But her eyes had dropped closed, then she'd felt his breath brush her lips moments before his lips did. It was only the softest hint of warning. When he kissed her, she gasped. She'd been too surprised to take him in, take his confidence and make it her own. It took half a heartbeat to settle in and kiss him back. But by then, he was pulling away. Ever felt her eyes fluttering open to see the shock on his face. So he hadn't meant to do that. He wasn't supposed to do that. They'd agreed they were not dating. But did it matter if they kissed, if they weren't dating? Did it matter because she wanted this? Reaching out, she grabbed his shirt to tug him back close. But it didn't quite work. Her hand didn't get a fistful of his shirt, and landed flat on his chest. When she would have hauled him close, he sucked in a breath and backed away. Still too startled by what he'd done to react rationally, she whispered the words, "Thank you." It was soft enough that she wasn't sure he'd heard them. Then he blinked hard. He'd heard her. What the hell was she thanking him for anyway? For calming her down? For taking a really shitty moment and making it infinitely less shitty? For making her first kiss in next to forever surprising and sweet? He stepped back and straightened his shirt. His eyes slowly focused on the car parked in front of hers, then swung back to her. He looked at her as though the kiss had never happened. Had she imagined it? "I'll wait with you." He offered it as though it were a standard social exchange. But then he looked at her and said, "I'll drive you home, or to the mechanics." Do they do loaner cars? She laughed at him. Do you know where D&D Auto Body is? He shook his head, clearly never having heard of it. Not surprising, because Devon operated out of a garage in a string of warehouses at the edge of town. Let's just say Devon isn't in the area where they do loaners. Do you want to take it to a different shop? One where they do. This time she wanted to laugh at him for his naivete. Despite what she pulled off the floor for each shift, she wasn't rolling in anything. This was going to hurt her savings, and she didn't want to pay the kind of money to go to a place that would give her a loaner. What she was willing to share was just, "My dad, Dalton, and Devon used to own the shop together." He nodded then, but she said it anyway. "Devon takes real good care of me. He's family." She watched as it soaked in. She wasn't just from the wrong side of the tracks, she was embedded in it. Her father owned a business on that side of town. She worked out of town. Hell, even Grace's Cafe was a bright spot near an old strip mall, a place that could easily cater to the businesses that weren't in the sparkling main square. The people who didn't work at the courthouse like he did. So I don't have to follow the car to the shop. I just need to get home. She leaned back in the seat and watched as he lifted one finger and turned away. Only then did Ever realize that she'd suggested that he drive her home. Well, he'd offered. Then he'd run off. But as she was letting her head fall back against the headrest, she heard his engine. He'd parked his own smaller car next to her behemoth of a beast. He rolled down the window and called up to her, "Come sit here with me. I've got air conditioning on." The laugh that burbled out of her was genuine. She was being seduced by air conditioning. He should have said he had a box of puppies. She looked around and grabbed her purse before stepping out. As she was about to climb in his passenger seat, she realized she hadn't thought far enough ahead. She was going to lose the car, for 3 or 4 days at a minimum. Crap. She couldn't leave the things in her trunk while the car was towed away. Not if she wanted to work any shifts this weekend. She sucked in a hard breath. It was this, or make up some ridiculous excuse then wait on the curb with her things for an hour before Virginia could get there. "Can I get some things?" She motioned toward the back of her car. When he nodded, Ever popped open the hatch and looked at her bags. Damn. One was open. Her pink wig was peeking out, and she reached out to slam the zipper across before he could see it. She had 2 duffel bags full of boots and wigs. It didn't seem to matter that the costumes themselves were small, there was a lot of it. She lifted one strap over her shoulder, always forgetting how heavy it was. She loved Devon, but she had to take both bags with her. Sometimes things got stolen, and each bag would cost several $1,000s to replace. "Let me get one?" Jackson was standing beside her, but Ever quickly shook her head. Jesus, if he felt how heavy or clunky it was, he would have questions. "Can you just open the trunk?" Though he frowned a little at her refusal, Jax didn't argue. His trunk was small compared to hers, but she shoved the first bag in, and as she laid in the second one, she realized a few strands of pink wig had escaped through the zipper. Reaching up, she pulled the trunk from where he held it open, and she slammed it, maybe a little too hard. "Thanks." Had he seen it? Did he know what it was? "Come sit with me. The car should be cool by now." For that, she was grateful. As long as she could get the bags into the house without him noticing what was in them, she would be okay. But he didn't seem to have seen. He just called his mother again, and asked her if anyone owed them a favor he could call in. When he hung up, he turned to her, grinning. "I can get you a rental car on the cheap. I don't want you using up a favor for me. What if you need it?" "I do. Right now." "For you," he said. "Thank you." There was nothing more she could say. But she had to ask. "What kind of car?" "It's a company. They've got a whole fleet. You can get what you want." He pointed to her SUV, as though she might want another like that. It was now just a hunk of metal that was going to cost her money. She simply nodded again, not ready to call in his favor or do anything else. They sat in silence then, Ever calculating the lost dollars from tonight. The lost shift she could account for. It wasn't just tonight's lost money though. Jeremy would put her on the worst shifts for the next few weeks, because he didn't like it when people canceled on him at the last minute. He had absolutely no sympathy for life events like dead engines. So she was going to lose more than just tonight's income, as well as whatever it cost to fix the car. There was no way right now to calculate that. Ever could only hope it was a spark plug or something simple. But it seemed she wouldn't have any luck if it weren't for bad luck. She tried to breathe, and she reminded herself that she did have savings, however small they were, as they waited for the tow truck to arrive. Luckily, he got there in 20 minutes, not 40. A short while later, she'd signed the papers, giving the driver directions to D&D, and then she was back in Jackson's car, now completely at his mercy. "I'll take you home." He put the car in gear, then added, "And if you want, later, I can get you to the rental place." She could only nod along. It was easier to do whatever he suggested than to try to come up with her own plan, or to fight him. So she found herself giving him directions onto Holes Road. He bounced along the unkept pavement as his nice car that she was certain he had not planned to drive on ill-kept roads. She was alternately embarrassed and proud of the houses on her street. Embarrassed for the state of disrepair and the neighborhood she lived in. And proud because she knew the people here. She'd grown up with them. She understood that they were keeping it together, despite some pretty serious struggles. As he pulled up the gravel drive that was only in slightly better shape than the street, she practically threw open the door and bolted away, calling back, "Thank you for everything." He'd pulled up under the old tin carport, where her car wasn't parked now. Ever aimed for the side door, frantic to get her key in, and get away from the man who had such a magnetic pull on her. "Ever," he called out, getting out of the car behind her. She didn't turn. Why was he getting out? "You forgot your bags." She heard him popping open the trunk, and froze where she stood on the top step. Still facing the door, she swallowed hard. If he could have seen her face, he would have seen the defeat there. Behind her, his feet crunched the gravel as he played the gentleman and delivered her bags. Her bags full of thigh-high shiny boots. Breakaway sequined bras. G-strings in every color. And more. "Here, I'll bring them inside." He was beside her, his tone jovial. She could only pray that he didn't realize what he was carrying. Again, it was easier not to fight him. So she twisted the key and swung the door open to old yellowed linoleum flooring and a kitchen from an era she was certain Jackson's mother had never embraced. She wasn't normally ashamed of her home, but she also didn't normally have the Crown Prince of Mayfair carrying her stripper costumes into her kitchen for her. He set them down just inside the door. Those are heavy. What is even in there? Work uniforms? She scrambled as his brows pulled together as if to say that no waitress he knew needed a uniform that obviously involved some kind of clunky boots and heavy pieces. She tossed a fake laugh at him. And then she lied. You know, stuff for the boys too. He nodded at that, seeming to accept it. But she didn't. It had been hard enough to tell him she was a server, even though she kind of was. It was a fudge and not a flat lie. Like this. Thank you for everything, she told him. In her own brain, she believed she was pushing him out the door. But as she reached for him, her arms twined up around his neck and she pushed up on her tiptoes, catching the surprised look on his face before her lips met his. 19. Kissing Jax felt like heaven. Her mouth moved boldly across his. Ever barely registered her actions. There was only the feeling of his arms sliding around her waist and tugging her close. This time he didn't seem surprised. This time they were each reaching for the other. She ignored the old linoleum and the couch that hadn't been new even when she was small. She ignored the TV set that was 3 generations back and the laptop that Royal had left on the coffee table. Her life was a series of contradictions, and she hoped Jax Mayfair didn't see them. Or if he did, that he didn't judge. Her hips moved of their own accord. She was supposed to be running errands. She locked her hands behind his neck, holding him close. She was supposed to pick up the boys after school. She pushed up on her tiptoes and licked at the bold mouth that tempted her. She was supposed to not get involved with this man. As his eyes fell closed and his mouth surrendered to her, she swept her tongue across his and pressed her whole body to his. His head lowered just a fraction, and he captured her mouth and took control of the kiss. She was pushed against the wall, held by his body and his ravaging tongue. Ever surrendered to the feelings that pulsed through her system. She needed this. She needed him. She told herself she was kissing Jax to distract him. She didn't need the questions she saw on his face. But she didn't see questions in his eyes now. She saw desire. Need. Heat. She was kissing him because she wanted to. He moved back away from the wall, and she felt the loss of him acutely. For a moment she feared she'd gone too far. Her heart clenched in her chest as she waited for the reprimand, the cold look, for when his arms fell away and he left without words. But his arms didn't fall away. He was tugging at her, turning them and placing himself against the wall. He was lower now, nestling her between his legs and pulling her closer. She crashed into him again, a tangle of arms and mouths and wants. It had been so long since she'd been with anyone. Since she'd returned home to handle her parents' funerals and realized that there was no going back. There was no one else for the boys. So she was kindling, dry and waiting, and with a single touch, Jax Mayfair had set her on fire. Her fingers curled around his head, cupping the short hair, holding him as if he might escape, and she wouldn't allow it. His own fingers wove into her hair and tugged lightly, pulling her head back. She couldn't fight it. Whatever he wanted, Jax could have. She needed him. Her mouth was open as his lips trailed along her jaw and found her ear. He growled softly as his teeth clenched against the lobe, and she sucked in a sudden breath that emerged on a sigh that came from her gut. Please. She whimpered. Please. He nibbled along her neck, and she tilted her head to give him access. Please. He pushed her away, again startling her, but she fought to keep her feet. Even as she stepped back, he reached for her. His fingers twining into her clothing, clenching and twisting and holding on. With his hands on her hips, his fingers dug into her flesh. The need simmered in his eyes, and for one moment, without her mouth tasting his, she wondered if she was really going to do this. Her chest heaved as she gulped in ragged breaths, and she saw that he did too. Yes. Yes, she was going to do this. Even if nothing came of it, even if this was just once, she needed it now. She needed him. She needed the feeling of him needing her. She'd passed the transition from college boyfriends to men without even knowing it. She'd wasted time or just not had the need. But she had it now for this man. Ever was reaching for the hem of his shirt as his feet moved. Using his grip, he steered her hips, and she found herself walking backward until his gaze became too intense. The need too raw and open. His mouth crashed into hers, and she breathed him in, taking everything he was giving. Still, his feet pushed her backwards, and she didn't realize where she was until she felt the edge of the counter behind her. His tongue licked against hers, and she groaned into him. Did he like it? She needed to feel his skin on hers. See the contrast of them come together in heat and want and need. She was reaching for the hem of his shirt again when his fingers clenched on her hips. He uttered the only word he'd said since she'd thrown herself at him. Up. It took a moment to realize he wanted her on the counter. Like a trained dance team, she pushed with her toes and he lifted. She landed on the edge as though it had been planned. His grip tightened one more time as he pulled her forward against him. Her legs wrapped around his hips as though they had a mind of their own. But every part of her wanted him, wanted this. She locked her ankles behind his hips and rocked her hips. Her arms wound around him, but he wasn't going anywhere. Her lips sought his, and Jax gave everything she wanted. They kissed like high school kids until she couldn't breathe. They fought for dominance like enemies, until she thought maybe she'd won. They reached for each other like they might drown, but neither moved to leave. When she couldn't take it anymore, Ever grabbed at the fabric at his waist and tugged upward. Her knuckles brushed against exposed skin and she felt utterly victorious. She slipped her palms flat against the heat of him and slid her hands upward, taking his shirt with her. Jax stilled, his eyes meeting hers, the need burning there bright and hot. She smiled at him and watched as his gaze turned cold. I can't we? Her hands stopped, frozen in time. She would have pulled them back, but she couldn't move. What? But the word didn't come out. He stepped back, or he tried. Her grip slid down to the waistband of his jeans and held on. He couldn't leave. She needed this. She needed him. But she couldn't make him want her. The heat was gone, replaced with confusion. As though he didn't know where he was or what he was doing. But he was here and he was doing her. No. He wasn't. Not anymore. Ever let go. What? This time she made the sound. I can't, but he didn't finish. She could only fill in the second half of the sentence with all her deepest fears, as he stepped out of her now limp grasp and tugged his shirt back into place. He reached up as though he might put his hand to his forehead, as though he didn't know what he was thinking. Instead, he put his hand on his mouth, wiping downward as though erasing the sensation of her kiss. I have to. He wasn't finishing anything, was he? Go, Ever told him. She could finish if he couldn't. She blinked and he was out the door. He'd hustled past the bags he'd set on the floor by the wall. Left her without her much-needed rental car, and without her equally needed orgasm. As the door clicked shut, Ever found her gaze held by the bags. The zipper still held the tuft of pink wig. She should take better care of it than that. Crap. Had he seen it? Had he figured her out and thought stripper meant prostitute? Had he assumed he could get some action out of her? It was one of the major reasons she didn't want him to know what she did. But it was too late. Men often thought the girls put out. She sat on the counter and felt the growing pressure at the edge of her face. It pushed inward though she fought it. Her shitty day was getting shittier. At last the tears pushed their way forward and she sat on the edge of her counter, right where Jax had put her, then left her, and she cried.
20. Jackson's hands were shaking as he turned the key in the ignition. The engine stopped its soft purr, and he sat there in his garage, the door coming down too slowly behind him. The supposedly whisper-soft motor was still loud enough to bother him. What had he done? He hadn't kissed anyone since Michelle. Now he had, the voice whispered. The thought swirled in the back of his head that it was hot, and he couldn't take it back, and he didn't want to. But he wasn't ready. Was he? That thought braided with another. Ever was hiding something. But what? Then a third thought twined in. He had not been prepared for the state of her house. It was clean and that was okay, he told himself. But what was it really? Not that it made her any less of a person, but she wasn't in any position to be doing anything other than paying the bills. The neighborhood was run down. He'd known that. He'd been out on police calls back there. Hell, all the officers had, but that was the problem. She lived in a neighborhood that got spoken of at shift change in terms of needing policing. He'd known she lived there. He'd looked up the Grace Rodriguez case. And he'd understood that Ever didn't live in the same kind of cookie-cutter home that he and Michelle had bought. She didn't have the bamboo flooring Michelle had insisted on, or a drawer microwave that he used far more often than the double ovens with glass fronts. She didn't have a whisper-quiet garage door, or even a garage. The tin carport had tilted to one side, and he'd parked under it only out of courtesy, not to suggest that it might fall over in a stiff breeze. And the size of the place. The boys likely didn't each have their own bedroom. His girls only didn't because they were 4. It smacked him then, sitting there in the air-conditioned space of his garage, where the light had automatically come on when he pulled in. Was he that much of a snob? He told himself that wasn't it. Just that he was surprised by the neighborhood. But he shouldn't have been. Her house was the same as the others there. Old TV, old couch, a few new things depending on what the family valued. Forever, it was everything for the boys. The boys that weren't even her kids. They had laptops. She had that big car that would hold 3 growing young men and their friends. She had a shiny car with no dents or rust that wouldn't embarrass Royal when she came to pick him up after football practice. That iPad he'd seen her with was the only luxury item he'd seen that she'd gotten for herself. His heart clenched in his chest. He was an asshole. He judged. He'd felt bad for her. And she was the one who did everything. She put his efforts to shame. Ever Halifax was so much better than him. Not everybody had had the advantages he'd had growing up. It all fit though, her needing to work for several years to save her money for Duke. The people who lived in that house were not paying college tuition, let alone for a school that was harder to get into than most Ivies. He admired her even more now that he thought about it. 7 had everything he needed for class. Tiger had sports equipment with him a lot of days when Jack saw her doing school pickup. She didn't put her money in her house. She put it everywhere else. That probably took all a waitress was earning. Finally coming to his senses, Jax hauled his sorry ass out of his nice sports car and let himself inside the laundry room. It was getting close to time to head back to the school for pickup. But for now, the house was empty. At first, when the girls had started attending regular pre-K, it had bothered him. When they were younger, he only utilized sitters when he was at work. If he was home, they were with him. But recently they'd gotten their own schedules, ones that didn't depend on his. But he'd moved just a little past being the harried new father, constantly keeping track of what 2 babies ate, then chasing 2 toddlers in different directions, then signing his girls up for school. Now he had some time to himself. Was that why he'd finally seen Ever Halifax? She'd been here the whole time. Tragedy had brought her back to Breathless, probably right about the time he'd had his own tragedy. Today he needed the silence. What had he done? He went over to the sideboard in the small dining room and poured himself 2 fingers of whiskey. It was fine, he said, as long as he didn't make a habit of it. He could have one before he had to hit the carpool line and pick up the girls. The whiskey was gone, shot smooth and hot down the back of his throat, before he recalculated the time and thought maybe drinking it wasn't his best decision. He looked into the bottom of the empty glass thinking that Uncle Con had always said, whiskey couldn't be undrunk. It was one of those stupid sayings that was objectively true and inarguable, but was really intended to mean much bigger things in life. Things like Ever Halifax couldn't be unkissed. Empty glass still held firmly in his hand. His eyes trailed around the house, looking at his stuff. It was stuff. The nice sideboard Michelle had chosen. The couch he liked because it was comfy, and she agreed to because it was in shades of brown that went with the leather armchairs she liked. But on the walls, past the stuff, his gaze landed on a wedding day picture of him and Michelle. What had he done? Had he betrayed her memory? If he was going to do that, it would have been better if he had picked another Michelle. Someone he could say, if only to himself, that he just missed her and wanted to pretend for a moment that she was back. There was absolutely no way to make that claim with Ever Halifax. She and Michelle were a stark contrast. He'd kissed her twice. It wasn't a fluke or an accident, no matter how much he wanted to say that it was. For far more than a moment in her kitchen, he'd pushed her up against the wall. Their bodies had pressed completely together, until he decided he needed more. He'd put her on the counter for God's sakes. There was no denying what he wanted, and it went far beyond a simple, heavy kiss. For a long, lush interlude from his life, and the celibate plans he'd had for himself, he'd given and taken with a woman he was insanely attracted to. Then he'd realized what he was doing. He pulled back, shaking his head and uttering a far too quick, "I'm sorry, I have to go." But no. He hadn't even said that. When he thought back, the heat of the whiskey flared inside him, lit by his embarrassment. Jesus, he'd muttered something he couldn't even finish and then fled like a startled schoolboy. Like an idiot. What had he done? What had he made Ever think? It didn't matter what he thought about his own plans to remain forever faithful to a dead woman. It didn't matter that it clearly wouldn't happen that way now. He'd proven today that he hadn't died with her, even if he'd wanted to. But he'd also proven he wasn't ready for more. A man who couldn't express his needs in complete thoughts shouldn't be with anyone else. But no matter how it shook out or how much he owed her a stark apology, he shouldn't have done it in the first place. Whiskey couldn't be undrunk. And Ever Halifax couldn't be unkissed. His stupid, overly dramatic, foolish exit couldn't be taken back. He pulled his phone from his pocket. He couldn't take it back. But he could certainly apologize for being an asshole. He punched out a message. "I'm sorry about the way I acted." He hit send, then stared at the phone, and waited for her to respond, before he realized that was plausibly the stupidest thing he could have said. He tapped out another message. "I meant I'm sorry about the way I left." Then, after sending that and staring at the unresponding screen for another moment, he punched in one more message. "I don't regret the rest of it." Then he stood there. He hadn't meant to say the last one. He meant to break everything off. The kissing, the need, the stupid "we aren't going to date" lunch club. But he'd sent it. His phone clasped in both his hands, his fingers still shaking, Jax felt the urge for another shot of that whiskey. And he desperately waited for her to reply.
21.
You don't have to have shoes that match the bag, but it's still appreciated.
You've been off all night, honey. BJ's voice was concerned as her finger touched the spreadsheet, pointing out Ever's clerical error. "Yeah, well, I've been off for a little while," Ever answered. BJ wasn't wrong. She'd been melancholy and moody, questioning all her life choices since the afternoon Jax had left her 3 days before. She was busy passing through all kinds of phases. Was he going to tell anyone? Did it matter if she wasn't going to see him again? Had he even figured it out? Or maybe he'd just decided he didn't like her enough. Maybe he'd gotten swept up in the moment. After all, she was the one who kissed him. She could hear the hockey fans chanting in the back of her head. No, it's all your fault." "What is it, babe?" She and Ever hadn't had a chance to talk last night. Friday had been slammed, one of her best nights ever. They'd been on the stage or on the floor all night, with barely time to change or count tips. Thank God. She needed the money to make up for Thursday. It had been one of her personal best nights too. She'd pulled more than anyone off that floor. Maybe she'd poured on some extra shine. Maybe her heartbreak showed through, and the customers were taking pity on her. But Ever didn't care. She needed the money, and she needed Jeremy to see that she performed. The car was going to cost her at least $600. She'd taken it out of her savings. Now she had to put it right back in as fast as she could. After investing in Grace's cafe, her savings wasn't what anyone would call robust. It had already been low from when school had started. She spent out a good chunk of it for PTA dues. She paid an application for field trips and paid for one trip for Tiger already. Royal had a metric ton of payouts associated with joining the football team. Then there were the usual school fees and dues, which she covered in triplicate. I was just starting to earn back all the money I paid out for the school year, she told BJ, her head resting in her hands. Her night was done. Her wig off. But her face was still brightly painted, as though she were far happier than she was. 600? It could have been worse. Ever knew that? She'd had worse. She told herself she'd had worse than Jax Mayfair skipping out on her too. She needed the money and she needed a life, and neither was going to happen anytime soon. One of the new girls had left her magazine laying open on the makeup counter. It turned out to be wise that Ever hadn't bet against her. She seemed rather studious. But she was reading some fashion magazine economics advice that gave her a track. It said by age 30 she should have at least 5 figures in savings. Ever wanted to laugh. She would turn 30 this year, and she did not have 5 figures in savings. Hell, with the damage to the car she didn't have 4. Had the bill been much bigger, she didn't know what she would have done. Because as much as she loved Devon and Devon loved her, he couldn't afford to front her the parts. She knew she should be grateful. It was just the one part, and the labor that she got a deep discount on. But being grateful was hard when she'd been slapped a few different directions on the same day. BJ sat down next to her, slowly pulling the spreadsheet away, folding it and holding it tight. Around them, everything bustled, as the other girls prepared for their last run out on stage or to go home. But in her own little bubble, Ever moved like molasses. It's more than just the car though, isn't it? BJ put an arm around her. She nodded. It wasn't worth lying to BJ. But she didn't have to. Her friend had her figured out. You did it, didn't you? Did what? BJ was probably right. But Ever wasn't handing the farm over for nothing. You got involved with that guy. Involved was too strong. Well, I didn't date him. Ever snapped back. Her face falling as she realized what she'd done. I'm sorry. BJ didn't even acknowledge it. Her way of accepting an apology. Just screwed him? No, she railed, her hands thrown up in the air. I didn't screw him. I mean, I tried. He walked out halfway through, muttering something about how he just couldn't do it. Oh Lord. BJ flopped backward in a move the hard chair was not intended for, yet BJ still handled it gracefully. As much as Ever loved BJ, BJ loved the work. She loved that Ever figured out what made them the most money, and that she could repeat it. She would be here until Jeremy kicked her out. Then she would be at some club every Friday and Saturday night, teasing the men and shaking it for all she was worth, literally, until she was truly too old to do it. BJ had a career. Ever promised herself she didn't. Jax, with his state university degree and no student debt, had asked her about Duke and why she hadn't finished. He didn't know it was an open wound, and that he'd stuck his finger in it. Even without him getting up and leaving, she was still hurting from all the ways it rubbed that they weren't on an even playing field. She'd known that all her life. She'd tried to even it out, give herself an advantage, and she'd had that ripped from her. Jax's very existence reminded her every day. He reminded her of what she wanted that was still on hold, seemingly interminably. She wondered if Duke would even take a student back 14 years later, to finish a year and a half of a degree. She didn't think so. Finding the zipper at the inside of her thigh, she slid it down. Peeling the high-heeled boots released the pressure on her feet, and allowed the ache to set in. The tight shiny pleather had held tight, and offered support while it was on. But it was a metaphor for her life. She didn't feel the aches and pains when something was constricting her. I didn't like him anyway. I just liked being seen with him. It was a lie, one she was trying to sell herself, even if BJ was never going to believe it. Ever had been seen in public with Jackson Mayfair? No, they absolutely were not dating, though people had probably thought they were. The little voice in her head said she liked the prince himself and not the prestige. But she could admit to liking what everyone around Breathless saw. It didn't hurt to be seen with a Mayfair. Well, BJ said. It's Saturday night. When do you come back? Wednesday. BJ made a face, acknowledging that Ever had been given a crap night. Well, I'm in on Thursday, so I'll see you on Friday. Ever nodded. At least Jeremy had let her keep the 2 regular weekend nights. After tonight's grand haul, that spot shouldn't be in jeopardy. Maybe next week she would get a better draw. Slowly she got to work undoing everything she'd spent so much time doing. The makeup came off. Her hair came down, and she hit it with the blow dryer to straighten the kinks. It seemed silly to fix it in the middle of the night, but she didn't want the others to know what she was up to. She sighed as she peeled the fishnet stockings, then stepped into her jeans and a tank top. At last, dressed like a normal person, she slung her bag over her shoulder, hugged BJ goodbye, and headed out the back door as Gregory watched over her. Only 2 things would identify her as one of the girls who danced: the big bag that she carried and the door she exited from. The bouncer watched until she was in her car, and partway down the street. He made sure they weren't followed, that the patrons didn't harass her or even show up back here to know what the girls looked like in real life. She thought about everything and nothing as she drove dark streets punctuated by bright lights all the way home. The radio stations weren't tuned and she left them off. The little compact car felt weird, but it had been cheap by comparison. The rental on top of the car repair was what had really made her cry. At last she turned onto Holes Road, absent-mindedly swerving, subconsciously knowing where the potholes were. They'd never be fixed. They should be. The city should put some money into it. But they never had before. Tomorrow, she'd sleep in and get up with the boys in the morning. She'd make a pancake breakfast with chocolate chips and invite Virginia over. They'd appreciate it. She could use the pick-me-up too. But as she pulled up to her own house, she saw a small white sports car parked on the street in front. Was he inside her home? Had Virginia let him in? Virginia wouldn't. Practically skidding to a stop on her gravel, Ever was out of the car, slamming the door a little too harshly for the middle of the night. She was about to burst through the kitchen door when she saw him step out of the sports car and come up the drive. It was bad enough she was doing this on her lawn at 3:30 in the morning, but as she got up close, she couldn't help herself. She hissed, "What are you doing here?" 22. Ever wasn't having any of it. As Jack started to open his mouth, she glared, furious, and shook her finger at him. "It's almost 4 in the morning. What are you doing here?" He'd almost opened his mouth again, but she blurted out an angry, "Who's watching your girls?" She wasn't saying anything productive, she was just so mad. She had been hurt until now, sad that he was rejecting her. Assuming he disagreed with her shitty life decisions. But now that she saw him, every emotion had a direction. She wanted to yell and scream to the heavens, but she wouldn't wake the boys. She wouldn't wake the neighbors. It was bad enough that he was here in this area. She didn't even let him answer that. "Someone will see you. They'll know that you're here. On the wrong side of town in the middle of the damn night." He stood firm, taking everything she dished out. "I don't care if they see me. How long have you been here?" This time she waited, demanding an answer, not just a figure to rail against. He looked around as though needing a moment. "Since midnight." "Midnight? You said you got home late." He shrugged as though sitting in his car and stalking her house in the middle of the night was no big deal. "I do." What was she even doing? He didn't deserve a conversation on her front lawn under the flickering yellow street lamp. She was still angry, but now she was confused too. She asked a question she hoped she could get a good answer to. "Where are your girls?" "My mom and dad try to take them every other weekend. They've been doing it since they were tiny. The girls have their own room there." It bothered her how much that relieved her. She had seen Salem and Scarlett coming out from the school when Jax picked them up. She'd heard him talk about them, and felt she knew each child individually, though she'd never actually met them. She wasn't going to meet them either, she reminded herself. She was not the kind of woman Jackson Mayfair would introduce to his kids. It was best to just get rid of him. "What did you need?" "I just wanted to see you." That was stupid. It was the middle of the night. She waved her hand. "Well, you have now. You can go home. You didn't respond to any of my messages." Her lips pressed together tightly, one hand palm up toward the open night sky. It was closer to daylight than to dusk. "I don't have to respond. I didn't want to. Nothing you said mattered." Harsh, but maybe it would get him to leave. She didn't need his kind of heartbreak. "No, you don't owe me anything. But I realized if you weren't responding, then I needed to make sure that I apologized to you in person." "Cool, thanks." She turned on the heel of her sneaker, heading back up the drive, but he caught her handily. His fingers bracketed her wrist, holding her in place. It made her madder, and it made her heart stutter. The nights were finally getting cooler. Still, it wasn't the air but his touch that made her shiver. "Jackson." She turned to face him, her arms still outstretched, fingers dangling, but he still held on to her. "You can't do this. I respect that. But if you can't, then you can't show up at my house in the middle of the night. You don't get to message me." He tugged on her wrist, but she kept going. "You don't get to meet me every week. And you sure as hell don't get to kiss me and walk away with just a few damn text messages later that you're sorry. I regret leaving. I am sorry that I left you that way with no explanation." He was practically pleading, and she steeled herself against the emotions roiling inside her, against the voice that said to accept it and fall back into his arms. "You don't get to make me feel those things and then walk out." He'd been tugging her closer. She either hadn't noticed or she'd consciously ignored it because it was what she wanted, what she needed. So when he leaned down and his mouth found hers, she gave in. She kissed Jackson Mayfair again. Right there in the old pitted driveway with the potholes that her dad had poured extra gravel into more times than she could count. He kissed her on the side of Holes Road. His little sports car had probably taken a couple of the potholes hard. They stood there while surely one of the neighbors watched, because someone was always working odd hours down here. Jackson Mayfair stood in the open and kissed her. "Can we go inside?" He was still whispering just like her, the sound boring its way into her heart. But the thought yanked her back to reality, with the scratch of a record. She hissed no. Her brain was startled mush, full of hearts and flowers. He might kiss her and twist her up inside, but she was not going to go back. "You can't." "I can," he said, clearly meaning something other than just going inside her house. Ever realized her wrist was still held loosely in his fingers. He must have seen her eyes dart down to where his skin touched hers, because she watched as he saw what he was doing and let go. She felt the loss immediately, but then her heart rolled over as he rotated his own hand and twined their fingers together. "Can. I want to." "But why?" She couldn't even finish her question. Her free hand waved in an angry gesture. Because no matter how much she liked him standing on her lawn in the dead middle of the night, no matter how much she liked their fingers joined together, or what it might mean, she was still mad as hell. He looked down, then up, as though he owed her his direct gaze. Jax looked through her as though he was bestowing some great secret. "I haven't been with anyone since my wife." Ever shrugged him off. "So? I haven't been with anyone since I left Duke." He ignored her protest. "I promised myself I wouldn't be with anyone else. I would just be this widower. Be a father to the girls, and that was all, until the day I died." Ever only raised her eyebrows. He was young, mid-30s, She was a small handful of years younger than him, but she recognized stupid when she heard it. He laughed, clearly having read her expression. I know. But at the time, it was how I felt. She shrugged again, her fingers still in his. She told herself to get out, but she didn't. So you made yourself a promise. That's fine, but you're going to have to keep it far away from me. I don't want to keep it. Not anymore. His thumb rolled softly along the skin on the back of her hand. That hand had just been taking stage makeup off her face. Was there glitter on her chest? Did he even know? He continued, I was so grief-stricken at the time that it didn't occur to me that I even could ever feel that way again. He stumbled over the words, feel that way. He didn't feel that way, not about her. She understood. He'd loved his wife, and he thought he'd never feel anything again. But now he felt something and didn't know what to do. But she did. It was just lust. She was just this stripper from the bad end of town, and he'd just gone so long without getting laid. But so had she. Okay. So you feel something. Good for you. Her tone conveyed everything. It didn't change anything. Over her shoulder, she caught a glimpse of the curtain moving. Virginia. Oh dear Lord, how was she going to explain that there was a man in her driveway who waited until she got home at nearly 4 a.m.? That he'd kissed her right there for anyone watching, and yet somehow it didn't mean anything? Jax tugged her hand, pulling her attention back to him. But I do feel that way. It didn't matter.
23. Wait, what? Jackson asked, his noodles rolled on his fork as he paused, startled. He'd chosen pasta, so it would fill him up and maybe make him sluggish. He was hoping it would stop him from attempting to ravage ever. At some point at the end of this date, he'd somehow talked her into. There wasn't any life insurance, she told him. He was still trying to wrap his brain around it. Her parents had passed suddenly in a car accident, and they hadn't left anything behind in their absence. He and Michelle had both had life insurance policies that they'd never expected to use. Well, almost no one expected to use theirs. But they had them. Then they reworked the numbers when they found out they were having twins. When Michelle had died, his saving grace was that she'd calculated enough money to pay off the house, cover a nanny, and pay for 2 kids for school all the way through a reasonably expensive college. Her goal had been that the one remaining parent could plausibly stay home and not go insane. It was quite a sizable chunk, now sitting in his savings, even after he paid off the house that they had just bought and decorated. You've seen where I live. Where they lived, Ever said. Her chicken, swimming in goat cheese and lemon sauce and sun-dried tomatoes, she gestured at him, as if willing him to understand. Intellectually, he did. Emotionally, he was stunned. She frowned at him, and he wondered what faces he was making. They weren't bad people, Jackson. They didn't make bad choices by not having life insurance. They simply couldn't afford it. But they owned the house, he asked it, realizing even as the words came out of his mouth that she would do exactly as she did, which was throw her head back and laugh at him again. No. They bought it when I was little, and they refinanced it every chance they got. Oh dear God, he thought. Not only did she not own the house, it was mortgaged to the hilt. 4 years, she told him. I've been paying on it steadily for 4 years, and I finally have the smallest smidge of equity in it. He dropped his fork and sat back. He'd credited her with a lot, but not this. It made sense, though, why the carport tilted precariously. Why the couch had been bought in an era probably before Ever was born. So you're paying the highest possible house payment for that place. Ever nodded. You've got the bills, the car, 3 boys in school? She simply ate her meal as she nodded at him. He was having a horrifying epiphany. She was eating lunch. You're covering all of that? Most months, yes. Holy hell. Oh, and the babysitter. Childcare is expensive. He knew that one. Michelle had not budgeted high enough for that. Ever finished her bite, her finger coming up to stop him. He watched as she casually ate, the chicken once again finding its way to the lush mouth he couldn't stop looking at. That would be Virginia. And we are lucky to pay her in lasagna and casseroles. He frowned again. He'd have thought he could process each next thing once he wrapped his brain around the first part. But he couldn't. Each new piece of information was a new blow to him, and a newfound respect for what she was accomplishing. She's the boy's grandmother. Well, she's my grandmother too. He heard the happiness in her voice. Dalton was everything to you? I call him Dalton now, so that people will know I don't mean my birth father, but he was always just my dad. He's the only one I had. Jax remembered, and thought it was another thing she dealt with. Another thing that had never been a part of his life. His parents had been married before he came along, and had stayed that way to this day. You took his last name. Did he legally adopt you? She shook her head, and her answer shouldn't have surprised him. The money and time in court were things we didn't have. But he was my dad. She'd handled everything life had thrown at her, seamlessly. She'd given up her own dream, one she'd worked damn hard for, to come back here and keep her brothers out of foster care, or maybe away from some other relative. Jackson wasn't stupid. He understood that a lot of kids didn't get to go to college. Not because they hadn't performed academically, but because their families couldn't afford losing the income an 18-year-old could provide. He'd seen more than one kid who didn't go to college or trade school so they could stay home and protect their younger siblings from an abusive parent. All the things that he'd understood intellectually, Jax hadn't felt deep in his soul until now. Was it worse that she'd escaped, that she'd been so close to her degree and had been dragged back? How was she not the bitterest shrew in town? You're amazing. As he said the words, the server came by and offered Ever a box for what remained of her meal. That really cut the legs off his praise, and he told himself to tell her again. To make her hear it. He was asked if he wanted tiramisu or lemon sponge cake, but neither of them was having it. When the bill arrived, Ever reached into her own purse and tried to split it with him. He leaned forward, his hand out pushing hers away. This is a date. I asked you. If you want to ask me somewhere, then you can cover the bill. This one's on me. It was important to him that she know that he was done with the bullshit they'd been playing at. Done telling himself that it wasn't real. For a moment, he thought he'd never felt anything more real. For the moment after that, he hated himself for what that meant about Michelle. But his mother had told him more than once that Michelle was gone, and he was still here. Michelle didn't have the choice, but he did. He could die with her or he could live and be a good example for his girls. He couldn't think of a much better example for Scarlett and Salem than Ever Halifax. Outside, he put his hand on the small of her back as he handed her into the passenger seat of his sports car. This was a date. He'd taken her another town over to get to the best Italian restaurant he knew. He headed down the interstate, back toward Breathless. Jax, you just passed my turn. I did. He didn't deny it, or make any motion to turn around. In his peripheral vision, he watched as she swiveled in her seat. She faced him, hands held demurely on her knee, a question in her eyes. Where are we going, Jackson? He liked when she said his name. He liked when she said Jax, and when she rolled out both the syllables too. My place. Please. He added the second part when he realized he should ask rather than just kidnap her. What are we doing at your place? He grinned, liking the way she phrased that. His hand reached out across the central console, and his fingers snaked through hers. The pasta had not done its job. His energy was far too high. So he answered, anything we want.
Thank you so much for listening to Lucky. Please remember to like and comment on this video. It helps us get more free audiobooks out to you.
24. The sound of the garage door closing had never been so sexy. For half a heartbeat, Jax closed his eyes and savored the feeling of having Ever in the car next to him. He hadn't flat out asked if they were going to do this, but her expression had said yes. It said the enthusiastic yes that was driving his pulse higher and his breathing heavier, even though he hadn't kissed her yet. Second thoughts? Her voice was soft, melodic, and willing to let him back out. No. No second thoughts at all. But he didn't say it. He leaned across the middle of the small and suddenly awkward car. Brushing his lips against hers, he showed her what kinds of thoughts he was having. Several of the specifics were illegal by the state of Georgia's backward laws. She kissed him back, her mouth moving soft and sweet against him. It shouldn't have ignited the fire that it did, but it flared in him, and he moved to devour her. The soft chime of her laughter echoed through the car as the console stopped him. "Please come inside with me." She raised one sexy eyebrow and unbuckled her seatbelt. He was at the door to the laundry room, holding it open as she climbed one step, then the next. "Make it to the bedroom," he told himself. "Be as much of a gentleman as you can be," while tearing her clothing off. But he didn't make it to the bedroom, or even the kitchen. His hands worked without his conscious input, pushing her up against the closed door. He felt like a caveman, and he liked it. Her arms wound around his neck, and she held herself close. How long had it been since he'd been wanted like this? He didn't really know. But he dove for her, no longer wanting to feel her touch but craving it in a deep place he couldn't deny. He'd had fantasies about her, but just the feel of her mouth actually on his was far better than anything he'd imagined. He was going to combust if they went all the way, but he was willing to do it. His fingers reached for the buttons on her shirt. Today it was pale pink. She dressed like a cross between the belles he knew, pale button-down shirts, and something just a little more modern, something that was a little sexier. She had on jeans and sandals that let toenails painted in a pop of peach show through. He wanted to peel the jeans and touch all of her. The shirt came open, revealing a white lace bra. Oh Jesus! Her smile was both sultry and knowing. She understood that she held him in the palm of her hand, and that she had complete control over him and the situation. He was utterly at her mercy. "You can touch me," she whispered directly into his ear, the sound shooting straight south. She arched her back, presenting herself to him, suddenly a vixen, his vixen. He leaned in, kissing his way down her neck and wondering if she thought he was a Neanderthal. Whether she did or not, her breathy sighs told him she liked it. Her fingers scrambled at his waist. This was where he tapped out last time, like a fool. He stepped back, not liking the shock of fear in her eyes. He wasn't doing that again. Reaching back behind his head, he grabbed a fistful of the t-shirt and yanked it off himself. As the fabric passed by his face, he saw her again, her smile small and knowing back in place. It was concerning just how good it felt to make Ever Halifax smile. His fingers traced the curve of her waist, the soft flesh sucking in as she responded to his touch. He could barely breathe. She leaned against the laundry room door, his shirts pressed and hanging in dry cleaning bags on her right. Small piles of pink and red laundry folded on top of the dryer. He couldn't take her here. She was just like his fantasies. A small mole above her right hip beckoned him, telling him he'd seen it in a dream before and she must have been chosen for him. Holding out his hand, he waited until she put hers in his. He tugged her along, not making it to the bedroom but to the couch. The living room was bright with afternoon sun, reminding him that their time together was almost stolen. It was wedged between school drop-offs and pickups, avoiding times that would require a babysitter. But Ever was here. He reached out as if to put her in a dance hold, but he gently laid her on the couch. She tipped backward onto one elbow.
25. Ever couldn't help it. She felt beautiful under his stare. All the feelings she'd been told to embrace on the stage were real here. She wanted him. She wanted him to know that she wanted him. She felt absolutely no compunction at letting him stare. His nose flared slightly as if he could smell her like prey. Just the feeling of his gaze on her made her suck in a deep breath. How could he make her feel so much when he wasn't even touching her? He growled what might have been her name, or maybe a plea for mercy. She didn't have any. Ever Halifax was never going to be the same. 26.
Your company is more important than your iPhone.
I'm so happy for you. Ever looked at the words on her screen. The little bubble had popped up right after she'd ordered her coffee and confessed to her friend what she'd done. Chloe was happy for her. Ever was glad for Chloe. Chloe was getting married. Chloe was in a good solid relationship. Chloe wanted to believe that Ever was the same. Her friend had clearly felt bad for Ever's circumstances. Chloe had initially left for college, leaving her friend behind in Breathless. They had both gotten a free ride to a state school, but Chloe had accepted it. Ever had stayed home. She had baby brothers at the time, and she wanted to go to Duke. So Chloe went out and chased her dreams and met Orlando Tavares, and fell in love. Though it hadn't all been quite that fast, ultimately that's where she was. Ever had gone out and chased her dreams and been dragged back home flat on her face. Now she was given an option she never would have guessed she would have. We are officially a thing, Ever wrote back. He wants me to go to Sunday dinner and meet his whole family. She hit return but kept typing before her friend could even respond. I don't even know. It's so up and down. I'm so nervous. That's normal. I was the same way with Lando. I didn't even know how he felt for a while. But you hold on, it'll work out. Chloe was her usual upbeat self. Ever hadn't been. Not for the last 4 years. Grief and circumstance had changed her. Will it? It did for me. It will for you. Ever stared and waited for more. But there was no sign that Chloe was typing anything else. Slumping in her seat, Ever looked at the coffee cup on the bar beside her. The day was passing outside the big glass window. Patrons were streaming in and out of the shop. So far, Grace's was a success. Ever knew this, not just because she saw the business, but because she saw the books. Grace knew exactly who to hire and what things to keep, and what to cut. Eventually, Ever would see some money from her investment. She had to hold on to that hope. She made Ever's frothy coffee-ish drink today, and it was about to be sucked down to the last slurping noises from the bottom of the cup. Normally, the coffee made Ever happy. It should have done the same today. Hell, everything should have made her happy today. She'd gotten laid by Jackson Mayfair. They'd managed to make it to the bedroom for round 2, and she'd fought off the feeling that he was cheating on his wife with her. Pictures of Michelle were still up in the house. Was that because she was the girl's mother, or as a stark reminder to Ever that she would never replace the woman before her? Every step she took with Jax, her lies tangled more. She was miserable. So Ever bucked up and did the one thing that she needed to do. What do I tell him? Did you lie to him? This time her response came back quickly. Yes. Just the one short word was all Ever could manage as she sucked down the last of the coffee. She both hated and reveled in her decisions. If she had told Jackson the truth from the start, none of this would have happened. He wouldn't have looked at her sideways if he knew what she did for a living. Sure, he would have been polite, but he wouldn't have struck up a conversation, and certainly not in front of the likes of Georgette Harris. She would never have woken up in his arms and scrambled for him to drive her back to her car, so they could both separately get into the pickup lane at the school. She'd laughed the whole way. Later, when she'd gotten Royal at the high school, he'd looked at her sideways. He was older, he knew something was up. But she hoped he was still too young to catch what her mussed hair and goofy grin meant. She hadn't gone into work that night. Thank goodness, because Virginia wouldn't have missed it. Ever had danced the next night and BJ had taken one look at her and said, "Oh baby, you're happy now, but I think you stepped in it." What do I do? She asked Chloe now. What do you think it is? Is it a fling, or maybe something permanent? There was no more "it will work out or you can find real love." Now Chloe was just asking Ever to classify it. I don't know. I'd love if it's something real, but I don't have a life that allows for that to happen. She didn't think Jax did either. What were they going to do, merge their households and raise 5 children together? It would definitely have to be in that nice new neighborhood where Jackson outright owned his house. She could sell the one she had, but it wouldn't net her anything once she paid off the real estate agent. Was she actually considering living in Michelle's house? It was bad enough that she'd rolled around with Michelle's husband in Michelle's bed. It had been fun. But there was no way that Jax would or should change any of that for Michelle's daughters. If it's temporary, Chloe started, leaving Ever hanging for the next bubble to pop up. Ever took a quick glance behind her, making sure no one was reading over her shoulder. The town would positively boil with gossip if they knew Jax Mayfair was sleeping with Ever Halifax. Finally, the next bubble popped up. You don't need to tell him if it's not going to last. You don't owe him everything if the relationship isn't going to be everything. That made Ever feel better, at least. Because Chloe was right. She didn't owe anyone anything. She paid her own bills. She took care of children that weren't really hers. She told herself that 14 years of this was certainly survivable. And that in the end, she wouldn't have any regrets. So she shouldn't have any about Jackson Mayfair either. But if it's real. Chloe typed, the words popping up ominous on Ever's screen. She sucked down the last of the coffee, hitting the whipped cream in the bottom, the rattle of the straw shaking her soul. Then you owe him the truth. Sitting there, Ever stared at the last line far too long. Why did that punch at her chest? It wasn't anything more than a fling. It couldn't be. So why did the idea that she owed him the truth, that she'd done something wrong by telling him she was just a server, hurt her? She tapped out 2 words to her friend. Thank you. It was the only reply she could think of, and she was grateful for the advice, even if she didn't like it. Picking up the iPad, Ever grabbed the empty coffee cup and chucked it into the recycle bin by the door. Crap. That wasn't good. She flipped the iPad back upright and tapped out one-handed, I have to go. Then she pushed her way out the door, heading out to the car that she'd just gotten back. She wanted to say it purred like a kitten, but it ran like it did before. Her $600 had fixed it, but she was no further ahead for having spent it. As she climbed into the car, she set the iPad down into the passenger seat, jostling the screen and making Chloe's message pop up once more. If it's real, then you owe him the truth. Well, Ever thought, then it was a good thing this wasn't real.
27. Jax reached across the console and grabbed Ever's hand, stopping her fidgeting. He laced their fingers together as he drove. It'll be fine. They're going to love you. He'd first invited her last week, but she'd declined politely. He'd pushed a little harder, realizing only when she said no just how much he really wanted her here. So this week, he'd promised to pick her up and drive her to his parents' house. In part, it was to make things easy for her, and in part to make it harder for her to flee or come up with an excuse. He knew she was nervous. Have you ever brought anyone like me home before? Female. Yes. He knew that wasn't quite what she meant, but he didn't want to say yes, and I married her. None of that was appropriate here. Last week, after she'd politely declined to attend with him, he'd gone on his own. Sure enough, his mother had figured him out. Gigi Mayfair had almost demanded he bring this new girl. Jax hadn't protested. Honestly, he thought Ever and his mother would get along swimmingly. He clenched Ever's twitchy fingers a little tighter, and told her that now. My mother will love you. And you already know Emma Kate. That's a stretch, Ever muttered. But they were almost there. Then he was climbing out the door, running around the front of the car, and offering his hand to help her out of the passenger side. The girls were already here, having spent the weekend again at their grandparents'. He wished he could have spent the free time with Ever, but she worked weekends. He figured she made the best money on Friday and Saturday nights, and he couldn't ask her to change that. Certainly not after everything he'd learned she was covering with those tips. Are we the first ones? He'd purposefully brought her a little bit early, so just his mother and father and the girls would be there. He'd really thought of Sunday dinner as introducing her to the family. It had only just occurred to him this afternoon that it meant introducing Ever to his girls as well. He had yet to meet her boys, and they were older. Whether that meant they were more understanding or less, he hadn't figured out yet. There wasn't time to think about it or ask her. Things were already rolling. Ever Halifax. His mother strode across the room owning it as she grabbed his girlfriend into an engulfing hug. Then she stepped back, hands on Ever's shoulders. "Let me look at you." Such a Southern woman thing to do, but Ever knew to let his mother twist her side to side while Ever smiled politely at the inspection. Lord, he hadn't quite thought of it going this way, but it didn't surprise him that Ever was ready for it. His mother frowned, worrying him, as her brows pulled together, as though she were confused by the woman standing in front of her. "My Jackson says you live over on Holes Road." "Yes, ma'am," Ever replied politely but left it at that. Jax wondered where this was going. It was entirely unlike his mother to call out where or how someone lived. The next words cleared it up. "I knew a man named Dalton Halifax. I went to school with him. He was a mechanic." Jackson grinned, having finally figured out what his mother was talking about. "That's Ever's daddy, Mama." He could see from the look on her face that she was wondering how a man who could have produced children as dark-skinned as Royal and Tiger and Seven could also produce a child who looked like Snow White incarnate. "Stepfather," Ever corrected. "You took his name?" his mother asked. "Yes, ma'am." Another polite reply with a smile. "I'm proud to. He was a good father." This time, his mother smiled. "I remember him. He was a good man. My family took our cars to him and his partner Devin. I was sorry to hear that he had passed. Devin fixed my car just a few weeks ago." "See?" Jackson said, "I told you she was from good people, Mama." Though the reason he felt he needed to defend her and her people seemed a little odd to him. He'd never had to defend Michelle's people. Maybe it was just the name. His mother clearly had recognized Halifax. Maybe she simply hadn't been expecting the peach-skinned, rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed wonder that he'd brought. The front door swung open behind him. With a sigh of relief, he felt that he and Ever were being rescued. But they were not. Keith came into the room first with broad handshakes. He was gentle with Ever, though, the kind of man who soothed animals for a living. Emma Kate was quick on his heels. "Hey, Ever. Jackson told us he was bringing you. I'm so glad to see you again." The words were casual, but the hug was not quite. It was pretty obvious that Ever wasn't quite prepared for this either. She talked about Sundays with her family, and he thought this would be the same, just with his family. But he realized now there was a big difference between Ever and her 3 boys inviting Virginia over to share a meal and what he had here. The door almost didn't shut fully before Harper Rose was coming through. Her girls trailed behind her, twittering almost like a flock of birds. Harper came up behind Emma Kate and hugged her sister hard. They now lived on practically opposite sides of town, and she clearly missed the baby of her family. Before Harper's girls could scatter, Jackson quickly introduced Hannah, Hayden, and Holland. Ever's face lit up at the kids, and he could see her committing each name to memory. Holland was only slightly younger than his girls, and she asked after them. He looked up. "Where are the girls, Mama?" "They're upstairs playing in their room." It was also the Triple H's room. Though Gigi and Dex were Harper's aunt and uncle, they were dutifully playing grandparents to all of the other Mayfair offspring. Della had taken a turn for the worse just 2 years ago, and not long after she passed, Con followed. The Triple H's were without local grandparents, though they'd never know it. He turned to look at Ever, and though she didn't look quite comfortable, she nodded to him to go. Climbing the steps, he left her behind in the hands of his family. He wasn't worried. They would never be mean or thoughtless, but they might be overwhelming. Whether she liked it or not, Ever would be fine. He knew that. He steeled himself, however, to tell the girls he'd brought a friend. It didn't seem right to tell 4-year-olds any more than that. Even special friend seemed ridiculous. When he finally got the words out, they didn't even care. So he figured that was the best option, and walked them through putting their toys back in the lovely cedar chest his mother had bought them. It seemed to take forever to do even a minimally passable job. He didn't want Ever to think he'd abandoned her, and he hated getting impatient with his girls. But he was being tugged in two different directions. By the time he had one girl in each hand and was coming back down the steps, he arrived to find Ever surrounded by the remainder of his family. They'd all arrived while he'd been upstairs, and she'd had to introduce herself. He stepped into the middle of the conversation and heard her say, "I'm a server." Bailey Ann must have just come in. She still had her jacket draped over her arm, a jacket that nobody else had quite seemed to need yet. Her growing belly had his mother excited over another grandbaby she could claim, even if the child wasn't directly in her line. "I haven't seen you at the restaurants around here. I would have remembered." Crap. That could be taken as a Southern Belle kind of cutting remark, meant to point out a flaw and back someone into a corner. He knew Bailey Ann. She wasn't that way, but he watched as Ever's spine slightly straightened. Jumping in, he added, "She works out of town, close to Atlanta." He must have startled them all as they turned to look at him. So he added, "Better tips. She's got a family to feed." Oh, Bailey Ann's tone didn't change, and he knew she didn't intend anything mean by it. She was just curious. That was more clear when she added, "Finn and I both used to live down in the city. Which restaurant is it?" Was she hoping to go by and have Ever wait on her? Or more likely, she was just cataloging everyone to have a better understanding. Ever opened her mouth into an O, and for a moment she seemed startled or stunned. She simply couldn't speak, as though the question was too hard. She was getting overwhelmed by his family, obviously. The girls tugged loose of his hold. He'd intended to take them over and introduce them to his new girlfriend, but maybe now wasn't the time. Could everyone tell that he and Ever had been like bunnies, every chance they could take for the past week and a half? Did they see that he was falling hard for this woman? But it only occurred to him now that even he didn't know which restaurant she worked at. Her mouth moved almost like a fish caught on a line. Then she produced one word, "Gladiolas." "I love that place." Bailey Ann smiled wide, as though it must be the best job. Ever almost shrugged, as if to say it was a job and it paid her bills. But Jackson tucked the name away. He'd thought she worked in a club, but he'd hardly call the upscale restaurant that. Still, it was good to know. It might come in useful in the future. The girls had disappeared. He'd have to introduce them later. Right now, it was Ever who needed rescuing. So he walked up and put his arm around her shoulders, surprised by the tension he found there. She was covering it well, but she looked miserable. He told himself that she'd feel better once they sat down and ate. But then he worried it was something more.
28. So when are you going to admit that this is real? BJ managed to both smoothly interrogate Ever and handily apply eyeliner at the same time. Somehow, she made the black wing glide perfectly across the edge of her lid, a skill Ever had never quite managed. She'd always gone with "it doesn't have to be perfect if it's on-stage" idea. "Why do I have to admit that it's real?" she asked BJ. The question was genuine. She liked where she was. Well, she liked 90% of it. After the first time, she'd declined the next Sunday dinner invitation. Then she'd spent a good long time convincing Jackson that yes, she had survived his family and yes, she would come back. It was just that, she filled in the blanks a little for herself. Mostly, she knew she didn't want to go back right away. She told him she was used to having dinner with her boys and Virginia. That it was the only day she got entirely with her kids. She was sorry it coincided with his family's get-together. Ever added that she was in no way ready to bring her boys to his Sunday dinner. "You need to admit that it's real," BJ said. "So you can take advantage of all the benefits of it being real." Ever shook her head. What were these benefits? You can be open in public. You stay over. Once you tell your boys, then you don't have to sneak around anymore. Ever tipped her head. They weren't sneaking around. At least that's what she told herself. It was that there were only so many open hours in a day. She worked at a strip club where men came to fulfill fantasies from a short distance away. All of that went down at night. She'd always thought romance and dates happened in the evening and carried into the dark. Aside from one 4 a.m. encounter, when she'd been surprisingly glad she had a very strict policy of never walking out the door looking like a stripper, she and Jax had been hooking up in the middle of the day. Their dates had been at lunches and on weekdays, aside from the one Sunday dinner with his family. Something about having a daylight romance made it feel both less real and less like she was sneaking around. But admitting it was real, saying the words out loud or having the "what are we?" conversation with Jax, as BJ suggested, wouldn't change any of that. I don't need any of that. What else would it get me? You can tell the world. Ever nodded. She could do that already too. She told Royal that she had a boyfriend. Virginia had asked about that fine young man Ever kept seeing. Though Ever hadn't used the boyfriend word, the relationship seemed to have settled in. Ever didn't see these benefits BJ was talking about. She didn't want to dive into the icy waters of backpedaling the lie about how she earned her money, and she wasn't willing to date Jackson in the evening. She limited her work to 3 nights a week for the express purpose of being with the boys as much as she could. It was the whole reason she'd come back instead of staying at Duke. They were kids. They needed a parent, even if she wasn't really it. In the beginning, before she'd found a club and a stripping gig that paid the bills, Ever had worked 3 part-time jobs on top of each other. She'd done that for a year. Virginia, grieving the loss of her son and daughter-in-law, had been watching the boys almost non-stop, so Ever could work all the hours needed. But together they still hadn't paid the bills. The mortgage company had threatened to foreclose. The gas and electricity had been turned off 4 times. And the boys had nothing, no field trips, no classes, no new clothes, nothing. While Virginia was wonderful about it, she had been trying to heal herself. 7 had barely been out of toddlerhood. Royal was mad at the world about a fate he couldn't control. And Tiger had just stopped talking. Ever hadn't been home enough to even figure it out. It had been too much for all of them. So no, Ever didn't see any of these advantages BJ was talking about. "I'll think about it," was all she promised. She stood up and flicked her hair side to side, quickly checking that her wig was anchored. Then she gave BJ a soft hug. She headed out of the dressing room and toward the stage. This time her hair was a pale blue. The outfit sailor-like, almost anime, and she had done her makeup to match. By the time the music started and she'd writhed her way to the front of the stage, she recognized 3 different men in the audience. 2 were regulars, favorites of hers. Not because she thought anything of them, but because they had decided she was their favorite, and spent their money accordingly. Also, they were quite polite. She recognized the principal from one of the other elementary schools. She thought she'd seen him here before, but now she was certain. She'd been on this stage enough that her hips moved back and forth in a figure 8, and her shoulders circled, and she climbed the pole while her thoughts took off in an entirely different direction. Upside down from the top of her climb, she put her arms out and winked to the audience. Slowly, she peeled off the sailor shirt. No regular Halloween costume, it had been built for a slow, sexy removal. The move afforded whistles loud enough that she could barely hear the music. She held the shirt out, having been upside down enough to feel the blood rushing in her head, then she dropped it to the stage. Good, she grinned at the crowd, watching as bills fluttered to the stage. As she flipped upright and felt her blood flow fix itself, she spotted Mr. Harris near the middle of the room. For a moment, in a happier place herself, she felt sad for Georgette. Surely the woman was bitter that her husband was here. Was he spending far too much of their money? Sure, Georgette seemed to have everything Ever wanted and needed, but not this. She also knew a lot of people were in more debt than they appeared to be. Facing the audience and offering slinky twitches of her hips, she slowly peeled the sequin bra, teasing one shoulder then the other. Reaching into the back, she didn't let it fall away. It was all a game. She'd learned some of it at other clubs. Some of it, BJ had taught her. Ever hammed it up, acting as best she could like an anime character. She hit the pole again. Her stockings only just over her knee, so she could get some skin contact with the metal, and do what she needed to do. She was nearing the last quarter of the song as she teased her skirt off. She was grinning at the audience, following the music and forming her mouth into a surprised O at the appropriate times. Was her relationship with Jax real? Was BJ right? There were lots of things she would have to change, things she would have to risk to make that happen. It wasn't worth it. Yet. She sauntered off stage, her clothing once again left in a trail behind her. Her ass was clad only in the slimmest of G-strings. Her hips ticked along with the rhythm of the music. She planted one very high-heeled foot in front of the other as she moseyed behind the curtains, grateful for another good set. Once again, as the music faded and the DJ took over, the lights dropped. It didn't matter though. She knew exactly where the railing was, and exactly where to plant each foot on each step as the stagehands brushed past her, ready to clean up the mess she made. They were well tipped. There was a reason there wasn't much turnover in this job. They couldn't touch the girls, but they were allowed to watch for free. She headed down the dark hallway and around several twists and turns. In the back, she picked up her phone. It was still early enough in the evening that she wasn't surprised to find a text from Jax. Lunch tomorrow? She grinned and typed back yes, before catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She was completely topless. She wore a G-string, thigh-high stockings with little bows, and brightly colored platform heels. Her makeup was heavy enough that she was now relatively confident that even Jackson Mayfair wouldn't recognize her on stage. She liked that. Especially given Mr. Harris being here. BJ was already gone, heading up the steps and ready to make her debut on a new dance she and Ever had designed. So she wasn't here to ask. She wasn't here to make fun of the sappy way that Ever was smiling at her phone. But Ever decided none of that mattered. If it was real, she thought, she would owe Jackson Mayfair the truth, and she wasn't ready to give it.
29. Jax watched as Ever rolled away from him, the bed dipping with the movement. She was heading out into the living room, and had stopped to slide into one of his spare t-shirts. "No one's here," he told her. "You can lose the shirt." By now they'd christened most of the rooms. He'd managed to have the laundry piles cleared from the top of the washer ahead of time, and he'd fulfilled that fantasy. Another time, the kitchen counter had served handily. The couch had hosted their activities more than once. So now he was thinking he should be sated. He should feel that he'd at least had enough of her, but he knew he might never get there. She turned away from him, leaving him disappointed. He liked watching her walk away. But then he was pleasantly surprised as she crossed her hands and ever so slowly lifted the hem of the t-shirt. Jesus, she had the perfect ass. He wondered sometimes if he'd simply been ready for a girlfriend, and there she'd been in the carpool line, looking somehow beautiful and sweet but also a little sharp around the edges. He wasn't sure why that had attracted him so much. Or maybe that was just his usual mo. Michelle had been boldly and brashly kind, always wanting to make the world a better place but taking no shit from anyone. Ever, though not the same, had some similar qualities. The world that Ever made better was a decidedly smaller target than Michelle's had been. But Ever had sacrificed everything for it. The hem of the t-shirt dropped back down, and he tried not to comment that he was disappointed by that. He started to lean back against the pillows but was pulled back like a magnet as she stopped, cocked her hip to the side, and then slowly began to lift the t-shirt again. She was killing him. He breathed heavily, wanting to tackle her, and also knowing he should wait and see what she did. How did she do that? Even when she walked, it was sexier than any other woman he'd known. She was in amazing shape. All he could figure is that she worked long shifts and weekend nights. It must burn enough calories between the stress and the walking to keep her like this. Because Lord knew she'd never complained about him keeping her away from the gym. He was a goner. There were large windows in the back that looked out over the backyard, the fence, the Fisher-Price play kitchen that was seeing less and less use as the girls got older. Only the swing set could see her. The front of the house was also full of windows, but had curtains and frosted glass for exactly this reason. He and Michelle valued their privacy. He was grateful now. For a moment he felt contented as he heard the very soft footfalls of her bare feet as she walked quietly on the hardwood floors. Then suddenly he was in action, springing up from the bed. He probably only took 3 huge steps. He'd run track in high school after all, as he bounded after her. She'd heard him coming, and she'd squealed and tried to run. She was laughing and protecting herself before he'd even wrapped her in his arms. Ever shrunk down trying to become a ball as he scooped her up from behind, swinging her around. He was careful not to bash her knees on any of the walls. That would be unsexy. He couldn't help himself, though. He loved being with her. The touch of her skin on his was fire, and he turned her around, pushed her up against the wall, and slanted his mouth across hers. The giggles turned to groans. He wanted her like nothing before. His fingers roamed freely on the skin she presented to him. Her already heavy breathing told him she was reacting the same way to him that he was to her. When had he last been this wanted? It didn't matter. Ever wanted him now. He stepped away, noticing the gleam in her eyes that told him he wasn't going to get away with riling her up and walking off. She was confident and bold, and she told him what she wanted. He was more than willing to give it to her. Tugging her into the bathroom, he pushed her up on the edge of the vanity. Afterward, he stood there holding her for a moment, wondering how he could tell her he was falling in love with her.
30. Ever came off stage, and this time she waited. Some of the girls had expressed concern that the stage guys were skimming some of the money. Ever had mostly ignored it. Everyone was suspicious of any of the stagehands when they were new. She herself had been too. It seemed like such an easy way to make a few extra bucks. But when BJ told her the same thing, Ever listened. It was dark on stage. The guys were dressed in black to blend in and not distract from the girls who circled the floor serving drinks in between the dances. One of them, Chris, whom she knew, came down and looked at her oddly as he handed over everything he'd collected. "You okay, Ever?" She nodded. She didn't normally wait. The smart ones knew something was up. Just got bills to pay. It wasn't the truth. But it wasn't a lie either. She watched as one of the new guys, with military short hair and a black cap pulled low, was the last one off. She couldn't quite identify him. But out on stage, he'd stuck a hand quietly into his pocket. Crap. She'd really hoped BJ would catch somebody in the act, because BJ would have ripped him a new one. Instead, what Ever did was tip off Gregory. What Gregory did was have the hands give everything over to Ever, and then he called a random security check. He patted them all down and searched pockets while Ever headed along the hallway, wondering if she'd see a little bit of her cash back. Maybe it was all a bust, and she'd just given all the guys a security check that was demeaning and undeserved. She hated the feeling of this. She hated knocking on someone, but she also hated the idea of someone stealing her money. Even if it was just a few dollars here and there, if a guy skimmed a small handful off of every dance, he could make plenty. The problem was the guys already were tipped out handsomely. Ever, BJ, and the other dancers never took home everything from the stage. In fact, it was even harsher than having taxes withdrawn. But it was still the best money in town. Sad, she thought as she entered the bright light of the dressing room, that she'd never been able to earn enough at anything considered an honest day's job. Nope. If a girl without a degree wanted to pay the bills, it helped if she had nice tits. She headed to her station, hands full and heavy. As she came around the corner, BJ at least smiled up at her where she was getting ready for her next dance. "Your phone's been blowing up, honey." It took Ever a few minutes to set everything down, shake out the clothing, fold it, and put it back into the bag all together. That outfit could be used again in a while. She had enough for a whole weekend, where she only repeated the favorites. And people complained about the cost of the uniform at McDonald's. she thought wryly. BJ grinned up at her. It's either a kid who needs something at midnight on a weekend or it's your boy, maybe saying he wants to give you more bruises to cover up. Finally she picked up her phone and saw that it had in fact blown up. It dinged again even as she grabbed it. Hitting the button, she saw Jackson's name was all over it. She's grinned wide. Hey babe, I can't wait to see you. She shook her head at that first one, hoping that one of the 15 messages after it would help it make sense. He wasn't going to see her until Monday, so why he'd sent her that on a Saturday night, she didn't know. The others that followed it sounded much the same, as though they had planned to meet up. Next she saw "Why can't I find you?" She frowned. He couldn't find her because she was at work. It was Saturday night. Not even one random night a week that he might have forgotten she would be working. He knew she got this shift every week. She'd not had a Saturday off in the time since he'd first spoken to her in the carpool line. So why was he asking? I came by, that one was just the 3 words that made her freeze. Then the next was time-stamped in the same minute. Her heart had stopped beating. The guys and I were out on the town tonight. So I just wanted to stop by and say hello. But where, she thought again, trying to figure it out. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was. Holy hell. Honey. What's wrong? BJ was standing beside her, only half-dressed, her worry plain. But Ever couldn't quite move. He says he came by. He was down near Atlanta, and he wanted to see me. Ever. BJ raised her eyebrows. So you told him, and he decided to do a surprise visit? Ever shook her head, frantically. That's just it. I didn't tell him. Oh dear God, honey. Why didn't you tell him? I told you to tell him. Ever tipped her head and gave BJ a harsh look. No matter how right or wrong BJ was, it didn't matter now, did it? Jax said he was here. It says he didn't see you. BJ was crowded in next to her. Their bare shoulders pressed together as they read the messages. BJ touched the screen and scrolled down. The next one had come in close to 1 a.m. Gladiola's is closed. Oh hell. At least he wasn't here, but this wasn't much better, she thought. She'd stuttered out the name of a popular restaurant that was hopping on weekends when his family had pressed her. She'd floundered like a fish, she'd been waiting for him to call her on it. When a week passed and he hadn't, she'd let it go. Another text came over the line as she clutched the phone and tried to breathe. Is the bar next door part of it? He was close by. Too close. He wasn't here, but he'd figured out she'd lied. He was maybe even with his friends as he stood there realizing she'd set him up in some way. Her heart was pounding and her eyes squeezed shut. Once again the phone buzzed in her hand. She waited until she felt the nudge from BJ, her shoulder getting shoved was a clear signal. You've got to look at it, BJ said. This is your own mess. So Ever open her eyes and read the last message. 31.
Hell hath no fury like an angry bell.
Why would you even do that? Ever hissed. She didn't want her voice to carry. She had jumped up from Sunday brunch and abandoned Virginia with the boys when she'd heard the heavy knocking at the door. So she stood on the dead grass between the gravel drive and the house, wondering how many and which of her neighbors were watching what had to be a fight. She couldn't take it inside though. Ever couldn't do this in front of Virginia and the boys. What do you mean? He seemed thoroughly confused and mad at the same time. Well, she was mad too. Jax's last little cluster of texts had been a mess. He'd asked if she even worked at Gladiola's. He'd said since the place was closed, she must already be home. Then he messaged he was on his way there to find her. That was the first time Ever texted back. She'd been frantic to stop him. The last thing Virginia and the boys needed was an upset Jackson Mayfair showing up at 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning, wondering where she was. She'd written back and said, I am at work. Thus I'm busy. Please don't bother me. And don't go to the house. It was harsh and rude, but she was panicking. And she'd been quietly panicking ever since. He'd not messaged her again and she'd not reached out either, telling herself she had plans for the day and she'd take care of Jackson Mayfair later. Then her brunch was interrupted. He'd parked his squad car, of all things, in front of her home and knocked on her door in full uniform. He was on shift apparently, but that didn't stop him. It appeared Jackson Mayfair was going to take care of it now. It was closed, Ever. You weren't there. He said it like an accusation. She yelled back, shifting topics just enough. The lies rolling a little too easily, as she bit off each word. I'm a server. Why would you go there? Did you want me to wait on your table so you could leave me a nice tip? He tipped his head and glared at her as if to say, you know that's not why. Then what? You wanted to show your friends your waitress girlfriend? She was waving her hands, gesturing wildly. Fear bubbled out of her, feeling like anger. You want to interrupt my work so that you can say hi. That's not what it was, Ever. Then what was it? She planted her fists on her hips, feet wide as she stared him down. She didn't give him time to answer. Whether that was because she was upset, or because she was consciously cutting him off to make sure he couldn't win this, or even ask her anything that she couldn't or wouldn't answer, she didn't know. She just felt a need to make sure he didn't get a word in. Jackson, first you interrupted my work last night, now you're interrupting my Sunday brunch. She said it like a mother speaking to a child. We can talk about this later. Can we? Yes, she said it quickly, though Ever had wondered the same thing. Why weren't you there? Why do you work until 3 in the morning, at a place that routinely closes at midnight? God, she had no good answers for this. Ever knew what she should do, but she was standing in her own side yard next to the carport in full view of anyone watching. And he wasn't just anyone. He was Jackson Mayfair. If anyone recognized him, they were watching with interest now. He was perfect town gossip just for being around Ever. Him being at the little house on Holes Road was even better. Ever was shaking. She couldn't do this. She didn't like lying, but she couldn't tell him the truth either. Either way, it was over. Jackson, I need to get back inside. She waved her hand, she didn't even know it what. It was just a motion to make him leave. But it didn't work. You lied to me. The accusation was clean and neat. She didn't deny it. That part at least was true, but she still hit back, lashing out with every bit of hurt she'd gathered. You don't even know what you want. But it isn't me. You're still in love with your dead wife. He jerked back, his face belying the hit she'd scored. But it reached clear inside her and grabbed and twisted. Right or not, she did not feel victorious. She felt worse. Well, Jax, this was never going to work. We always knew it. Jesus, she heard the words coming out of her mouth and she hated them. It was almost at that moment that she realized just how much she liked this man. Just how many times BJ had said, "Oh honey, you're falling hard." Too hard. Ever had denied it each time. But as usual, BJ was right. BJ Groff might be the kind of person that didn't occupy the highest echelon in Southern society. She was no Georgette Harris. But BJ Groff was right a damn lot of the time. What do you mean, this was never going to work? Jax was leaning in, his face angry. There was a large, very strong man standing over her. He was glaring at her, brows pulled together, and she could have been afraid. But the only thing that Jackson Mayfair would ever hurt was her heart. So she put a hardened little shell around it, and summoned a stupid laugh that cut her at least as much as it cut him. What did you think was going to happen, Jackson? Did you think this is all sunshine and rainbows? We meet for lunch and we screw. That was just the time when we didn't have to get babysitters. Is that all it was? Yes, she'd hurt him again. Could he tell she'd cut herself even deeper? You don't even know me. She hated that last part. It was her own fault. But she also knew the truth. If he did really know her, he'd never be here. He never would have looked at her with that admiration in his eyes, or the heat behind them. She never would have had these stolen weeks with him. But that's all they could be. We're not done here, ever. I'm going back inside, she told him as he crossed his arms and stared her down almost as though he were ready to give her a ticket. His radio crackled to life then. She watched his irritation flick across his face as he turned and talked into the speaker at his shoulder, rattling off a series of codes. We're done, she repeated, thinking she could make it stick. But she couldn't. He shook his head at her before turning and stalking back to the city cruiser he'd parked on her street. She watched as he walked away, his blue uniform hugging an ass that she liked to look at in those pants. But it wasn't hers anymore, so she turned away. If he looked back, he wouldn't see her mooning over the loss. Her face felt wet before she even heard his car door slam shut and the engine start. Her shoulders were heaving. She told him she needed to get back inside and be at lunch with Virginia and the boys, but she couldn't do that now, could she? Not like this. Jackson Mayfair might not know it, but they were over. They had to be. Because if he did come back, he wouldn't be the one to finish it. Ever would.
32. Have a good day, Jax yelled at Salem as she skipped her way into the school. It was Scarlett who turned and looked back over her shoulder, her eyes squinting a little as she double-checked her father. She was right. There was something wrong. He hadn't slept in 3 days. The 2 or 3 hours that he'd gotten, he'd only tossed and turned, dreaming of Ever. I'm good, he reassured her as he waved his still very little girl in toward the school building. Some of the dreams had been hot and steamy. Some were cold and distant. From all of them, he'd woken in a sweat. Each morning, he'd hoped that he'd see her in the carpool line, but Ever hadn't been here. Right now, he didn't know which way was up. He'd gone to Sunday dinner after getting off shift. His family had easily figured out something was poking at him. But he hadn't been ready to talk. The wound had still been too raw to say anything. He didn't even know what to say. What had really happened? They'd had a fight, definitely, but had they broken up? Had she lied to him? He still didn't know for sure. Maybe it was both, but he'd just read the whole situation wrong. Ever was mad because he'd screwed up. Jax knew that much. The car behind him honked their horn angrily, and he shook his head to get himself together before pulling out. He should have apologized to the other driver. It was probably apparent he knew, but he didn't have that in him either. He was turning out of the lot, heading for home, when it occurred to him that he wasn't in uniform now. He wouldn't be making a scene. The boys would be at school. Her grandmother wouldn't be there either to interrupt them. If she'd already been here and dropped her boys off, she would have gone back home, but she wouldn't be asleep yet. If she was in line behind him, he could wait. So he turned right despite his signal saying left, and he headed toward Ever. He watched as the houses he passed got smaller and older and more ragged. Ever was literally from the wrong side of the tracks. As his car bounced up and over them, he thought for the first time how the city had failed this section of town. The tracks themselves stayed straight, but the road around them had rutted and dipped and broken away, tipping quickly down toward the quarry that sat too close to the road and the houses. The bumpy rise made a clear delineation between two portions of Breathless. If somebody took a survey, there would be a statistical difference in the number and depth of the potholes on this side. The sidewalk, also city property, was in disrepair of the kind he would never see near his own home nor the house he'd grown up in. The road signs were crooked, and several had spray paint that hadn't been washed off. Was it because the citizens didn't have spare hours in their days to rally and petition the city to fix these problems? If they didn't do it, did the city just not pay attention, and the work just didn't happen? Maybe it was that visitors didn't come to this portion of town much, so the city didn't care. It didn't matter why. None of it was okay. He passed an older couple sitting out on their porch in plastic chairs smoking something as Jackson drove by. He waved at them, and though they waved back, their expressions remained dour and unchanging. He pulled up in front of Ever's house one more time. The carport was empty, so he waited. Parked the wrong direction on the road, he watched his rearview mirror until he saw her big black SUV coming up the street. He could almost see her expression fall as she spotted his car. But she was too far away, the reflection too tiny. He must have imagined it. She pulled into her driveway, her car shiny and nice and almost out of place back here. She turned slowly and carefully, as though afraid he might ticket her for bad driving. But she parked squarely under the carport, then climbed out, ignoring him as she walked from her car to the side of the house. Her key was in her hand, but there was no way she'd missed him. He popped out of the car and ran up behind her. He'd waited too long already. He wasn't letting this opportunity pass him by. He called out, "Ever?" But she didn't respond. Ever. She pushed the door open and stepped from the outside into the slightly warmer inside air. The mornings had gotten chilly, the nights downright cold. But he was right behind her by then, so he stepped into her kitchen, crossing the threshold without actual permission. But she hadn't said no. "We need to talk." He waited for some kind of response as he scanned the old kitchen. He didn't think it was supposed to be yellow, maybe cream-colored, but it was yellowish now. "No, we don't, Jackson." She didn't turn around. He could see her arms were crossed, but he knew the boys were at school and they were finally all alone. Neither of them was working. "Please, Ever." At last she turned, but anger flared in those blue eyes. "Why did you follow me?" "This?" She was mad he'd turned up at her job. He was mad she wasn't there. But they could solve this. Couldn't they? He took a breath. "I didn't. I was in Atlanta anyway, so I wanted to stop by and say hello. That was all." Her stare told him nothing, and he scrambled, saying more. "It didn't even occur to me that you would think I'd want you to wait on me or my friends. It didn't occur to me that you might think I would be showing off my waitress girlfriend to my friends. I just knew you were nearby, and I wanted to say hello. Clearly it was stupid of me to think it might brighten your evening." He'd come over, ready to listen, but now, just a few sentences in, he was biting off his words. His own tone was as mad as hers had been the other night. But hers wasn't. Not anymore. All the heat was gone, and there was only cold. She stared at him. "Well, it wasn't okay." "Fine," he conceded. "I won't do it again." She waved one hand out, palm up, as if to say, "There's nothing here for you to even stop by and see." That made the anger flare in him again, just when he'd thought he could get around whatever massive misstep he'd made. "Is that it? One bad thing and we're done?" She shook her head, still giving nothing away. She was standing stock still, arms crossed again, glaring. 33. Jax held his breath, but Ever didn't budge and her expression didn't change. Something challenged him to wait her out, told him he could do it. They stood there in silence for a long time. He would have checked his watch, but that would have meant losing. Sure enough, she broke. "I don't work at Gladiola's, Jax." Obviously, he thought. He'd looked it up online, and the place closed at midnight every night. There was nothing to indicate they'd ever been open until 2, 3, or maybe even 4. Though they did keep the bar open later. "Are you a bartender?" She looked at him like he was stupid. And he felt stupid. He hated this. "Can we please not play these games?" "Yeah," she said, her face brightening though it felt false. "You can leave." "I don't want to." These words were softer. He found they held no anger, and he was almost begging. "I like what we have." She stared at him, not saying that she did too. So he pushed. "Don't you?" "Of course." It was a concession, small and almost nothing, but it suddenly felt like the biggest win. It spurred him forward. "Don't you want more of it?" She shook her head. "It doesn't matter what I want." She shrugged and turned away, looking as if she was on the verge of tears. When she turned back, her tone flared. She lashed out. "Don't think I haven't spent the last 4 years realizing that it doesn't really matter what I want, except for the boys to have a good, stable home. That's all I can do. The worst thing possible happened to them, and I'm just trying to make up for that. It's all I can do. There's more to life than putting food on the table." He said it softly, he meant it as an encouragement, but she threw her head back and laughed a cold, bitter sound. Not here, there's not, Jackson. I'm doing way better at it than most of my neighbors. He had to admit that she was right. She had the car, the boys had computers and field trips, and Ever and Virginia to pick them up and drop them off. But she wasn't done. There's still not room for more. Not over here. Not with the bag I got left holding. His chest sank, and for the first time he felt like conceding. But he wasn't quite willing. She was stubborn, that much was obvious. It was likely the only way she'd kept the boys together. Losing her parents suddenly and everything they'd all been through, the kids could have turned out awful, and rightfully so. Ever had forcefully held them together. What she might not know yet was that Jackson Mayfair was stubborn too. It doesn't have to be everything, ever. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you going to pay my bills, Jackson? You're a cop, and I appreciate that we pay our cops fine here, but you've got 2 kids and your own bills too. Besides that, I'm not letting anyone own me that way. God, she was frustrating. It's not about owning you. It's about taking something off your plate so you can breathe. He realized then that he'd been baited into something he hadn't said. He hadn't actually been offering to pay her bills, because he was more than certain she would have refused. It didn't matter anyway. As he stood in the tiny old kitchen, he shook his head at himself. She dragged him off track again. She was good at that. So he came back, aiming for the center of the target again, for the thing that was bothering him the most. If you don't work at Gladiola's, then where do you work? And why won't you tell me? She crossed her arms and stared at him. Once again, he got the impression that she believed he was possibly the stupidest man on earth. Maybe he was. But he clearly wasn't going to figure it out on his own. Are you selling meth? He asked. His brain was churning. No, Jackson. I'm not selling meth. Her tone matched his impression. She thought he was stupid, and she was offended. Good. But turning tricks? He asked it, thinking at first that it was the same as selling meth. That she might have lied because she was into something illegal, and he was an officer. But as his brain processed what he'd asked, he thought about Ever selling the thing they had shared, the thing that he had thought was exclusively his, and his stomach churned. Luckily, she rolled her eyes. Jesus. Jackson, no. I'm not a prostitute. But there was something in the way she bit off the last word that made him wonder. Laundering money. It's nothing illegal. Then why won't you tell me? The words came out in a roar. Because you don't deserve to know. If it had been an actual fight, that would have been a superhero punch, sending him flying backward into the wall. What we had is all we are. It was all we can be. There must have been something about the way he looked. His hurt must have showed on his face, because for the first time Ever began to crack. Fine, she said it like she was conceding, but he somehow knew she wasn't. We're over. She hadn't conceded. And he didn't even have a reason. Why are we over? Because you'll decide that we're over once I tell you. That was a threat if he'd ever heard one, but he let it pass. After a moment, he was rewarded with a soft, "You have to promise not to tell anyone." Jackson waffled on that. He wanted her to talk to him, but he was legally bound to report a good number of offenses. He could lose his job if he didn't. She waved her hand in his face, her once again angry glare catching his gaze. It's nothing illegal, Jackson. If it was, I wouldn't tell you. Her curt words bubbled, anger fueling the heart of them. I work at the Champagne Peach. He didn't quite catch it. He was waiting for more setup, waiting for her to demand that he not tell anyone again. He was an officer, he was trained, and before he processed what she'd said, he realized he hadn't promised anything. You wait tables at the Champagne Peach? He'd seen the servers there. Now she stood patiently, once again staring him down like a mother with a child. She was waiting on him to figure his shit out. But he wasn't quite getting it. The static at the back of his brain tickled and pushed, and the thing that she'd been hinting at roared to life. Ever stood stoically. "No, Jackson, I'm not a server. You've been there. I've seen you. And you've seen me." His brain fuzzed and flared. The connections clicked into place as all the memories surfaced, and the different pieces came together to make one picture. He imagined her on stage, then in his room. He felt attraction, shame, and betrayal all at the same time. He couldn't help it. He knew he should do better. But he couldn't. He was on overload as he realized what she'd said. He hated it. He felt that she'd stabbed him right in the chest. She'd lied and she'd hurt him. And he'd only gotten what he'd asked for. There was nothing he could say. He felt everything in him shut down as he turned and walked away.
34. This sucks monkey balls. Ever typed the words onto her screen as she pulled her coat tighter around her. The days had gotten chillier, and she was just mad at herself. The whole thing only made her feel worse. She was sitting outside with her frothy drink, thinking maybe it was time to switch over to something hot. But the staff here automatically made her this one, and she didn't want to seem ungrateful. Besides, it was her favorite, the only good thing about the day. As the wind tried to buffet her, she tried to look as though she liked it out here. Moving inside would have been more comfortable, but she desperately needed to keep her sunglasses on. No one needed to see how red and puffy her eyes were. The boys sure hadn't helped. Royal had blurted out his assessment to his little brothers the other morning. She broke up with her boyfriend. That had been so awesome. Ever had started to respond, but realized there was nothing she could say to him. He wasn't wrong. But in that one loudly announced sentence, he'd let them all know, not only that she'd broken up with her boyfriend but that she'd had one in the first place. Though she'd tried to leave it at that, it hadn't worked. They were kids, they'd asked questions, and she'd had to explain to a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old multiple times what it all meant. "I don't understand," Chloe finally chatted back. "Why won't you talk to him? What good would it do?" She took another sip of the drink that was so good, but so cold. The screen popped up the notification that Chloe was typing back, then it disappeared. It did this several times with no message appearing, before it occurred to Ever, for the first time, that Chloe didn't understand anymore. As much as she loved Chloe and always would, as much as she would find a way to be in Chloe's wedding, and that she would love being there, Chloe wasn't the one who understood her most. That would be Grace or BJ, neither of them women with degrees or fancy careers. BJ was making bank though, and Grace was running her own business. Only Ever was left behind, just paying her bills and trying to stay afloat. Chloe had left Breathless behind. Holes Road and what it meant to grow up there, to live there, had faded from her memory over time. Ever hadn't thought much of it, but she'd noticed she'd had to explain several times. When she first started working at the Pussycat Club, Chloe had been dead against it. Her old friend had been convinced there must be another way. Though there had been another way, find a spot at a higher-end club, it hadn't involved keeping her clothes on. What Chloe had missed was that it had been a year and nothing was working. Ever had exhausted every other option. But once again, here was Chloe, happy with her fiancé and wildly in love. Chloe had a regular paycheck for years now. She'd been graduating college and heading into Quantico when Ever had headed to Duke to start her college career. And every year that Chloe had known how she was going to pay her bills and who was signing her paycheck had put her a little further out of reach. Every year that she'd had a home and a roof over her head and a little spare money to fix it up, Chloe forgot just a little more what it was like to live in a house that listed just a little to the left. She'd forgotten what it was like to come over to Ever's to take a shower, because her mother had forgotten to pay the water bill again. She probably didn't understand what it was like to drive an hour into Atlanta, praying the whole way that Devin and Dalton had fixed Chloe's old clunker, and it wouldn't leave the two teenagers stranded on the side of the road. That they had traveled so they could shop the thrift shops and get clothing that hadn't belonged to the likes of Georgette Harris or Wendy Spitzer. Chloe was far removed from that life. Yet Ever was still making that same drive. The bubbles of Chloe typing still appeared on Ever's screen, but it seemed to be taking a while to actually finish what she was saying. Was that because she was working? Ever almost wrote, "I don't want to bother you at work," but just then the words popped up. The message wasn't big enough for all the time Chloe had taken. "It's not that I'm convinced that it will work out." She hit a hard return for the next line, Ever the grammarian, even in chat. "But I think you need to talk to him. You need some level of closure. And it might work out. You just don't know." But Ever did know. She knew it wouldn't work out because she wouldn't let it. She'd screwed up bad enough letting him in the first time. How would she survive if she let him in again? She wouldn't. She knew that. "You need to talk to him," Chloe added before Ever could type anything back. "You need to do it for you." Ever didn't reply. She didn't want to tell her friend that she was wrong. So she sat and looked out over the cloudy day that was unusually chilly and dark for this time of year in Georgia. The cold coffee wasn't disappearing nearly as fast as it usually did. Forcing herself to take a sip, she felt the twin hits of sugar and caffeine. She hadn't been eating well enough. She told herself she could use the calories. This time, the text bubble popped up with no warning. "I know you think I'm wrong." Ever almost laughed out loud, the movement making her sunglasses slide down her face. She quickly reached to push them back up. So Chloe may have left holes road in her rearview mirror, but it was good to be reminded that her friend did know her. The next message didn't help though. "You need to speak to him because you've been crying for a week." Yeah, Ever thought Chloe knew that too. Ever was typing back, "I'm not ready," when she saw the white sports car pass by in the narrow strip of parking lot beyond the fence that closed in the outdoor tables. Damn. She picked up her iPad and her drink and headed inside. Was she this much of a coward? It seemed she was. She slipped behind the counter and hugged Grace far too quickly, leaving her friend confused as she let herself out the back door. She was a fool, but she climbed into her SUV that she'd thankfully parked behind the establishment where the employees parked. She was disturbingly grateful that she'd come in the back door. Ever wrote it off as an excuse for her weak actions. Starting the engine, she pulled out, having managed to miss him this time. Breathless was small, and Jackson Mayfair was determined she wasn't going to be able to avoid him for long. But she was going to do her best. Had she gotten away from him this time?
35. Jackson Mayfair was determined. He just wasn't quite certain what he was determined about. He was going to find Ever and make her talk to him. But why? He didn't quite have that part worked out. It was almost as though he would make her talk to him simply because she'd shut him out, and he wasn't having it. He told himself he was more mature than that. He told himself that it wasn't that he didn't have a reason. It was that he had 50 of them. He wanted to yell at her for lying to him. He wanted to make her apologize. He wanted to rail at her for doing something so dangerous. He wanted to throttle her for making him have fantasies about a pixie-like dream girl, shaking her hips and showing off on stage. He wanted to get mad at her for doing the exact same thing to other men. He wanted to tell her she was wrong. She was wrong about him, about what she was doing, about lying to everyone. He wanted to make sure she knew that he didn't care, but the problem was he did care. And he hated it. He'd skipped Sunday night dinner last week, but he couldn't do it again. His mother was already suspicious, and if he skipped again, she would show up at his house at 5 a.m. But even if he went, she would go after him like a southern woman with a grapefruit spoon, until she dug every last piece of information out of him. Gigi Mayfair wasn't one to sit idly by and watch anyone she loved suffer. So last week he'd suffered at home in silence, and let his parents bring the girls back a little too late Sunday night. That, in turn, took the blame for messing up Monday morning. But it had allowed him to avoid any prolonged conversations. Now, it had been over a week. Had he even seen Ever at the coffee shop? He'd parked his car, and the woman he'd thought was her had disappeared. It was fast enough, And he'd wanted to see her badly enough that he was wondering if he'd imagined it. He was stuck at home, and the house was empty, and he didn't even have Ever to take out to lunch or invite her over to test out one of the other pieces of furniture. He hit up Emma Kate, hoping for answers. She didn't answer his 3 calls in a row, but he dialed again, not paying attention to what a dick he was being, and he was happy when she answered on the 4th. "What's wrong? Are the girls okay? What do I need to do?" She spoke in one rapid string of worried drawl. "Crap. Everyone's fine. It's not that." "What is it?" He took a deep breath and tried again. "I was curious if you were going to see Ever soon." "I'm sorry, Jackson, but what? You called me 4 times, like it was an emergency, to ask me if I'm going to see your girlfriend." Yeah, he'd done exactly that. But Em wasn't done with him. "I was in the middle of filming. I'm going to have to start all over again." Emma Kate hosted a popular online show, which she'd started with just her cell phone and the small rental house she and Keith had shared. Now, it was a real production, though she worked hard to make it look like it was just her and her phone, the way it had been during the early days. She had better lighting, and she got mad if people interrupted her. Rightly so. He swallowed his pride and apologized. But it couldn't go down well, because he added on, "I just thought you might see her. You know, poke around, ask if she's okay the next time you see her." "Why me?" Emma Kate asked. "I need to be sure she's okay at work." That was maybe the hardest thing to say. He told himself that he was a better person than he was. If he was angry because she wasn't being safe, that was a little more righteous than being mad that she showed the world everything God gave her. Why wouldn't she be safe at work? Is waiting tables dangerous? Oh shit. It hit him then that Emma Kate didn't know. Though Ever had asked, he hadn't actually promised he wouldn't tell anyone. And why didn't Emma Kate know? Had Ever told no one about her job? That was dangerous. He tried to work his way around the blunder without giving it all away. She gets home at 4 in the morning. She drives to and from Atlanta each shift. What if she goes missing? Jackson, calm your boots. She's not going to go missing from gladiolas. That confirmed it. Em didn't know. He shouldn't be dishing out anyone else's secrets, but the weak instructions from his brain didn't stop his mouth. She doesn't work at gladiolas. He told himself it was the lesser of 2 evils. He added in the fact that he might have already given Emma Kate enough information to figure it out for herself. Then he wouldn't really have been the one to tell her. Still, he tacked on, "You can't tell anyone." Em paused, then quietly said, "I'm missing something." She works at the Champagne Peach. So if she goes missing, if she comes home too late, it could be really concerning. Wait, what? Emma Kate was blurting out the syllables, as though she couldn't quite put words together. Jax almost patted himself on the back for tripping her up. It was a bit of a feat for his talkative cousin. Wait. Em was still processing it. She waits tables at the Champagne Peach. He was done holding back. The cat was out of the bag, and he wasn't even trying to put it back in. She's not a server. She's one of the dancers at the Peach. You know what that job is like. Woo. Emma Kate drew the word out, and that should have been his clue, but he was still shocked when she added, "Go Ever." What? A line from an old movie ran through his head. "I don't know what you're doing there, but it ain't dancing." "I think it's great," his cousin quickly snapped back at him. "And no, I don't think she's in danger there, or doing drugs, or any of the other bullshit you're probably thinking." Part of him wanted to think that too, but maybe he was just a lovesick fool. Maybe Emma Kate could tell him why he was an idiot, in a way he could believe. He just hadn't found that magic description that made any of it okay yet. But he didn't even get to speak. "Have you been there?" She asked it as a casual and simple question, as though his heart wasn't broken open. Emma Kate, bless her heart, was forcing him to admit it. "Yes, I have." "You're a cop. You've seen everything. Did you think the girls were coked up? No. Actually, he had been very impressed by how they didn't even seem drunk. Every cop knew what drunk looked like. They knew what someone on meth looked like. They knew what a combination of cheap alcohol and OxyContin looked like. When he'd been there, he'd been able to sit back and enjoy the show, in part because he'd felt the dancers and the servers were all quite clean. I'll bet you $50 to 1, Em said, that they've got really good bouncers for watching out for the dancers too. What makes you say that? Think about it, Jax. Pull your head out of your ass for 1 second and think about it. The Peach can't afford that kind of coverage, not unless they want to change their entire business model. They can't afford to have the dancers doing any kind of drugs, and they can't have the scandal of a dancer going missing. He did pull his head out of his ass. Her argument made sense. And ever wouldn't work at a place that did. His cousin was still going. What do you mean? Oh dear God, you idiot. It was his fault, he'd called Emma Kate. He shouldn't have expected anything less. But he actually was anxious to hear how he was an idiot. Because if he was an idiot, he might be able to go apologize to Ever. The sincere kind of apology that would be necessary to glue this broken mess back together. Jax knew he couldn't go over with the anger that had been gearing up for just over a week now. Ever's boys have lost their parents in a bad car accident. You think she's going to let them lose their sister, the only guardian they have left, to another horrible circumstance? No. She's not going to get herself murdered in the middle of the night in a bad area of town. Ever's way too smart for that. She was, he thought, but still. As much as Em was right, he'd now had enough of her telling him to get his shit straightened out. But maybe it would save him from getting a similar dressing down from his own mother. Though Jax Mayfair wouldn't cotton to having a stripper in the family. He knew that much. I'll think about it, he told her. He could almost hear her on the other end of the line. She was not satisfied with his answer. So can you put in a good word for me next time you see her? Jax, you need to be the one to talk to her. Em was about done with him. She dispensed all her advice and he wasn't fully on board. Plus, he'd interrupted her. He was less than one wrong turn from her hanging up on him. When am I going to see her anyway? I don't know, maybe you can drum something up. Yeah, no. I can't do that, Jax. It's not like we're friends and I can just call her for lunch. But you were down at the coffee shop. Yes. Jax. Her tone had drifted back to, Jax is an idiot. He probably was. It was a job. I decorated the shop and Grace paid me and I'm done. Oh. Crap. So he'd called Em, and she'd told him exactly how many shades of stupid he was. It was a lot of shades. Well, that was glorious. Still, he thanked her for her advice with a calm confidence that he didn't really have. But as he said goodbye and hung up, he wondered, if Emma Kate and Ever weren't friends, then how did she know all those things about his now ex-girlfriend? Maybe Em simply wasn't invested. On the surface, he supported sex workers and thought they had every right to a safe work environment and compensation for a job he sure as hell didn't want to do. But that didn't mean that he was comfortable dating someone with that job. Maybe Emma Kate could look at it objectively, because she wouldn't be thinking about the person she loved sharing intimate details with whoever had an ID and a few bucks. Or maybe Em had picked everything up from a distance and put all the pieces together to understand the woman he loved. Had she seen all those things without ever really being Ever's friend? Somehow, he'd been up close and personal and still had missed them all. The question was, could he get Ever to talk to him, and could he talk her out of that job? 36.
Never wear white or linen before Easter or after Labor Day. Despite what the magazines might say, there aren't any new exceptions to this rule.
Well, you look like somebody ran you over with a steamroller. He would have rolled his eyes at his mother, but Jax didn't have the energy, which made him think his mother was probably right. Also, he didn't want to deal with the repercussions of back-talking his mama, even with just his eyes. This week the girls had drained him. He'd been even more grateful than usual for the weekend when his parents took them. Normally he missed his children, even though he knew he needed the time, but this time he just slept too much. "You want us to keep them? I can get them to school tomorrow." Wow. He must really look awful. He couldn't remember the last time his mother had volunteered to get up and do the morning school run. Just getting her own children to the bus on time had been one of her most hated chores as a parent. When the girls had been born and he'd lost Michelle, his mother had stepped up. She told him that she loved him and she would do anything to help, except maybe not that. "Really?" "Yeah. We can do it. Your dad and I are retired, we have the time." Maybe that was the secret. Maybe it was because they were retired, and not because he looked so awful. I would appreciate it. He had Monday off. He could sleep in, and maybe the extra day would let him catch up. At least he could hope so. "One condition," his mother said, catching his attention again. Jax immediately felt the second thought, oh shit. He'd been really stupid to believe his mother would run his daughters in the carpool line in the morning with no caveats. "Yes, ma'am." "Tell me." "It's about this woman you brought by for Sunday dinner a few weeks ago, isn't it?" He frowned at her. "I told you. We broke up." His mother waved her hand up and down at him, as if indicating everything that was wrong. Her brows climbed in an open question that Jax didn't want to answer. He checked the time. His sister was coming tonight. It was a big deal. She and Gabe had gotten off the plane in Atlanta a little while ago and were on their way. Everyone was going to show up and descend on the house, and maybe on him. So Jax had come early because his parents had the girls. And honestly, because he didn't have anything else to do. If he'd known he was going to get interrogated, he would have stayed home. "This." She motioned to him again, not liking that he hadn't answered the silent question. "This isn't about an ordinary breakup." Cool, he thought. So everyone can see it. Maybe he could take some of that magic free time tomorrow and just go fix it. He barked out a laugh, thinking the bitterness that rang through it was so like Ever. He understood her better now. In hindsight, he could spot the times he'd suggested something stupid, thinking she could just change it or fix it. "It can't be fixed, Mom." In true Jackson Mayfair fashion, her sharp and quick response was, "Why not?" He tried to avoid saying irreconcilable differences, but his mother wasn't having any of his avoidance. "She can't change who she is." That sounded awful, but at least his mama didn't call him on that one. "No, really? What is this difference?" "Why does it matter, Mama? We broke up. It's over." She put her hands on her hips and stared at him in a stereotypical way. But it didn't matter if she looked like every other angry mother. She was angry she was his mother, and he wasn't getting out of it. "It matters, because that was the first time that I've really seen you happy in a long time. Honestly, Jax, it's been since Michelle died." It would have been kinder if she'd grabbed him around the throat and strangled him a little bit. It was hard to breathe with her telling the truth so bluntly. Ever had brought out so much. But Jax gave up and told her, because she would just wrangle it out of him eventually anyway. It wasn't worth the fight, and he sure didn't have the energy. Probably why he looked like he'd been rolled over by steamroller Ever. "Well, she lied to me." "About what?" It figured that his mom wouldn't take the lie as the singular bad act. His mother was a firm believer in context. She lied about her job. That made the woman frown. Her hands fell from her hips, and he could see the gears turning. And he heard it as he said it. Lying about a job wasn't that big a sin. His mother called him on it. Ever said she was a server. That's not the kind of job you invent to impress people. He felt his eyebrows lift up and his breath huff out. All he could think was, "Figure it out, Mama." What would being a server be a cover for? But his mother didn't get it. She didn't want to say she was a bartender? He waited a few more beats. Ever had made it clear that she didn't want people to know what she did for a living. But Jax was feeling it was clear that he needed therapy. You can't tell anyone, Mama. Can't tell anyone what? She's a stripper. He said it with a firm emphasis at the end. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wished he could take them back. Ever didn't want him to tell anyone, and he shouldn't have. But whiskey couldn't be undrunk. Jax consoled himself that it was okay, because he needed to get it off his chest. He needed his mother to understand that he wasn't the asshole here. And his mother wouldn't tell anyone. Oh, this is quite the juicy story. The voice behind him had him spinning around fast enough to give himself whiplash. Lennon came down the steps, Gabe close behind her. Jax felt the smile bloom on his face at seeing his baby sister after such a long time. He crossed the room in a few steps and gathered her into a huge hug. It's so good to see you. I thought you were just leaving Atlanta. She shrugged. We forgot to message until we were almost here. Lennon said it with a laugh. So we got in early and laid down for about half an hour. It was a miracle that she was staying here, under their parents' roof. She'd refused when she'd moved back to town briefly. Then again, this time she was coming back with her live-in boyfriend and obvious love of her life. Her history with the Zemp family was tangled and ugly, but it was clear she and Gabe belonged together. Jax held his hand out for a hearty shake from his future brother-in-law, and couldn't help the thought that his sister had landed a love from the exact opposite kind of upbringing Ever had. Mama told me that you had a girlfriend, and then you didn't. He would have glared at his mother, but it wouldn't do any good. And he'd been a dumbass to expect anything less. But he looked his sister in the eye and said, You can't tell anyone what you heard. That your ex is a stripper? She made a zipper motion across her lips, and over her shoulder, Gabe shrugged, as if to say he didn't even know who they were talking about. That figured. Jax tried to remember if he'd promised Ever that he wouldn't tell her secret. She'd asked, but he didn't know if he'd ever actually said the words. What he knew was that Ever was telling people she was a server, and that she didn't want her real occupation getting out and around. Jax thought that, in and of itself, was a clear signal that she shouldn't be working that job. Emma Kate had come in the door during the commotion, Keith right on her heels. Jax only just now noticed that his audience had grown bigger. But Em already knew, which probably meant Keith did. Though the veterinarian wouldn't tell anyone, except a cow or two, if he did decide to talk about it. It does explain a lot. Emma Kate jumped into the conversation and turned to hug Lennon in welcome. I don't see why he's all upset about it. Then again, why would she understand? She hadn't thought Ever was hers, only to find out that Ever was selling herself on stage 3 nights a week to any man who wanted to watch. It keeps her in phenomenal shape. Emma Kate wasn't even talking to him anymore. She was telling Lennon and his mom. He didn't even respond. His brain was frying from the memories that flashed by. I've heard that pole dancing is an excellent workout. Does she work somewhere classy? Lennon was asking. Jackson felt his shoulders slump and his eyes roll. This was not the point of this conversation. The Champagne Peach. Em told them all. Oh, that is one of the nicer clubs, his mother commented, getting back into the conversation. Was he in an alternate universe? Why in hell did his mother even know about a strip club an hour away? Fine, he thought, good forever. She was rolling in the dough. But it was shitty for Jackson. It was shitty for the guy who was falling in love with her, the one she'd lied to. It was shitty for the guy who realized that she would never actually be his. His mother caught his gaze again and stared him down. You need to go talk to her, Jackson. It can't be fixed, he repeated. Why? Emma Kate stepped up beside him, and Lennon looked over their cousin's shoulder at him, echoing the same thought. He felt cornered, and like they were all telling him he was wrong. But he wasn't. "I can't date a stripper." "Because you're a cop." The tone of his mother's voice made it clear that she thought that was plausibly the stupidest reason in the whole world. "No," Jackson said, "because what does that tell the girls?" "Because she lied to me." "I'm not sure what you think that tells your girls. But why did she lie about her job?" Emma Kate's parents were both white, and his cousin looked more like an angelic blonde-haired porcelain doll than a member of his immediate family. She wasn't the one anyone would guess would be Gigi Mayfair's perfect mini-me. But she'd moved around to stand next to his mother, and good God if he couldn't see it. "Talk to her." His mother practically commanded it. "At least find out why she lied." He realized then he didn't really know. He'd made assumptions. Though he wanted to tell his mother again that why didn't matter. He couldn't. But all the reasons in the world wouldn't take back that she had lied. And they didn't change that he couldn't deal with her job. Still, he agreed to do it because he couldn't tell his mother no. And he told himself it might bring him some closure. "Okay. I'll talk to her one more time." His mother had the exact same reaction as Emma Kate did, both looking almost gleeful at his concession. But Jax couldn't help the faint spark of hope. Maybe they were right. Maybe somehow, some way it could be fixed. Even if he couldn't see it at all.
37. "There's nothing I need to sign for," Ever grumbled into the empty space of her living room. She'd heard the anemic whine, but more she heard the tone in her own voice. The underlying irritability that had made the boys recoil, or softly pad out of the room when she was in it. The problem was, she didn't seem to be able to help it. She tried to be sunnier, but the cheer was obviously false. She carefully set down the tube of glue that she was holding, gently laying it across the wax paper she'd spread across the dinner table. This was time-sensitive work, and she didn't like being interrupted. Turning for the door, she crossed the short distance, thinking of Jackson's house, and every need having a room. But there was no dining room here, just a kitchen that opened into a space that served as both the dining area and living room. It would have been called modern or open concept, had it been a newer build. But her home was old as dirt, and it was designed that way simply because the place was too small for anything else. The doorbell whined again as she reached for the knob. Ever yelled out "Coming," as she stopped short to look down at what she was wearing. At least she had a bra on, and she wouldn't startle the delivery guy. The stained yoga pants and oversized t-shirt weren't going to change though. With a heavy sigh, because she could only fight her irritability so long and she was saving her sunny moments for the boys, Ever flung the door open, one hand out for the package. The complaint of having her work interrupted died on her lips. Well, she'd been right about one thing: there was nothing that she ordered online that she needed to sign for. Jackson Mayfair stood on her front step, which sadly was too tiny to give her any breathing room. She didn't say anything, and neither did he. For a moment they just stared at each other. But she didn't have time to waste. Contrary to popular belief, strippers didn't sit around eating bonbons all day. "I'm busy, Jackson. What do you need?" "I just need to talk to you." He stood on the porch, and if he'd had a hat it would have been in his hands. But she needed a moment to think. Ever thought about the shoes she'd set out carefully on the table, the project he'd interrupted. For whatever reason she didn't want to identify, she was sharp. Maybe her anger had honed her tongue to a fine edge. "Well, I don't need to hear from you, Jackson. And I'm busy." She watched the words absorb softly. Not like a hard hit. Or a sharp cut. He nodded and changed his request. "I need you to talk to me." Ever shrugged, still mad, still hurt. "Why?" "It doesn't change the fact that I'm in the middle of something." She pointed back over her shoulder. As she'd motioned, she realized he'd stepped forward. Instinctively, she stepped back. Maybe he'd either read it as an invitation, or just decided to push his way in. But it didn't matter why, Jackson Mayfair was stepping across the threshold. Please, he said, the simple word a contrast to both his tone and his foot landing on the carpet in her front hallway. She looked down and saw his high-end sneakers stepping on the low-end carpet. It had seen better days, but it had never been a better carpet. Apparently, she only had one cutting remark in her, and she'd already spent it. Giving up, she told him, close the door behind you. But Ever turned, giving him her back and walking away. Let him see, she thought, that he didn't want this. It was a stupid thought. He'd already made that clear. She hadn't invited him in, not technically. But she headed to the table, picked up the tube of glue and resumed her work, leaning down over the shoe. It was upside down on the table, the sole facing up, and she started to finish working on the toe of it where she'd been, when he interrupted. Hopefully, it wouldn't interfere with how it performed. Turning to the second shoe, she drew identical small stripes on the too-slick sole of the other platform. What are you doing? He asked it as though he were here to make friendly conversation. She wasn't. So Ever replied curtly, stripper things. The shoes, which she'd tested on the stage after closing the other night, had proven to be a little too slick for the floor at the Peach. A few thin stripes of rubberized glue and they'd hold her perfectly. Jax seemed to understand she was concentrating on her work, and didn't interrupt again. For that one small thing she was grateful. She added a drop to the micro tip of each long pointed heel. She'd always thought that if the shoes slipped off they'd be useful as weapons. But every stripper knew your shoes had better have straps. The last thing anyone wanted was to do a high kick, and get sued for hitting a patron upside the head with a flying stiletto. She recapped the tube. She wasn't anywhere near done with the work that she needed to have finished before she left to pick up the boys from elementary. So she turned to face Jax, her hands on her hips. You came here for a reason, Jackson? He nodded. I'm just trying to understand. Jesus. She didn't have time to soothe his hurt little soul. Hell, she didn't have time to soothe hers. I'm sorry that you don't understand. I can't even fathom what or why you don't understand. So I don't know how to explain the obvious to you. It's not obvious to me, Ever. Why are you doing this? He waved one open hand angrily at the table, where she'd laid out two sparkly spangly costumes next to the shoes that were flipped upside down, the glue now drying. Do not touch that, she told him with a sharp wag of her finger. I'm doing this because somebody has to wash my costumes. And because if I don't glue the bottom of my shoes, I'll slip on the stage. What do you want, Jackson? She was pretty sure that wasn't what he meant. But she'd punctuated the last line, enunciating each syllable with the anger that had simmered below the surface since he'd stormed out of her life. It threatened to boil over now. He made a face that said he knew what she was doing, and he pared down his words to be clearer. Why this job? She laughed, expecting it to come out bitter, harsh, old, and jaded. Instead, it came out almost musical and sunny despite the underlying emotion. She really did find that question funny. Because I love it, Jackson. Really? He asked, incredulous. You just woke up one day and thought I liked taking my clothes off. I should earn money for it? One fist had clenched and migrated to her hip. She hated defending this. Some women do. Yes. But do you? It doesn't matter. She was yelling, but he'd come to her house and demanded answers she didn't have. Answers he wouldn't like. He wanted a talk that wouldn't resolve anything, it would only hurt them both more. It doesn't matter if I love it. You don't get any say in it. Is it the money? He asked. She waved one hand around her undercared-for home. Royal had left his iPad on the couch. She spent her money carefully in certain places, but there wasn't enough to go everywhere. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Yes, Jackson. It's all for the money. You can tell I'm rolling in it. He shook his head, clearly frustrated at her. But her chest was clenching down, and her teeth were grinding. The feeling was more than mutual, but Ever was done throwing softballs. She was done having conversations with Jackson Mayfair, and breaking her own heart over and over again. She had shit to do. She might have broken up with Jax, but she still had bills to pay and kids to run through the carpool line. She still had to take Virginia to the doctor on Thursday morning. There was no room for a man who didn't understand her, a man who thought she was trash because of where she came from and what she did. Hoping he would leave, she planted her hands on her hips and lobbed her next question. 38. Why is it better if I hate it? Ever asked, staring at him. What do you mean? Jax clearly didn't understand. She waved her hand up and down the length of him. It's clear that you're okay if I was forced into this, and you can talk me out of it. You're okay if I made some bad choices and wound up being a stripper. But you can't deal with it if I like this, if I chose it. Why is that, Jackson? His jaw visibly clenched. It was a damn fine jaw, but she'd rather do without the jaw, without the kisses, without the heady afternoon lovemaking, than do without her self-respect. It had been a damn long hard battle to get it in the first place. She wasn't letting it go easily. That's not? Yes, it is. She didn't let him finish. That's exactly what it is. You don't like what I do for a job? Fine. I don't like what you do for a job either. But I haven't asked you to stop. He was opening his mouth to respond, but everything she'd bottled up for 2 weeks, everything that had made her short-tempered and sad, now found its target. No, Jackson. Look at what you do. Look at the company that you keep. Look at what the uniform that you wear stands for and always has. She didn't point out the tangled mix of his own skin tone beneath that uniform. She didn't have to. Dalton had been her father and she'd learned just by being there. What am I doing that's so bad? She asked. Then at last, she found the strength to shut her mouth and wait. Stepping back half a foot, she leaned onto the table that she honestly wasn't sure would support her. But she wasn't going to give an inch now. Ever waited, but Jax didn't answer. As he stayed silent, her vindication grew. Her pride swelled. She hadn't liked the job, in fact, she'd hated it at first. She'd been ashamed and felt she'd sunk low. But she'd quickly worked her way up to the peach, and she'd met a few of the dancers that were lifers. BJ, for one, hadn't let herself or ever lose her own value. And honestly, the work itself was relatively fine. Sure, there were bad actors, but they were mostly the customers. Aside from the occasional sticky-fingered Kelly, the staff was solid. It was better than what she saw people complaining about in other jobs. She felt safe, and despite Jeremy's strict hand with the scheduling, she felt a relative measure of job security. Even just having worked at the Peach, she knew she could find another spot if she needed to. She wasn't ready for a road tour, or anything like that. But she could continue to put food on the table. If she lost her job on a Tuesday, by Thursday she could be dancing somewhere else. She was proud of that, though she didn't say it out loud. She continued to let the beautiful man in front of her stew. But Jackson seemed to have really taken her words to heart. She tried to keep her expression harsh, but she worried. What if he thought it through, and decided he didn't want to be a police officer anymore? Wherever he went, whatever he decided to do, he would probably out-earn his current salary. She, on the other hand, would take a massive hit financially if she left dancing. So no, she wasn't going anywhere. Finally, when neither of them had spoken, and she figured his brain was churning as hard as hers but hadn't come up with anything, Ever waved her hand to gesture behind him. You can see yourself out. She turned her back to him, more to let him know he'd been dismissed. Her way of saying it was over, all of it. She turned her focus onto her outfits, pulling them from the bag and laying them over the backs of chairs one by one. She waited for Jax to leave, though he didn't, as she checked for stains, missing sequins or rhinestones. She already had 2 picked out for hand washing. She added a few to those 2 and put the others aside to dry clean or repack. Jackson, you need to leave. Just tell me one thing before I go. Her face tightened again. Her fingers curled up into fists. And she thought for a moment, she had bent some of the sequins on the top she was holding. So she carefully shook it out. She didn't owe him anything. He was the one who had problems here. If I answer you, will you please leave? She punctuated every word again, but didn't get an answer. So she turned again to face him, realizing she needed to see his expression to know he was serious. Her heart was breaking open, oozing poison into her blood, the pain flowing to every cell of her body. She couldn't handle this. It had been bad enough losing Jackson the first time, but, in the nearly 2 weeks since, she'd lost him over and over again. She'd nurtured stupid, hopeless fantasies. She thought maybe he'd come back. Or maybe she'd see him and they'd talk like this. Each time, the hope flared despite her every effort to tamp it out. Each day that ended with them not back together had her crying at night as she squashed the stupid thoughts again. Right now, she felt it burbling back to life as if she might have an answer to this one question, and that it might make everything okay between them. But it couldn't. She told herself she was answering it just to get him gone. One question, one answer. You leave. He nodded, his expression still sad. Maybe he felt the way she did. Maybe he still wanted her as much as she still wanted him, but she didn't ask because it didn't matter. It was clear by the way his eyes turned down at the edge, by the soft glaze that had covered them, keeping out the spark of brightness she'd seen before, that he didn't think there was any magic solution either. But he asked, "Why did you lie to me?"
39. I'm only doing this for the coffee. Emma Kate sounded put out as she sat back in one of the large leather overstuffed chairs that she had picked out. They'd ordered their drinks and food after he snagged the back table and poured out the whole story. As they waited for the order, Jackson nodded. He'd definitely bribed her to get her here, and she'd definitely bought the most expensive coffee from the menu, along with an egg sandwich, which she was probably going to take home. But it was still more than a fair price. He didn't lie to himself that he hoped Ever would stop by. So he sat with his back to the wall and scanned the front of the coffee shop as he waited for their drinks or for any wisdom from his cousin. I don't know when I became your personal therapist, Em said. And honestly, it'd be nice if I could take Keith a coffee too. Now she was extorting him. Jackson knew this but quickly agreed. You became my personal therapist when you moved back to town, and my sister decided to stay in Chicago with Gabe. They came back, and they're staying for a little while this time. She's here, you could ask her. But then you wouldn't get coffee, and all the gossip. And I would have to tell someone else the whole sordid story. Em nodded as if to say that was fair. Jax's head snapped up as Grace came over to the table, holding a tray with a fancy glass mug for his tall black coffee, and an even fancier tumbler for Emma Kate's frothy drink that reminded him of Ever. Grace set the coffee down, told them to enjoy it, and asked a routine, "Is there anything else I can get you?" The two of them shook their heads, and Emma Kate said a polite, "Thank you." She lifted the tumbler and went after the perfectly formed whipped cream on top. Jackson was about to turn back to his cousin when Grace did a complete 180 and looked at them. "You two are not as subtle as y'all think you are." Startled, Jackson looked up at the cafe owner. But he didn't get a word in before she was apologizing. "I'm sorry. I know Ever." Grace did look as if she regretted saying anything, but she didn't stop saying it. "She told me about the two of you. And honestly, this little corner looks cozy, and I think you're safe from the rest of the restaurant overhearing, but just so you know, everybody behind the counter is getting every word." Shit. So he just revealed to all the workers at Grace's cafe what Ever did for a living. Ever had tried hard to keep it a secret. But then she'd gotten involved with him, and he just kept blowing it all to hell. Jax felt his lips curl in, thinking about his mistake. But he nodded to Grace, as if to thank her for his own embarrassment. She looked ready to leave again, but even as she did, she turned back one last time. "By the way, I was rooting for the two of you." She wasn't rooting for him, Jackson thought. She was rooting for them. Interesting. But as his eyes wandered, checking out the front window again, hoping for Ever to come inside or at least walk by, he'd missed the interaction as Emma Kate reached up and gently grabbed Grace by the wrist. He didn't know if she'd asked if the cafe owner was free to chat or if she'd just worked what Southern girl charm she had. But Grace was now sitting at the table with them. The problem, Emma Kate was telling the newcomer to his conversation, is twofold. She took another sip of the coffee, as Grace paid rapt attention to the sweet-looking angel demon that he called a cousin. The one he'd funded with all that coffee. First, he doesn't like her job. He hates it. I think he's jealous. Jax was opening his mouth when Em held out a palm to him, her manicured fingernails flashing, and she made a no motion toward him. He clicked his teeth shut. Apparently, this wasn't his conversation anymore. She continued talking to Grace. The other problem is that Ever lied to him. Grace turned to him then. Finally, someone was talking to him. But he would take advice from anyone who could help. He missed Ever with an ache he'd not expected, and all he wanted was to find a way over the roadblocks that seemed insurmountable. But Grace didn't offer advice, instead a question poised on her lips. Suddenly, Jackson felt that it was more an interrogation than anything else. What did she lie to you about? The job, Jackson said. She told me she was a server over at Gladiola's. And? Grace pushed. Why does it have to be more? She lied to me. You don't lie to people you love. He watched as instantly 2 sets of matching eyebrows raised as if to say, well now maybe that's your problem. Had he just admitted that he loved her? He hadn't even let the idea do more than roll past him before now, and he wasn't giving it any credence when she wasn't even his anymore. Jax backpedaled. She lied to me about one thing, she'll lie to me about anything else. Liars are liars. Yes, Emma Kate agreed a little too easily for his taste. Leaning forward, she set her elbows on the table in a decidedly unsettled move. Her hands crossed gracefully, as if she were settling in. He was in the crosshairs. Because you never lied to her about anything. He was about to say he hadn't, but he honestly couldn't be sure. I don't think it's that big of a lie, Grace added in. Do you know what her job is? This time, he leaned forward as if to make a point. I do. When I was new here, and I was struggling and paying rent out of the meager savings I had with no income, Ever helped me out. She told me she could hook me up and get me a job. And you didn't take it, did you? Jackson felt he'd scored a point. I didn't. I found a local job waiting tables. He nodded as if to show that that was clearly the better decision, but Grace quickly disavowed him on that idea. I didn't have a car or any transportation. The Peach is almost an hour each way. I didn't have the money to invest in costumes or anything. And though Ever very generously offered to help me out, when I found a job that was within my means, I took it. She made a convincing argument that her decisions had nothing to do with taking off her shirt. Oh, Emma Kate said, looking at Grace with a nearly predatory grin. You have more to say. Though Jackson hadn't picked up on it himself, he could see it once his cousin had pointed it out. I'm not in the habit of giving my customers my opinions on their personal lives. Grace put her hands flat on the table and reached for her drink tray as if to leave, but Jackson shook his head. I can take it. Please tell me. Grace tried to refuse, but he gave her his best cop stare, the kind that didn't say you can tell me, the look that said you have to. Grace took a deep breath. Ever didn't lie to you. She lied to everyone. She only told me because she was helping me get the job. Why did she tell you the truth? I mean, you should be grateful that she told you it all. She didn't tell me, he protested. I went to see her at work, and she wasn't there. It wasn't even open. Emma Kate and Grace flashed a quick surprised glance toward each other. Crap, he thought, clearly that was worse. Fine, Grace conceded, though he was sure she wasn't truly conceding. She didn't tell you, but she didn't tell anyone. And the reason she didn't tell anyone was because she doesn't want to get harassed by the locals. It's because her kids don't deserve to be teased for having a stripper for a sister. And honestly, Grace looked as though she was going to regret it, but said it anyway. She didn't tell you because of this. She made an open palm gesture toward him and Emma Kate, as though they were the problem. Working to hold his confusion in check, he tried not to be angry either. After all, he had convinced her to speak her mind. She didn't deserve any shit from him. What do you mean this? I just told you all the reasons she didn't want people to know. So, how many people have you already told? Jackson started to count through it, telling himself that it had only been his own confession that he needed to get off of his chest. Then he felt that same chest sink heavily. Grace stood up then, extricating herself from the conversation before Emma Kate could pull her back in. Jax looked across the table at his cousin, still sitting with her arms crossed, still staring him down. Shit. He was the problem.
Hello. Thank you so much for listening to Lucky. Please help us out by subscribing to this channel. We appreciate you listening to this audiobook.
40. Jax didn't know what he was doing. He told himself that he did, but he didn't as he raised his hand and knocked on the door. He'd gotten this far on sheer determination. He hadn't quite been able to answer Grace's last question about why Ever had lied to him. It only occurred to him there in the coffee shop with Em and Grace staring him down that maybe that was what his mother had been getting at. Sure, lying wasn't good in a relationship, but sometimes there were reasons. Sometimes there might be something he had overlooked. And he wanted something that he'd overlooked. He craved it. He wanted to be able to say he was wrong and make it all go away. He missed Ever. Grace asking that question had started the series of tiny cracks in the cold shell around his heart. Now it was split wide open, oozing with hope that he wanted to make real. But nothing was happening. Was Ever not home? Her car was here, and she was the only licensed driver in the family. No one should ask him why he'd checked that. He waited one more second, then rang the horrible-sounding doorbell because it had worked the last time. Still, he stood on the small concrete patio looking like a fool. Sure enough, within moments, he could hear footsteps and movement on the other side of the door. His hope soared and bloomed within him. He was such a fool. But he was more than willing to be one, if he could get Ever back. When she opened the door, his eyes immediately darted over her shoulder. There were no ultra-sexy 6-inch platform stilettos sitting upside down on the table, no spangled or fringed costume laid out for washing. His eyes snapped back to the woman in front of him. She didn't look angry this time. Only sad. Jax had tried to formulate a plan on the way over, but it hadn't worked. Now, he found he had no control over the words coming out of his mouth. Maybe it was what he should have done from the beginning, because it seemed these words worked better. I'm sorry. Ever looked startled. Jax took the crack in her armor and pushed against it. I wasn't being fair to you, and I want to be. She blinked at the sheen forming on her eyes. She looked tired, as if maybe she wasn't sleeping without him either. His heart, that he'd thought had swelled to the point of bursting open, pushed even harder against his ribcage. Ever. Tell me why. There was no perceptible movement. But he could see that where she'd begun to thaw, she'd now started to freeze again. I don't understand, and I want to. He threw the words out there before she could get angry. Or so he hoped. Just help me understand why you lied to me. She shook her head. He saw that she wanted to plant her feet, push her fists into her hips, and be mad at him. But he was grateful that she didn't quite have the energy. Still, she told him, no, Jackson. None of it matters. There was something in the tone of her voice, something that wasn't quite as hopeless as the words led him to believe. There was a slight floating at the end of her words that made him think she wanted to say, unless. He was hanging on to that perceived, probably imaginary thread. Jax waited, all his hope hanging around him in the air as he waited. But Ever didn't answer. He didn't know why it made him like her and admire her all the more. She was dedicated to her decisions. She wanted him, but she wasn't going to give an inch to make it happen. So he would. She was so damn sexy, as she shook her head at him and closed the door. Only, maybe she'd forgotten he was a cop. Jax thrust his hand and one foot out, bracing the door so he wouldn't get pinched, and she wouldn't close it. It was clear that she felt the resistance and gave up. Good. When she pulled the door back open, irritation colored her gaze. He said the only thing he could. Please, Ever. Please. She was opening her mouth, probably to ask him what he really wanted, or please what? But suddenly, he knew what. Jax saw the answer in the air between them, and he closed the gap. She didn't move, didn't step back or pull away. As if she, too, knew this was inevitable. When his lips touched hers, she didn't react at first, and Jax felt the cold air pass between them, as though his Snow White had literally frozen him out. But too fast for him to react, she started to melt against him. As her mouth brushed softly across his, the world righted itself and faded into the background. He could breathe again, but he didn't want to. He didn't need air, only Ever. They stepped together in a dance they already knew, bodies fusing, clothing the only barrier between them. He was inside her home, and back inside her life as he closed the door behind him, a fitting metaphor. Her tongue swept across his, and took everything away from him. He didn't need anything else, just Ever. Where he'd been cold, he now caught on fire. His hands were frantic, roaming over her. It had been too long, far too long since he'd touched her. His own t-shirt caught under his chin as she tried to tug it over his head. He laughed at getting tangled as she covered his face with the fabric and let him deal with it since she couldn't. He chuckled until he froze at the hot, wet touch of her soft mouth. For a moment he stood there, unable to move as the pleasure of her touch shot through him. Then he sprung to action. The t-shirt was yanked until it gave up, and he tossed it across the room with enough force that he would have worried he'd broken something if he could have found the space to care about anything other than the woman in front of him. He watched as she wiggled those sexy hips, shaking them in a practice move. His breath caught. He knew that move. It was the kind of thing a pro did to entice men. Ever was looking down, the fall of her inky hair covering her face, as she stepped one graceful leg out of the jeans, then the next. Her candy-pink toenails called to him, but were they remnants of the job too? When she stood up and looked at him, she must have read it all in his face. Jax.
41. Ever froze. Not again. Jax was looking at her as though he thought she was, what? Trash? Teasing him? A prostitute? She understood that everything she did when having sex could be seen in light of being a move or being calculated. But that was no different than before she'd been dancing. Every woman wanted to entice her lover, turn him on until he burned for her. She just knew a few extra moves to do that now. Standing there in just her bra and panties, not matching because she'd not expected any of this, she waited. Her breathing shallowed out as he looked at her as though making a decision. Pressure built behind her eyes and in her chest, every muscle clenched. She would not survive another heartbreak from this man. Ever could see his eyes tracing her. From the dark arches of her brows, past her mouth which must be quivering. He lingered at each point along the way, as though assessing her. If she'd had her shit together, if she wasn't literally about to crack in half, she would have told him to hurry. If she'd ever doubted that she'd been falling in love with him, this would have made it clear. She was willing to stand here and wait, and hope that he saw something worth saving between them. Her eyes fell closed. She couldn't watch. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't wait, and she couldn't do anything but wait. She wasn't prepared when his arms came around her, engulfing her, and pressing his hot body against hers. His lips found the sweet spot under her jaw as he nudged her head back, giving him access. Ever sucked in her first full breath and melted into him. Her hands found his bare shoulders, and the feeling of holding him close against her, of him holding her close, rushed back in. She remembered this. She'd missed this. She needed this. In that moment, she put herself literally in his hands. What Jackson Mayfair might not know was that she put her soul in his hands too. She was his, problems and all. They would figure this out. They were meant to be. She was his. She came apart in his arms, there in the dingy front hallway of the tiny house. Ever collapsed against him as his strong arms came around her. She wanted to tell him thank you. She wanted to tell him she loved him. She wanted to return the favor, but none of her muscles worked. She was falling, unable to hold herself up, not sure how to stand, when she realized he'd scooped her into his arms and was making his way down the hall. He opened the door to her room, a colorful oasis in the small, drab home. She had a bedspread shot with shiny turquoise threads, and a bed too big for a single woman. It had been one of the few luxuries she'd given only to herself. Now she was grateful as Jax threw back the comforter, paying no attention to the room around them, only to her. He laid her onto the white cotton sheets and stood before her. But she didn't need to wait. She didn't need to decide. "Jackson, I need you." That was all she had to say. She wasn't hiding from him, she couldn't. His fingers laced into her hair, holding her face close to him. Her eyes were open and so were his. It would have been soul-crushing if she'd seen anything less than the love shining in his gaze for her. They'd seen everything. There was nothing left to hide. He breathed harshly, collapsing against her and trying to apologize for his weight. She laughed at him and held him there. His skin felt good against hers, he was solid and real. He was here, not just in the dreams she woke from, wishing things could be different. He'd found a way for things to be different, and she was holding on to it and him tightly. She dozed a little, finally happy, finally content in his arms. All the tension and anger of the last few weeks had drained away. She could breathe again. His voice was sleepy, sated, and warm like honey. "Ever." He rolled off her but stayed tucked up against her side. They lay on the bed, facing each other, and she couldn't help the soft smile that played at her lips. "I know it's too soon." His eyes, warm and dark, found hers. God, she loved the sound of those words. "But I'm falling crazy in love with you. Let's make this work." She nodded, the smile growing. He might be able to speak and say sweet nothings, but she hadn't quite recovered her voice. She might have screamed loud enough to let the neighbors know just how damn good Jax Mayfair was in bed. His own grin mirrored hers and she felt it deep in her core. "Move in with me. Let's build a life together. You can leave the peach behind you." Ever paused. Had he just said that? But he had. His warm smile stayed there, he was content, and thought that offer was going to be accepted. The knife that slashed her cut deeper than she ever would have thought it could. "No." She was pushing up on one arm, the single word enough to change his expression. "What do you mean?" "I mean no. I can't just move the boys into your house and change their whole lives. I can't give up the only means I have to support myself." "But you don't have to. It'll be tight, but I have some money." She was still shaking her head. "No." The frantic feeling that his offer inspired was overblown, but she couldn't escape it. She flung herself to her feet, her suddenly stable feet. All the soft effects of his touch had fled, leaving her ice cold again. Tugging the comforter from where he'd flung it, she wrapped it ungracefully around herself and pointed at the still open bedroom door. 42. Ever stepped through the back door of Grace's cafe? She must have looked worse than she thought. Because she found herself immediately enveloped in Grace's arms. Grace didn't even ask if she was okay. It was clear she was not. Then Grace asked, "What did you do?" At the same time Ever wailed the same words, "What did I do?" That was enough, and Grace didn't demand an answer. She simply hugged tighter. It seemed to be a day for getting questioned, and then walking into someone's arms. Ever had fallen back onto the bed and cried herself into a fever after Jax finally left. He'd tried a few times to say something, but she wasn't having it. She couldn't afford it. Her brothers couldn't afford for her to be this broken. When she realized her face was swollen from crying, she made a decision. If she stayed there, she might not ever get up. So she pulled her clothes on, picked herself up, and lied to herself that she'd be okay. Now her stomach churned at the thought of what she'd done. Of how she'd thrown herself into the belief that everything could work out between them. It had been so patently stupid to think that Jax had accepted her. There was no changing that he didn't, and never would. She'd only made it worse for herself by fanning the flames of her stupid little hope, and sleeping with him. She should have asked questions first. It was her own fault. She wished she hadn't come, though she'd clearly needed Grace's hug. Her friend only just then let go of her. There was no escape, Ever realized. She'd thought she could sneak in the back door, order up a coffee and consume the empty sugary calories. She'd thought it would make her feel better. At Grace's, she didn't even have to come in the front or sit outside with her sunglasses. That feat was far beyond her abilities today. She couldn't even keep herself together enough to be seen in public. She didn't know how she was going to pick up the boys this afternoon. But she was glad to be ensconced in the back, in Grace's warm and strong embrace. God forbid she ran into Jackson again. She'd needed the privilege of belonging to the tiny shop today. Ever had overestimated herself enough to think she might hang out and chat a little bit. It was clear now that she wasn't capable. She cried silently into her friend's arms as Grace calmly rocked her back and forth. It was only a few minutes later that she lifted her head and realized her friend had maneuvered her neatly into the office, and the door was closed behind them. Lord, she must look bad. As Grace tried to get her to sit down into a chair, Ever burst into real gulping sobs. A knock on the door had Grace cracking it, and a hand appeared offering not just one but two of the frothy, sugary concoctions. Grace put one into Ever's hands, clinking the glasses together in a sad toast before looking at her friend. Drink. Ever did as commanded. After a few sips of chocolate and coffee, she did feel better. Jackson? Grace had a worried look on her face. Ever could only nod. She sniffed, then gulped as she tried to explain. It poured out of her like a dam breaking, her words spilling one over the other with no real chain between them. And he came over and it was so stupid. I was so stupid. I thought he'd changed his mind. It seemed that Grace had just sipped at her drink. The whipped icy coffee wasn't her thing. Grace liked hers stronger, darker, with fewer bells and whistles. She was drinking it in solidarity, which was just a small gesture, but Ever felt it in her soul. More words tumbled out without an acknowledgement of what her friend was doing. I slept with him. I thought it was all okay. And then, she hiccuped, her chest contracting as though her own body had had enough of her. Grace reached her hand out, covering the one that Ever with clenching and unclenching on her leg. She hadn't even realized she was doing it until Grace stopped her. I'm so sorry, Grace offered up, but there was something about the tone that caught Ever's attention. The dam stopped flowing. Ever hiccuped again, and looked up at her friend through the tears running down her face. If she had put mascara on, it would have been there too. It was a good thing she hadn't even tried for makeup today, as if she could look or feel any worse than she already did. Thank you. No, Grace pressed, I'm sorry. Why? It's not your fault. Grace closed her eyes and sucked in a slow deep breath through her nose as if centering herself. It might be. She wasn't even alert enough to process that, and besides, how could any of this bullshit be Grace's fault? Ever, Grace recounted how she'd overheard Jackson and Emma Kate sitting in the corner. He was looking for advice on how to get you back. And you gave it to him? Grace nodded, then tipped her head one way, then another. Yes. Well, no. Not really? But I might have caused this. I just told him he needed to consider why you had done the things you did. Ever felt her head tip, as she decided to contemplate the ceiling for a moment. That explained the question he'd asked, the one she'd never answered. She sniffled and nodded tightly, one hand clutching the fancy tumbler she'd been served in. I'm so sorry, Grace said again, her hand squeezing where it still clutched Ever's. I didn't think this would happen. Not this way. Wasn't that the problem? Ever thought. Neither had she. The fact that Jax was looking for a way for the two of them to be back together tried to spark that little flare of hope again. But she'd cried enough tears that it fizzled quickly. She had to accept that he'd found a reason to come to her door and pull her into his arms and literally sweep her off her feet, and it still hadn't been enough. All the things he wanted hadn't been the right things. That was maybe worse. I believed him, Ever confessed. I wanted it to be true so bad that I just believed it could work between us. She thought she'd broken her heart before. This time it felt as if she'd carved it out, put it on the floor, and then taken a sledgehammer to it. She'd let him in. It was all her own fault. She looked up at her friend through bloodshot and wet eyes. Thank you. It means a lot that you were trying to help. Then she glanced down at her now mostly melted drink. He tried. It should mean something that he wanted everything to work out too, but... Grace nodded along, not expecting Ever to finish the sentence. Can you patch it up? Is there any way? Ever shook her head. I think this only proves that there's not. They sat in silence for a few more moments, before Ever forgot that her frozen coffee was melted and soggy. Grace noticed. Let me get you a new drink. She plucked the old one from Ever's hand and buzzed up to the front counter. Ever would have protested, but it was clear Grace wouldn't have it. When the new drink settled into her hand, Ever noticed right away that it was in a paper cup. Grace intended her to take this one with her. Drink it. You need the calories. On the way home, call Virginia and see if she can get the boys. Tell her you're sick. When Ever opened her mouth to protest, Grace cut her off. It's not a lie. Ever nodded, her mouth not wanting to work. There was nothing more she could say. She could barely whisper thank you to her friend as she headed out the back door, through the back lot the way she had come in. Virginia agreed to pick up all 3 boys a little too easily. Ever hadn't even had to say she was sick. That was telling. At home in her room, she crawled into the bed she'd stripped and put new sheets on in a fit of anger as soon as he'd left. Somehow it still smelled like him. Like home. Like hope. But she couldn't speak to Jackson Mayfair again. Her heart wouldn't survive it. The question was, how would she even do that? 43.
Abel is home by 11:30. Nothing's open past midnight, but the hospital and legs.
It sounds like a pretty good offer to me, Marissa said as she applied black eyeliner in the mirror in the back room. But Ever shook her head and replied snarkily, then you should see if you can get him to make you the same offer. But it didn't come off as flippant, or even as a friendly gesture. Her voice had been flat, and even a little bit gravelly. Her eyes had been puffy for the last week. Ever thanked whatever goddess she should, that her stage makeup was thick and that the lights were low. So far the customers hadn't noticed, or at least hadn't said anything. Then again, maybe they did see something they just couldn't put their finger on. She'd taken home lower tips this past week. Everyone could sense she wasn't quite selling it. BJ sauntered in, having just walked off stage. Sitting promptly in her chair, she began unpinning her wig. It does sound like a pretty good offer. Ever shook her head again. He's got 3 people in that house already. I'm not adding 4 more and doing it on a cop's salary. If you love him. BJ let the words trail off as she shrugged. Her fingers moved expertly, as though they didn't need input from her brain. She stuck her thumbs under the front edges of the wig and expertly peeled it back. Honestly, it's not that, Ever sighed, sitting in her chair, not doing anything. She should be getting ready for her next set, but she was just moping. I don't think he even wants me to move in with him. Then why did he offer? BJ stopped, looking genuinely confused. You think he asked you to move in with him, but he doesn't want you to? I don't think so. The contingency that I leave the peach? Ever waved her hand around as if to say all this glamour, but the dressing room was not the place to say that. Nor was the stage if the lights were up. BJ turned and put her hands on her knees. Her eyes caught Ever's in the mirror, as Ever finally began to apply her makeup. Honey, you never loved this. So why can't you give it up? Why are you clinging so tightly to it? Some of us, she tipped her head back toward Marissa and Ever laughed. We get off on this. Some of us hate it. And some of us fall in the middle. You're in the middle. Ever nodded. She got that. There was a heady sense of power that came with being on stage and collecting all of that money. There was dance, the pole was an excellent workout. There was music. She wasn't one for running from her problems, she'd come here and she'd solve them. Also, she had BJ. She had a good friend at her job. Some people could say that, but not everyone. So why are you holding so tightly to this? BJ interrupted her thoughts. Why would you give up someone you might love for a job that you don't? Ever stopped for a moment. It'd be hard to explain, but she tried. I'd have to quit. No more income, or at least not a reasonable one for me. Which means that basically 7 of us are going to live on a cop's salary in the house that his dead wife built. She could see the look on BJ's face when she put it that way. But then it changed, and she could see her friend was thinking a little more, working it out. But Ever knew the main problem. What am I going to do if I don't do this? You can get a different job. BJ looked at her like she was nuts. I only have a high school diploma. No degree. So what would that be? At the taco truck? MCDs? I'm sure you could answer phones in an office somewhere. I did that. Marissa chimed in from across the way. Ever smiled at the input, but she'd thought about that before. But would that be good though? 9 to 5? So when would I see the boys? Do I just leave them to be latchkey kids? You'd see them every evening and every weekend. BJ pointed out. Then as Ever was shaking her head, she countered. You don't see the boys any Friday or Saturday nights at all. Royal plays football on Friday nights and you haven't seen him play. Not once. Ever's heart fell a few inches in her chest. That one hurt. And one random night a week you're gone. One night that you can't really plan ahead for, because Jeremy just calls it for us. So you have a 1-week warning, but it means you had to back out of chaperoning that school field trip you wanted to go on with Tiger. The fact is that every job has its ups and downs. You've just gotten used to this one. You've decided that these hours are acceptable, and those aren't. But I don't know that they're really that different. Shit. BJ was right. But she was also wrong. That's true, but there are things my boys need. Who's going to pick them up after school? Who's going to make sure that Royal gets to football practice with all the right pieces? Jax Mayfair? Ever said it, realizing only as the name rolled off the tongue that BJ Groff probably wasn't quite familiar with the Breathless order of royalty. That's his mother. I mean, maybe. BJ shrugged at her next outfit already in place. Ever was getting behind, she was on stage again before BJ was. But she was still arguing her possibly stupid decision. But that's not the real problem. If I leave this job, I can't support my family. But you won't have to. What if I need to break up with him? She saw the light starting to dawn in BJ's eyes then. What if we move in and he turns out awful? Where would we go? In that scenario, I've sold my house. We'd be stuck, and I wouldn't have enough money or credit to even get us an apartment, let alone a real home for the boys. So you sit on the money from selling the house. BJ sounded triumphant. And it made sense. If she could sock away enough to support them, until she could find another job that would pay her well enough to raise 3 teenage boys without so much as an associate's degree, sure. But the house is worthless. My folks mortgaged it to the hilt. The equity I've put into it in the last handful of years is barely going to cover the cost of transfer. But you've got some savings. BJ stood up and adjusted her boobs in the revealing top. I did, Ever conceded. I invested a good chunk. I can't touch that, it's gone. And what's left is not enough to get us out of a bad situation. You think you'll need to? This time her friend was staring at her, asking what kind of man Jackson Mayfair really was. Ever quickly shook her head. She didn't think it would happen. Jackson wasn't that kind of guy, except for the fact that he decided it didn't matter if he put her in a position where she couldn't fend for herself and her own family. But he doesn't get to dictate what I do with my life. No, he doesn't, BJ agreed, finally turning all her attention to Ever. No man does. No one else does except you. But when you love someone, you make compromises. I guess. She'd seen enough of it. Between her mom and dad, she'd seen plenty of compromises. Ever had been just old enough to remember when her mom had started dating Dalton. The road had not been smooth sailing and things had been tight, but it had been equally tight between them. But most of the compromises had been between the two of them and life, not them against each other. Right now, this job was the only footing she had to Jax Mayfair. She wasn't his social equal. She didn't have his education or potential. If she agreed to his terms, she wouldn't even have adequate income. She'd be behind a desk all day or working some other menial job. She might get minimum wage. But nothing would come close to what she made here just doing Friday, Saturday and one weeknight. I'd trade 3 days a week for 5 or more. And who knows if I'd make it to a football game. Who would let me off randomly to chaperone a school field trip? So it would be different, but not better. Not for the same money. There are other jobs, BJ said with another shrug. Jobs you'll love more than this. Trust me, I tried to find them. The whole argument was frustrating. She'd been having it with herself for a week now, and it always came out the same. There aren't any that I could get paid anywhere near close to this. That's why I'm here in the first place. And you've made the best of it. BJ reached over and patted her on the arm, much the way Virginia would. But maybe just think about it. Ever half-heartedly agreed. She finished getting her face on just as she was called to the stage, and the rest of the night passed in a blur. After her last dance, she changed into street clothes and split up her cash. Some of it she shoved into her bag, some into her purse. The last bit went into the bottom of her sneaker, for the ride home. That was a trick BJ had taught her in the early days. Even though she felt safe enough at the club, it was a large amount of cash to be traveling with. Given where she was coming from, the back door of a strip joint, it would be easy for anyone to just assume she had a decent amount of cash on her. She had to get it all the way home. There were no banks to stop by at this time of night. So she drove home in the dark. The lights on the freeway created a rhythm in her brain, as she thought about what BJ said. It didn't change anything. Ever wasn't willing to subjugate herself and risk her boy's future just because her attraction to Jackson Mayfair was as strong as it was. It didn't seem fair to Royal and Tiger and Seven to stake their future on her feelings. About halfway home, her brain tapped out. She'd been chewing on this problem with Jackson for too long. Torn between what she wanted and what she needed to do, she didn't remember pulling into the driveway or crawling into bed. She didn't remember waking up and driving the boys to school or swinging by Grace's cafe. She just found herself popping in through the back door, which was her new normal. Ever had made her decision already. She just had to stick to it. Her brain was telling her it was time to be done. Though BJ had many good points about moving in with Jax, Ever couldn't give up her autonomy. Not voluntarily, not even for Jackson. And if he realized that's what he was asking of her, that was worse. Grace seemed to materialize in front of her, holding out a frothy coffee in a paper sleeve usually reserved for hot drinks. It's a definite no, isn't it? You can read that on my face? Ever took the first sip, the hit of caffeine and sugar going straight to her brain. She needed it. I can. Grace hugged her and told her it was the right decision. Then she said, go home and sleep it off. Ever didn't remember anything until she was turning into her neighborhood, and the car in front of her bounced oddly. Her first thought was that it had probably hit one of the many potholes on Stupid Holes Road. The city really needed to fix them. Only the car didn't right itself. Ever didn't quite know what happened, but the car veered sharply to the right as if pulled by something. It bounced over the small strip of grass and weeds that lined the road, then down the slope, bumping and veering the whole way as the driver fought to control it. Then it splashed at high speed right into the cold lake. Yanking on her own steering wheel as hard as she could, Ever followed the small gray sedan. It was already halfway into the water, the woman inside frantically tugging at the door handle. 44. The dirt and mud pulled at her tires, making her own car veer and jerk. Ever was afraid that she was going to go into the old quarry herself. Petrified, she cranked the wheel too hard, sending her big SUV skidding in the muck. She spun for a frantic moment, breath held, before she was thrown against her car door as it came to a harsh stop. When she sucked in air and looked at the finally stationary landscape, she saw that she was near the water's edge but sideways, as if the SUV were aiming her to spit her out at the sinking car. By the time she opened the door, the first car was gone. She would have thought she'd imagined the whole thing, if not for the wild bubbles gurgling to the surface too far out into the water to be okay. She quickly gulped a breath and tried to sort herself out. Frantically, she made sure her car was in park and climbed out. Immediately, she scanned the shoreline. There'd been a woman inside, though she didn't know who she was. There might be someone else too. She'd only seen the driver. Her brain was on hyperdrive. Ever watched the surface, hoping for a head or several heads to pop up above the water. But none came. Holy hell! Did you see that? Ever spun around at the sound of the voice. Young and male. A car had pulled over, running into the mud on the side of the road, and coming dangerously close to bouncing down the path the way she and the first car had. She wanted to spit at the teenagers piling out of the overstuffed car. That was dangerous. Obviously. And shouldn't they be in school? Then she chided herself for having useless thoughts in the middle of an emergency. But they were pointing. Ever turned back and looked at the water. It was cold, she knew, and murky. The woman hadn't come up yet. The last Ever had seen of her, she'd been awake and banging frantically on the window. Behind her, a tire screeched. She heard a deep voice shouting, "Stay back! I'm going down." A large man scrambled up beside her, as Ever began to formulate a plan. "Was anyone in the car?" he demanded. She bit off a rude retort of, "No, it drove itself into the lake." Instead she said, "At least one woman," and was surprised how shaky her voice was. The man didn't introduce himself, but she didn't care. He was breathing heavily, scanning the area. Ever waited for him to begin to move again, but he looked terrified. "I can't swim," he said to her. Well, shit. She'd thought him saying he was going down meant into the water. He only meant to the edge. That one line jolted her into action. Turning around, she grabbed the handle of her car door and pulled out the tool designed for just such emergencies. It had a flashlight on one end and a window breaker and seatbelt cutter on the other. If the woman had had one of her own, surely she would have been using it, and her head would have popped up above the water by now. Wouldn't it? Ever didn't know. Royal had bought her the tool as a Christmas gift, the first year after she'd started working as a dancer. It was the first time she'd had money, and she'd given each of the boys a bit to get presents for each other. She'd just bought the SUV then, and he said he hoped she never needed it. But here she was, kicking off her sneakers and peeling her jacket, the cold air hitting her bare arms. She assessed herself, t-shirt and jeans. The jeans probably weren't good for swimming, but there was nothing she could do about it now. Another person came down the embankment, moving quickly sideways and sliding a bit as she came. As she looked over, Ever caught the other woman's eyes. The terror there didn't make a difference. Ever wasn't getting out of this. It was clear from her sprayed hair and dangly earrings to her dress and heels that she wasn't going in the water either. There was no more time. No one had seen the woman, and Ever didn't know if there were kids in the backseat or a passenger or even a dog. There were still bubbles coming up. So she ran, her sock-covered feet still getting cut by rocks and sliding on the moss-covered surfaces. This was why the car had slid into the water so fast and gone so far out. She was grateful she'd been able to stop further back herself. Ever was knee-deep in the freezing water before she realized it. Her toes tried to grasp at the slick and pointy rocks under her feet. No one swam at this lake. It was just an old, dirty quarry. It was one of the holes that Holes Road was actually named after. The water pushed back at her as she waded forward. Her right hand gripped the tool tighter and tighter as she prayed for the woman to pop up above the surface. But she still didn't. Ever had no idea what she would find when she would get down there. She'd heard that a sinking car could suck down anyone trying to go after it. But she couldn't not try. She was pushing forward against the water, and the water pushed back, as if it wanted to claim its victim and not let her in. So by the time she hit mid-thigh, she turned and looked back at the growing crowd on the shore. None of them were doing anything but calling out to her to save the woman, so she leaned forward and dove under. She swam hard for where she'd seen the trunk disappear beneath the surface. It had been cold on her legs, but now it was her whole body, and her immediate concern became hypothermia. Her second thought was, if she was this cold, what about the woman in the car? She had been completely submerged for how long now? Ever didn't know how deep the water was. She didn't think it was that bad, but had no idea if she could dive down far enough. In a frantic moment of clarity, she grasped at the tool with both hands as she kicked downward, hoping against hope that the car was beneath her. The water pulled, dragging her deeper. Whoever had said that about the sinking car pulling her under was right. She did not want to open her eyes down here, but she had no choice. She could see nothing. It was dark, but her fingers frantically pushed on the one button on the little tool. Her lungs started pressuring her to turn back for the surface. She didn't let any of her breath out, just kept pushing downward. She both felt and saw the moment she found the button for the flashlight. There, just a few feet below her, was the car window. At first, Ever saw no movement. But maybe the light had attracted something. A hand smacked against the glass, banging 3 times as if to say help. But Ever couldn't hold her breath anymore. 45. Ever fought her way to the surface, her lungs bursting, the water dark and murky enough that it was difficult to tell which way was up. She blinked against the silt in the water and blew out a few bubbles, watching them as they rose. She quickly followed, her feet kicking hard. Her jeans clung heavily to her legs, her shirt plastered to her skin, all of it trying to drag her back down. With a splash, she broke the surface, her tool still clenched firmly in her hand, somehow useless. Sucking in a deep breath, Ever treaded a circle. Was anyone else here? No. There were now even more people gathered on the shore. A woman with 2 small children. They frantically pointed as Ever came up. Several others had made their way to the edge of the water, and a few others were on their phones. Ever could only hope they were contacting emergency services, rather than posting this shit on Facebook. But no one was in the water with her. So she quickly gulped another breath and headed back down. In a split second, she thought about Dalton insisting that all his kids have swim lessons. He was adamant enough and unconcerned enough about the money that she'd always thought there was a water tragedy in his past. She hoped she wouldn't have one too, and wished she could tell him that his efforts paid off. This time it was easier to find the car. The hand was still pressed up against the glass, pale palm still strong. Whoever she was tapping on it from the inside with something. Ever got herself down close to the car. With her lungs full of air, it was difficult to stay low. She was expending all her energy just staying down. So she reached for the car handle and wrapped her hand around it. As she did, she realized maybe she didn't have to break the glass. The car was almost entirely full of water. Maybe the door would open from the outside. The car sat nose down, the back half buoyed by an air bubble that had formed at the back window. The driver couldn't get to it. She had maybe seconds. Frantically, Ever tugged at the door handle. Though it gave, the door didn't budge. It was locked. Knocking on the window, she tried to catch the attention of the woman and see if she could simply unlock the door. This time the woman leaned forward, shaking her head in an eerie image that would haunt Ever for the rest of her life if she failed. The floating hair and the pale face turned to look out the window at her attempted rescuer. Ever mouthed the words, "Unlock it," and pointed towards the door. She grabbed the door handle again, hoping the passenger could hear her. But even as she simultaneously made all of these motions, she recognized the face. Carlisle Weaver was stuck. This was Jackson's cousin. One of the princesses of Breathless. Ever closed her eyes. It shouldn't matter more now that she knew who it was, but it did. Carlisle shook her head frantically back and forth. Ever could see her near the window, and then she ducked away. Well, Ever thought, at least she could shatter the glass without worrying about the driver's face. But that was really the least of their concerns, so she pulled back her arm and swung for the window, the water dragging against her. Despite the heaviness of the point on her tool, she barely cracked the window. She probably hadn't had a good angle, she thought. So she tried again, this time keeping her hand in close and smacking harder the second time. She'd been told that the dull point was enough to shatter window glass easily. It seemed it wasn't. Maybe it was the water pressure on both sides. Maybe her tool was old, and Carlisle's nice new car had better safety glass. But it didn't seem very safe right now. The flashlight was aimed at her own face now, because it was on the back end of the tool. Ever's lungs burned, her eyes filled with grit, and she still clung to the door handle with her other fist, keeping herself anchored virtually upside down as her body desperately tried to float away. She was so close. But she couldn't go get more air because neither could Carlisle. With the hardest swing she could muster, she finally managed to crack the glass. It didn't fall away like on TV, but from inside, Carlisle pushed at it until it floated outward, leaving the window space blessedly empty. But she didn't swim out, either. Crap! Ever flipped the tool around and reached in, feeling quickly for the seatbelt. That had to be why Carlisle hadn't moved from her position in the front seat. She hadn't climbed to the back of the car to take advantage of the shrinking air bubble back there. She must be stuck. But as Ever tried to work one-handed and line up the tool and find the strap, the tool was pulled from her fingers. For a moment, she stopped. Carlisle had taken it and was frantically cutting her own seatbelt. How was she even alert enough to do that? How long had she been stuck here? Ever's own lungs were bursting. There was no way Carlisle would be able to survive for this long, or even be awake, right? But time was passing oddly under the water. Surprising Ever, Carlisle shoved an empty 2-liter bottle at her upside down. Her hands were firm, making sure Ever held on tight. Only Ever quickly realized it wasn't empty. It was full of air. It was difficult to hold on to as it tried to rise and float away from her, but Ever tipped her face up as she saw that Carlisle had 2 of them. Still in the car, still sawing at the seatbelt, she tipped one up to her own puffy cheeks. Hers only halfway full. Ever sucked in the air as her bottle crushed under the water pressure. When she slowly lowered her face, keeping the bottle aimed so the precious air didn't escape, she looked over to Carlisle and watched as she took another breath. She was a genius. Ever inhaled again from the soda bottle, but this time she screwed it up and took in a little through her nose. She sputtered and blew most of it out by accident, but took another breath. Even as she did it, and the relief poured through her, a hand shoved at her shoulder. Carlisle Weaver was pushing her to get out of the way. Ever's hands clutched too many things. She saw the bottle Carlisle had been using was now completely empty. The other woman let go of it, letting it float back into the car. Shoving her own half-filled one back to the woman, she watched as Carlisle took a big breath as well as she could. Then she reached out for Ever's hand with her one free hand. Her feet were still anchored somewhere in the car, making Ever worried. She shoved something plastic and crinkly into Ever's grasp, then curled her fingers around it tightly in no uncertain terms. Ever had to carry this, whatever it was. Then Carlisle popped past her, her arm held out in front of her with the bottle in her grasp. What little air remained in it buoyed her up. As she floated past, she reached down and grabbed Ever's shirt and tried to haul both of them upward.
46. Jax flipped the siren off, but left the police lights rolling, the irregular pattern somehow comforting to him. "They're over there. In the hole," one of the observers said, but he'd been in the South long enough to know they meant in the water. He wouldn't just jump in, though. He was trained to stop and assess the situation first. "What's in the water?" "A woman," the first person yelled at him, pointing frantically to the middle of the water where he could only see a few bubbles that might even be fish. "A car went down," one of the teens called from up on the berm. "Did you see it?" Jax called up to them. Eyewitnesses were his best bet. "I saw the tail of it as it went under water," the girl told him. Her arms were crossed, and she stared at him as though daring him to believe her. He did. Turning back to the water, he looked through the mud, and this time he saw the tire tracks. At least one car had recently slid directly into the water, far enough to get sucked down. To the side, a shiny black SUV had skidded to a stop, somehow managing not to follow the first car. As he looked at the big vehicle, his heart clenched and his body froze in the cool morning air. He recognized it. That launched him into action. He couldn't think, he couldn't assess. She was here. "Ever," he called out. "Ever." He looked around frantically, spotting someone in the crowd shaking their head. Pointing to the SUV, he demanded, "Where did she go?" "In the water," the woman answered him as though he could expect nothing else. He knew Ever, and he realized that he should have figured that out. Of all the people standing on the bank, Ever would be the one who dove in. The woman spoke again. She went down to save the first woman. Officers weren't supposed to work accidents or crime scenes where they knew one of the victims. But this was Breathless. It wasn't that big. He had the good fortune of not ever having loved someone he needed to save before, though he'd certainly recognized names and faces plenty of times. However, more important than not working a scene where he knew the victims was that he wasn't supposed to leave anyone unsafe. That was certainly his directive right now. So Jax found himself bolting back to the car. With the door open wide, he tried to do too many things at once. He reached for the tactical tool kept in the pocket of the door. Kicking off his shoes and dropping his tool belt, he radioed into the station. He would have told the onlookers not to touch the tool belt, but he didn't have time. He peeled his uniform shirt, popping buttons as he went. Too many things were attached to try to disassemble them. He just ripped at anything that would weigh him down. They'd practiced this in training. They worked with the local firefighters on rescue missions, and he knew that the FD would have the rescue team here as soon as possible. But it wasn't going to be fast enough. No one had come up above the water, and the clock was ticking. Jackson was running frantically for the shore, even while trying to calm himself. This is merely another emergency. He was good in emergencies. It was part of why he had taken this job. But apparently, he wasn't so good at it when it was ever under the water. He made it close to the edge when his feet began slipping in the mud between the mossy rocks. He stepped up onto the flat green surface, only to find that it was worse. He forced a deep breath and made himself slow down, even as he thought that anyone underwater couldn't take a deep breath. He turned around, demanding answers again. How many were in the car that went down? Only blank faces and shrugs responded. So there were at least 2 under the water, Ever and the driver. There were plausibly 6 or even 8. How big was the car? He asked, still feeling his way forward as fast as he could. The water wrapped icy hands around his ankles and tugged at the hem of his uniform pants. Again, most of the onlookers stared at him blankly, but one man managed to say it was a small gray sedan. That was good. The likelihood that there were lots of people or numerous children down there at least got a little bit lower. He made it in up to his knees, the cold water instantly stealing his body heat. This was not safe. Whoever was down there would be hypothermic when he brought them up. Ever. As he looked out, aiming for the most likely place the car had sunk, he thought he saw bubbles rising to the surface in small amounts. His breath stopped, stolen by the hope that Ever was still alive and breathing out whatever air she had. But he wasn't that dumb. Cars held water and air in all kinds of useless places. The bubbles he saw were far too big to be from a single pair of lungs. He scanned the water again, wading even further in. The surface closed over his belt and tried to push him back. His feet tried to grip a rocky bed that only wanted him to slip and fall. Jax tried to synthesize all of it, then realized he couldn't. Giving up, there was nothing else to analyze, he dove in. With his tool still clenched firmly in hand, he tried not to suck in a breath as the ice water closed over him. It stole from him, and at the same time deposited salt and dirt and who knew what kind of algae on his skin. He needed to go out further before he went down, so he popped up to steal a breath. But this time, he scanned the water quickly, still stroking hard toward the middle, toward where he'd seen the bubbles the last time. This time he saw more of them, but they had changed. Reaching out cleanly with freestyle strokes, he pulled his head above water so he could see. Halfway there, he saw two heads part the surface. They were wet and frantic. He watched as they tipped their heads back and opened their mouths to gasp for huge breaths of air. The cool Georgia morning at least could do that for them. He recognized Ever, but in a moment of stunning surprise, he saw the woman next to her was Carlisle, his new homeowner, go-getter, nurse of a cousin. She'd come to his house and fed his daughters in the middle of the night when they screamed and he was grieving. She'd made him food and played with the babies and sat beside his mother in the middle of all of his grief at losing Michelle. She had saved him so many times, this was the least he could do for her. Pulling harder against the water and getting farther from the shore, he reached out to each of them. Speaking frantically, he took over, issuing instructions as he closed one hand around a shirt or whatever he could grab on each of them. "Let go of it," Ever choked out to Carlisle. For a moment, Jackson watched as his cousin looked confused, then saw Carlisle chuck a semi-crushed 2-liter bottle into the water. He didn't understand what was happening, but he didn't care. "You hold on," Carlisle said back to Ever, her hand rising above the water and pointing. "Okay?" Ever managed a small nod, even though Jackson was already hauling them backward. He didn't have to wrap an arm under their shoulders and drag them. They worked with him, both women seeming remarkably alert. He couldn't figure out how long it had been since he'd arrived before they'd popped up. But it had been well more than 4 minutes. Hadn't it? He wasn't that fast. Had he taken too long parking the car out of the way, and then having to go back to get the emergency tool? Later, he would have to come back and ask the witnesses what had happened. He could follow the clues then. But right now he could see no way they were both alert and talking, after that long under the cold water. He decided to simply be grateful. Was anyone else in the car? It was so much effort to ask. But the women appeared fine, and he should go back if there was anyone else still needing rescue. "No," Carlisle answered, her breath labored. "Just me." He couldn't even nod that he had heard her, but he felt immensely better. Kicking backward furiously, Jax moved as though he was dragging the two women with him. But no, they too were kicking. They were almost talking between themselves. "You're so smart. You're so brave." He couldn't figure out how they'd done it. They were alive and alert. His hand clenched tighter around Ever's shirt. The t-shirt fabric wanted to stretch and give way, but he wouldn't let it. He hadn't saved her just to lose her. But he hadn't saved her at all, had he? Jax kicked for the shore, realizing he was 7 kinds of fool. 47. Jax woke up gasping for breath. In his dream, he flailed helplessly in the murky water, looking forever for Carlisle beneath the surface. The nightmare had closed in around him, the water sucking him down as he spun frantically looking for bubbles on the surface. He'd had the dream more than once. Inside it, he knew he was looking for Carlisle, but he also knew he was missing something else. Something bigger than saving his cousin. Something that would break him. He treaded water as the mud and murk fought to drown him. When he finally got turned around, he spotted the two women sitting on the shore. Chatting amiably, they didn't see him at all. They huddled together in silver space blankets, paying no attention to him as he drowned in the middle of the swimming hole. With a deep and noisy inhale, he sat upright in his bed as he threw the covers back. The evening light seeped in the windows, and so did his memory. He was alone here. His mom and dad had once again taken the girls. He had been dismissed from work for the weekend for medical reasons. Though he realized now, he should have been dismissed for emotional ones. He reminded himself that Ever and Carlisle and he had all been transported to the local and taken care of. Everyone was okay. He'd been cleared fairly quickly and given a clean pair of scrubs because mostly he was just grimy and wet. The women had been checked over more thoroughly. They'd each had their eyes professionally rinsed. They had their silver space blankets, that part of the dream had been real, exchanged for warming blankets and a course of antibiotics. They both had minor cuts and scrapes and had been questioned about their latest tetanus shot. But all three of them had been discharged with instructions to lay low and take care of themselves for the next few days. He'd stayed around waiting for them to be released. Mostly, he wanted to reassure himself that they were both okay. Ever had been cool toward him at best, whereas he had wanted to fling himself into her arms and kiss her until the sun rose. She'd asked for her car, and one of the other deputies had fetched it, finding the keys still in the ignition, exactly as she'd said they would. Apparently, she'd been out of her car so fast, she'd even left it running. This didn't surprise Jax at all. The other deputy had filled the car with gas for her, though he wasn't sure Ever had noticed. Jax's initial thought as he threw back the covers now was to head over to her house and tell her everything. Everything he'd decided. Everything he understood. It shouldn't have taken a near tragedy to make him see what he was throwing away, but it had. And he wasn't going to make the same mistake again. Jax told himself the cold shoulder she'd given him was because she didn't know that he understood now. She didn't know that he did truly love her, even if he'd only just figured it out. But how should he go about telling her? He let the warm water of the shower sluice down over him, washing away the mental chill of the quarry that still permeated his bones. Ever and Carlyle must be feeling the same thing. It straightened his thoughts out too. He shouldn't march over and declare himself. His best course of action was to make a real plan. He would head over to her house tomorrow morning, after she or Virginia dropped the boys off at school. He could show up with everything in hand, ready to make sure that she understood that he'd been an ass, and he knew it. That he'd figured out what was important, and that it was her. For a moment as he dried off, Jax considered showing up with an engagement ring. But he quickly talked himself out of it. Even he knew he shouldn't be making a decision like that on the heels of such a harrowing day. Despite the fact that he knew what he wanted, he knew it wouldn't impress her. She'd see it as him trying to buy her, or push her too fast. So he wouldn't. It didn't change what he knew though, and Jax understood he could always buy one later. But now wasn't the right time. Ever would never say yes to that. She was far too smart and far too cynical to trust an offer that came with that kind of timing. So instead of ring shopping, he called in an order for himself at the little Italian place at the edge of town. He got way too much food, including tiramisu for dessert and fried green beans for appetizers. But he knew his adrenaline from earlier in the day had sapped him, and he could use the calories. He wondered if Ever was also carb loading tonight, and probably hugging her brothers close. As he drove out to pick up the food, he thought through everything that had happened and how. Ever had been brave and smart, grabbing the car accident tool so she could crack the glass and rescue his cousin. Carlyle had later confessed that she had one, but had kept it in the glove compartment. When her seatbelt had locked, she hadn't been able to reach it. Sitting on the hospital bed, she'd been so angry at herself. Over and over, she'd repeated how stupid it was to have it, and not have thought of the possibility the seatbelt would catch and hold her firmly into her seat. As he'd watched, Ever climbed off of her own bed and up next to Carlyle. She'd put an arm around his cousin, as though they were old friends. He knew they weren't. "But you were so smart," she'd said. The one thing she'd actually said to Jackson the whole time they were in the ER was in praise of Carlyle. She told him how Carlyle had apparently been on her way home from the store. Her groceries had included 2 2-liter bottles of tea. Realizing she was sinking and that her seatbelt had trapped her, she grabbed them and dumped them out. Then she'd held them upside down, as the car had filled with water. She'd had air to breathe. Jax had felt his eyes open wide. Who would ever have thought of that? It was genius, Ever said, her grin wide as she hugged Carlyle tighter. His cousin had hugged her back, the two women leaning on each other, arms balanced tightly around each other. They were refugees from a short, fast, implausibly deadly war. It didn't matter how much air I had. If you hadn't come down and broken the window. She'd let the words trail off, the terror she'd felt still clear. But we did it. We're a good team, Ever had told her. Jax had already figured out that Carlisle had handed Ever foil blankets from the car too. Which was why, before he could even get back to his police cruiser and get his own emergency kit, the two women had been sitting on the shore, wrapped up tightly. Their teeth had been chattering, but they were already under the best of care, their own. It was an odd notion to realize that though he'd done his job and swum out and dragged them back to shore, they hadn't needed him at all. Carlisle's air had made sure that they were both bright and alert despite being underwater for long minutes. When they hit the surface, they'd been ready to go. The fact was they could have swum back on their own just fine. At the front of the restaurant, the hostess waved a full plastic bag with his food in front of him to get his attention. He thanked her and tipped her extra, then loaded it up and pulled away, his thoughts already wandering again. At least his car smelled like ravioli and red sauce. As he inhaled the heavenly scent, he told himself again that he couldn't simply go over and just blurt out how he felt. If yesterday had made anything clear, it was only that she didn't need him at all.
48. Ever pulled into her own driveway after dropping the boys at school. She couldn't handle any more surprises, but there was Virginia sitting on the front step, smoking a cigarette. That was telling, and not in a good way. Virginia only smoked in the times of highest stress. So Ever parked under the carport and hopped out. She slammed the door shut, and instead of going into the kitchen entrance, she headed up to her own front porch. Sitting down next to the older woman, she leaned in for a brief hug. "I'm okay, Virginia?" Maybe the only grandmother she'd ever known was just worried about her. She wanted to say that none of it had been about her. It was more important that Carlisle Weaver was okay. Because at any moment Ever could have swum back to the surface, and then back to the shore. She was never really in any danger and would have, saved herself at any time if it had been an issue. But here was Virginia, cigarette in hand. Without saying anything, Virginia shook her head, the movement small and tight. It wasn't about that. Ever started to get worried. Virginia plucked the butt from her lips and ground it into the cement of the porch step before standing up and breaking the circle of Ever's arms. She motioned for them to go inside. Though Virginia had a key for years, she never presumed to use it in front of another family member. So Ever unlocked the door and led them in. The difference in temperature between indoors and outdoors was telling. Fall had hit. The mornings were much cooler now, and the heat from inside the little house that leaked like a sieve was welcome. Closing the door behind her, Ever turned to Virginia. "I'm okay. I dove into the lake. And honestly, that was it. You were brave, honey, braver than everyone else there." For the first time Virginia spoke. "Your mama and daddy would be so proud." The smile that followed the words was involuntary and tight, though. The tears that formed at the edges of Ever's eyes were ones she'd never been able to stop. It had been 4 years and sometimes it still hit her so hard. Sometimes it didn't matter that she'd had to throw her whole life off track. And it didn't matter that she lived in this ugly little house on Holes Road when she'd expected so much more for herself by now. It didn't matter that her life was a series of school pickups and drop-offs, football practice and science fairs, when she had been relatively confident she didn't even want to have her own kids. So she threw her arms around Virginia and hugged the woman tight. She'd lost her mom and she'd lost Dalton, but she still had the 3 boys and she still had Virginia. "Thank you. That means so much to hear." They stayed that way, standing in the open space, hugging tightly, for a few moments leaning into each other's arms. Virginia's rounder, shorter frame settled into her hug almost like a child. It was clear that for all Ever had seen, Virginia had seen 5 times worse. "I'm proud of you too," her grandma told her. "You did really good yesterday. Please don't ever wish to change that." Ever felt her head tip and the corner of her mouth pull. "Why would I wish to change it?" You're not going to like this. For the first time Ever noticed that Virginia was holding a rolled-up newspaper in her hands. The woman was old school. The Breathless ambassador came every morning to her doorstep. Her grandma was probably one of the last 10 people they still printed it for. Stepping a few feet to the side, Virginia laid it out across the table, showing Ever the headline. Everything inside her froze as she read the bold print. Her throat constricted. Right now she was in her own house. She was safe. More importantly, she turned to Virginia, waiting for the woman to ask if it was true. But Virginia didn't ask. Virginia tipped her head and said again, "I'm proud of you." Though Ever wasn't sure if it meant she was just proud, or she was proud in spite of everything else. "I'm sorry," she told the older woman. Everything was out now. There was no hiding what she was. But this time the message was clear. Don't be. You've done far more for those boys and for me than anyone asked you to. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. Ever sighed. Everyone had found out now. This time Virginia looked at her like she was a moron. "Honey, I've known for a long time." Despite the tears now rolling down her face, Ever laughed. Of course Virginia had known. Virginia had only gotten where she was by being one of the sharpest knives in the drawer. The old adage that hard work paid off and created opportunities was complete and utter bullshit, as evidenced by her own life and by Virginia's. Virginia was hard-working and smart. She was sharp and made shrewd decisions, at least the whole time Ever had known her she had. And every time she got ahead, something smacked her back. "I'm going to go now." The older woman offered another hug, but didn't move to take the newspaper away. "I just wanted you to have a warning." Ever nodded as trepidation flowed through her veins. After Virginia had let herself back out the front door, she'd taken the paper and lay down on the couch as she reclined to read whatever it was. The article was mostly complimentary, but the headline might be the end of her. She was only halfway through when the doorbell rang. She'd never been this popular before Jax. Her neighbors would knock and ask for the occasional cup of sugar, or if she had a spare container of gas sitting around the back of the house. But nothing like this. Absent-mindedly, she headed to the front door and opened it without checking, without thinking. She didn't recognize the young redhead who stood there. She'd barely said hello before the other woman said, "I'm with the Breathless ambassador. I'm Amber Daly." Ever wanted to spit out, "Is that your stripper name?" Instead she stood blocking the doorway, looking the young woman up and down. Was she even as old as Ever? Her age was hard to tell. "I was curious if I could interview you." "No," Ever said. The word coming out hard and sharp, even though she was finally remembering some manners. She changed her answer to "No, thank you," as she closed the door in the woman's face as politely as she could. The knock came again, almost before she was back to the couch. This time Ever found the same woman persistently standing on her porch. "I'm sorry, the answer is still no. I'm not interested. If I am, I will come and find you." Once again she closed the door. At least this time Amber Daly didn't knock again. But 20 minutes later, her cell phone rang. This time the screen read the Atlanta Globe. Jesus. That was a big deal. Why would an Atlanta paper want anything to do with a car accident in small-town Breathless? She answered it, but they wanted another interview, so again she said, "No. Thank you." She had barely hung up before she was turning down another, even smaller paper in the town next door. Ever stopped answering the phone after that. 30 minutes after she hung up on the Globe, another knock came at the door. What if she'd been sleeping? Angry before she even saw who it was, she flung the door open forcefully, already saying no. Only there stood Jackson Mayfair. Maybe screaming no in his face was the best thing she could have done. He looked contrite. He didn't respond to her yelled opening, only said softly, "I just wanted to tell you thank you." Well, there was no way to respond to that within the realm of what she felt. There were too many things to say, and nothing. So Ever simply replied, "You're welcome." Again, she closed the door. But he blocked her. Before she could get mad about it, he spoke again. But that's not all I wanted to say. His eyes looked pained. I have to say I'm sorry. It would have meant so much more if she hadn't heard it several times before now, several times where he was truly sorry, but it still didn't fix anything. It took this happening to make me realize how much I love you. Holy hell. She almost staggered backward. She could admit that she'd been having L-word thoughts herself when they were together. Honestly, she'd had them even more after they'd broken up. But hearing him say it out loud was a punch to the gut she wasn't ready for. That only makes it worse, Jackson. She surprised herself with the words coming out of her mouth. With their steadiness, and the fact that she actually meant it. It shouldn't. I didn't do any of this. It wasn't what she meant to say. She wanted to go into a long explanation about how their breakup wasn't her fault. It was that he couldn't accept who she was and what she did. And she wasn't willing to subjugate herself even for a man she loved as much as she did Jackson. But she didn't say it. She could barely think it. The knot that formed in her stomach was painful, and she was tired of hurting over this man. With the newspaper headline being what it was, she had other crap to deal with. But he said, "You're right." Then Jax took a breath and did what she couldn't do. He kept going. "And I want you to know that I'm sorry. I know that I screwed up." "Yeah, you did." She blurted it out, suddenly realizing he was the reason she was the headline. Who else had been on the scene? Who else knew about her job? And who would have spoken to the local paper? Her irritation at being bothered morphed into white-hot anger. "I want to fix things between us," he said. But Ever threw her head back, the harshest, bitterest laugh that she'd maybe ever offered anyone coming from deep in her throat. "No, Jackson. There's nothing you can fix now." He'd screwed up far too badly this time. So this time, she didn't even try to be polite. This time she slammed the door right in his face. Turning around, she looked back at the newspaper that she'd tossed carelessly onto the dining room table. It had managed to land with the ugly headline upright. Local stripper saves victim from drowning. 49.
You don't have to be rich, but if you don't have manners, then you're poor.
Oh my God, Ever. Are you okay? Grace's voice came through the phone like a friendly, though worried, beacon of light. That depends on how you define it. Neither of them had said hello. Ever had simply seen Grace's name on her phone, and for once, had gratefully hit the button. So far this morning I fielded calls from 7 unknown numbers. After 2 of them, she'd let the rest go through to voicemail, a wise decision since they all turned out to be requests for interviews with the plucky local stripper. No one had known about her job. Not really, not until Jax had outed her when he had no right to do so. He wanted her to quit, and when she'd refused, he'd casually thrown a bomb into her efforts. Screw him, she thought, and it must have carried through the phone line in some way. "Do you need me to come over?" Grace asked. But the noise in the background made it more than clear that she had her hands full at the cafe. "It sounds like you need to stay there. We're swamped. Everybody's talking." She said it with a sigh that somehow expressed that she appreciated the business, but not the hit to her friend. Of course they were, Ever thought. Breathless wasn't that large. A car going nose down into the quarry was a big deal. The fact that the person who was in the car was a Mayfair granddaughter, and therefore basically Breathless royalty, had only made it that much more intriguing. Ever could practically see Grace hunched over, phone up against one ear, finger plugged in the other. She could hear the noises as her friend moved down the hallway and clicked the door shut to her office, at last making it a little easier to hear. Everyone's talking about 2 things. Shit. She'd hoped against hope that people would just read past the headline, and no one would know who that local stripper was. Ever tried to sound casual. "So what are they talking about?" But they could both hear the painful gravel in her voice. "They are talking about how lucky Carlisle Weaver was that you came along when you did. And they're talking about your job, Ever." She paused. There's something about a video, and it's also the headline on the Ambassador today. Yeah, Virginia brought it over to me. Oh no. Grace practically interrupted. How did she take it? Ever had to confess that her grandmother had figured her out a long time ago. It turns out I'm not as slick as I think I am. But she said she was really proud of me. The conversation lagged for a moment. Grace had done her job, she'd warned Ever. But Ever had a question. Are they surprised? Yes and no. You need to know, Ever. Some of it's fine, like people don't care what your job is, and some of it is dirty. I don't understand? She could tell Grace regretted having to repeat it. A few people said that they bet you'd gone to North Carolina to dance, that you never had a scholarship to Duke. They're saying things about CPS. Ever could brush off the Child Protective Services thing. She knew her CPS officers personally, and had since her parents had died. The boys had been readily given into her custody. But the rest? That made her chest clench harder. Dirty backhanded gossip was the worst. Grace still talked, this time almost laughing. But some people are shocked that nice sweet girl shows her tits. I think some of them are just surprised that anybody who lives in Breathless might even be a stripper. I think they thought we didn't have any. That at least made Ever chuckle. There were old biddies and young ones here. Probably a handful of junior leaguers. Who said it? Ever decided she maybe didn't have to ask. She and Grace knew the kind of women who matched the champagne punch to the cloth napkins for their bridal receptions at the country club. Well, it sounds like you're moving coffee. We always do with a big news day. She said the last 3 words with an emphasis that repeated that she was both grateful for the business and felt bad. Well, somebody should be getting something out of this, Ever said. Get back to work. And thank you for warning me. She hung up and thought there would be hell in the car pickup line. Oh goody, she had that to look forward to. Ever flopped down on the couch, her phone still clutched in her hand. It was both lifeline and nuisance right now. She almost wished she had work tonight. She could use the distraction. But then with a thought she sat bolt upright, her eyes flinging wide. Oh shit. There have been too many swirling rumors and bits of information this morning. Too much time thinking about her own stupid medical bill for the hospital for a car accident that hadn't even happened to her. Looky-loos from Breathless could very easily flock to the Peach tonight, especially if somebody could report they saw her heading that way. The main reason she worked so far away was to avoid exactly that. She'd only seen men she knew a handful of times, and she believed that none of them had recognized her. Now that was over. They would go to the Peach specifically looking for her. She leaned back too fast, her head bonking the wood in the couch that wasn't quite covered by the stuffing anymore. Putting her hand on her forehead, as if she were in some kind of movie, she groaned. Her phone rang again, and Ever let out another grunt of irritation as she looked at the face. Jax. She really needed to remove the smiling image of him that accompanied his number. Mashing at the button, she hung up before she thought about it. It immediately rang again, as though he thought her ignoring him might be some kind of mistake. Pushing the button one more time, she hoped it solved the problem, but as she did it, a knock came at the door. Jax again, she thought, and she practically stormed the short distance to the door yelling, "What do you want?" But she yanked the door open, only to find it wasn't Jax at all. 50. Ever felt her eyes narrow. Gigi Mayfair and her niece, Carlisle Weaver, stood on the tiny porch trying to gracefully step out of the way as the screen door swung open. On a better day, Ever would have commented that there was simply no way to do it. She watched as Gigi Mayfair stepped down one step. There was room for one person and an open door on the landing, but no more. What were they even doing here? Carlisle started to open her mouth, but Ever beat her to it. I don't know what Jax told you. It was Carlisle's turn to cut her off, and she did it with one graceful hand that came up in a quick motion. But Ever wasn't sure that she could stop. She'd been a roiling ball of rage since she'd seen that headline. May we come in? We have news. Gigi asked incredibly politely given Ever's angry intro. I've seen the news. Ever was still fuming and her teeth ground together. Trust me. The headline Jackson gave them has ruined any chance I have of supporting my children here. Gigi frowned at her. She tried one more time. I don't think it was Jax. What do you mean? Ever felt the air move out of her lungs, as she practically deflated. She hated this. This little interaction on the porch was a metaphor for the story of her life. She stood firm. She did things right. And then something came along that showed her it was better if she just gave in. That was how she ended up working at the Champagne Peach in the first place. She had stood firm against it for so long. But now she fought not to roll her eyes as she motioned Gigi and Carlisle into her tiny old home. Thank you for having us. Gigi still clutched at her pocketbook. Even in here she looked the regal belle that she was. Please, can you tell me how this has ruined your chance to support your children? Why did she even have to explain this? Wasn't it obvious? Too mad to speak clearly, Ever grabbed for the newspaper and waved it at the two women. At least, she was standing far enough back that she couldn't actually smack anybody with it. Despite her anger, she knew that would get her nowhere. Jax told someone what I do for a living. The two women looked at her as if to say, and? So? I work an hour out of town specifically, so that I don't get local traffic. So that no one here. Oh shit. She cut herself off. So no one here bothers my boys. What was happening to them in school today? Were they getting teased? Seven and Tiger had no idea about this. Were they defending her, wrongly? The worst part was that it was all true. I've already got Mr. Harris coming in periodically. She watched as Carlisle and Gigi turned to each other. The corners of their lips pulled down and their eyebrows raised in a nearly identical expression as if to say, well, I should have guessed that one. Had she not already been buried under 15 other wildly flailing emotions, Ever would have laughed. It was Gigi who turned to her again. Look, honey. I don't think Jackson let the cat out of the bag. Ever clenched her jaws together again to keep from speaking. Gigi Mayfair was the man's mother, the new queen of Breathless. Having assumed the throne when Della Mayfair passed, Ever did not want to offend the woman. But she also didn't think she was right. Gigi looked away and then at the floor, and Ever thought to herself that she would have vacuumed had she known the Mayfair family was dropping by for a social visit. But then Gigi looked as though she had made a decision. Jackson has been speaking about ways to work things out with you. I don't think he would have done this. Also, she added, I don't think he's the only one who knew. The words burst out of her. He's not the only one who knew, because he told 20 different people. She watched as Carlisle tipped her head. He told me, he told Emma Kate. And Grace overheard him, so who knows who else? At least Carlisle had the decency to look her aunt in the eyes. Ever caught the expression that revealed Jackson was the one Gigi had learned from too. She crossed her arms and stood there, vindicated but no better off for it. I appreciate your visit, ladies. But I'm very busy fending off reporters for 7 newspapers and 2 news channels, who suddenly want to know what it's like to be a stripper. She didn't usually use that word. Everybody knew exotic dancer was a euphemism, but it was one because it sounded better. I'm so sorry. Gigi at least sounded sincere. It wasn't the older woman's problem anyway. It was Ever's. But she wasn't finished. I just got the impression that people did know that. If they did, I was a rank idiot, Ever admitted. I just thought I was keeping a secret, when I wasn't. But if everyone already knew, then why is every newspaper calling to interview me now? They're calling to interview you because you're a hero. Gigi offered a kind smile, but this time Ever did roll her eyes. I'm not. You went in the water when no one else did. Gigi's voice was firm. This was no longer a conversation. This was an elder telling her how it was. You saved Carlisle's life. Carlisle nodded along. Carlisle saved her own life, Ever corrected. She was the one sucking air out of soda bottles. Even as she said it, Ever thought they had been tea. Because of course, Carlisle Weaver the Great would not be drinking something so crass as 2-liter sodas. There was nothing they had said that made her change her mind about any of it. All she wanted to do was escape this situation. Should she go check the boys out of school early? Take what little savings she had and skip town? She already knew selling the house was a wash. It wouldn't net them anything. If she moved, what would Virginia do? Who would look after the boys when she was at work? Ever took a few steps backwards until she felt the corners of the couch at the back of her calves. She plopped down, cringing as the springs groaned under her weight. Everything was old. Everything was shabby. Everything was used, including her. Thank you for stopping by. She hoped it was a polite enough version of now, please go away. But Gigi and Carlisle didn't take the hint. Gigi shook her head. We'll get out of your hair soon enough. I'm sorry that we bothered you. But the real reason we came is because Carlisle has something to show you. The younger woman reached down into her purse, somehow magically producing her cell phone just by touch, a trick Ever had never mastered. After hitting the screen a few times, she turned the phone around, placing it into Ever's hands. Ever watched the video, stunned.
51. Okay girls, it's bedtime. Jackson listened to 2 whines as they practically harmonized. Twins, he thought. Was it always going to be this way? For a brief moment, he fantasized about a full house, about 5 kids and Ever, about running the place like clockwork. But it had been a week, and nothing had materialized. He'd called her more times than he cared to admit. She wasn't picking up. He left voicemails, but he wasn't sure she had listened to them. If he was honest, he was no master. He tried to flirt. He tried to be apologetic. He tried to explain. She responded to none of it. It was entirely possible that she simply saw his name and deleted the message out of hand. It was also entirely possible she would do the same to this. Do we have to, Dad? They tried to cajole him. Yes, he said, thinking you always have to. Every night we go to bed. Why was it a struggle? But he didn't ask them. Instead, he clapped his hands and pushed against their backs a little, nudging them along like a collie dog with a 2-pony herd. Tonight of all nights, he needed them to get into bed. He had something to do. He had work in the morning, and several other shifts this week. While nothing had changed on the outside, everything had changed on the inside. He walked the girls through brushing their teeth. They put silk caps on their hair. Having seen a picture of Michelle and hers, they'd wanted them too. Jackson had made sure they could be like their mother. He read one story, and then another, before demanding it was lights out. There's school in the morning, ladies. It's time to quiet down. He turned out the light to soft giggles that they thought they were hiding, giggles that told him they weren't going to bed. Jax decided they could just deal with it if they were tired in the morning. Reaching down, he flicked on the nightlight in a practice motion. Then he closed the door and walked down the hall. Normally, he would have turned on the TV and watched something for an hour before going to bed himself. Tonight, he pulled a piece of stationery and an envelope from Michelle's desk. He hadn't touched them since she died, and now it seemed that it was a perfect gesture to write to Ever on them. His past meeting his future, he hoped. With his fountain pen, in a shaky scrawl that barely passed as cursive, he started. Dear Ever. He'd thought this through a million times, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Jax sat back, wondering if this was maybe the dumbest idea in the world. She might very well rip it up and toss it aside. But it didn't matter. He had to write it. He had to tell her, years from now when their paths crossed again, and he still felt this way, that he'd called and he'd written. That he wasn't the one who didn't reach out. So he started with 3 words, the ones he'd never really said. I was wrong. He couldn't lie. He didn't like her job. He disliked that he worried about her safety when she was at the club, and when she left it, especially now that people knew. It wasn't the best opening paragraph, he thought, but it was true. Each stroke of the fountain pen felt as if he was cutting himself and bleeding the words onto the paper. I have no right to issue ultimatums and no right to even ask that you change your life for me. But he was going to ask anyway. It took forever, a series of fits and starts to get the words down. In the end, when it felt like he poured his whole soul out, it only filled one letter-size note. Jax carefully folded the paper and tucked it into the envelope. Then he scrawled her name across the front as cleanly as he could. He would deliver it in the morning before he headed to work. With nothing more to do, he set it next to his keys and his wallet and tried not to think about everything he'd written. Distracting himself, Jax laid out what he'd wear the next morning. He went to work in street clothes and changed when he got to the precinct. It was a practice he developed when he started in Atlanta. He'd already set out the girls' clothes for the morning, so he set about prepping breakfast. When everything was done, he paced a circle in the living room. It was time for the next step. It wasn't that he hadn't been thinking about it before. The emotions had been there, just under the surface, but Ever had pushed. She'd changed his life, whether she intended to or not, whether she listened to any of his voicemails, or if she ever read his letter. He logged into his phone and tapped a series of usernames and passwords to get through several bank securities. Then he checked an account he rarely looked at. He'd put a good chunk of Michelle's life insurance aside, not wanting to use it. Now he needed to see how big it was. It was earmarked for the girls' college, or anything they needed. Medical bills, opportunities, even vacations. Maybe there was enough there for him to change his life. The more he thought about what he wanted, the more he realized that Michelle had made it possible. She had given him his girls, and she had been smart enough to set everything up so that when she died, he had everything to worry about, but not money. She'd been a corporate lawyer, wielding contracts like swords. She owned the boardroom in her red and purple suits. He'd been there while she was in law school. And he'd listened, fascinated, at what she was studying, while he went out and put on a uniform and walked the streets of Atlanta every night. Corporate law was not for him, but his years on the force made him uniquely situated to be a civil rights defender. He pulled out his laptop and started checking numbers.
52. Oh my God, Ever! That's amazing. Chloe's eyes were round on the screen. Her friend had called to show off bridesmaids' dresses she was considering, but Ever had hijacked the conversation. She'd sent Chloe the link, then waited the requisite 3 minutes for her Fed friend to comb through all the material, as Ever had known that she would. How big is it? Ever rattled off a sum that made Chloe suck in a breath. She would have too, if she hadn't been double-checking it all the time. Carlisle had started a fund. She'd put together a video with scenes from town, and what others had recorded after her car was underwater. Ever figured the other woman must have set it up, almost the moment she got home from the hospital. The video was interesting. It made Ever laugh and cry and roll her eyes. Carlisle had shown a picture of her own house, the one she just purchased. It clearly needed a paint job, shutters were missing and the yard needed a mow. She said, "This is my home. I live one road over from the woman who saved my life. Her home looks a lot like mine." While that was true, that had made Ever roll her eyes. Though the houses might be similar, Carlisle Weaver had a large family to fall back on. She'd purchased the house of her own accord, qualifying for a loan by herself. Ever was willing to bet the woman had impeccable credit. Ever did not. The bank had simply let her assume her mom and dad's crappy mortgage. She had no fallback. Now she had to admit Carlisle Weaver was changing that for her. The video panned around town. "This is the town where we both live." She didn't give the name, probably trying to ensure that Ever didn't have a parade of looky-loos passing in front of her house. That much was appreciated. Carlisle didn't give anything away, Chloe pointed out. Not your full name. Not your address. Not even the town. Though I suspect a good number of people will recognize it. Ever agreed. The video panned through some finer neighborhoods too, as if to make a point about the wealth and beauty of the town. Then it cut to cell phone footage of Ever and Carlisle popping up above the water to a rousing cheer she had not heard at the time. Next, Carlisle stood on the shore of the old quarry. She showed the tire tracks where she'd skidded in, then pulled the phone around, getting her face mostly in the picture. "When I hit a pothole and bounced off the road." Ever wondered if that wasn't also a veiled plea for the city to fix the road. Lord knew if Carlisle Weaver had problems with it, it would need to get done. "I went into the water here. 7 or 8 cars came. A police officer, my cousin, also showed up. But only one person got into the water to save me. That was Ever." There was a pause. "I put my own savings in to start this account. That was what made Ever tear up every time. Carlisle could have just crowdfunded it. But Ever hadn't seen the fund until it had grown a bit, so she didn't know how much her neighbor had donated of her own savings." Carlisle continued. "She saved my life. She deserves far more than that. But she dove in when no one else did. She broke the window on my car when I couldn't. She pulled me to safety." Actually, Ever told Chloe it was Carlisle who had pulled me up. But her new BF was selling it. Carlisle had dropped by twice, taking her out for coffee and inviting her over to her own new house. She had much grander ideas about what to do with it than Ever did with hers. Ever had wondered if Carlisle was trying to help use up the extra time in her life, now that she wasn't working shifts at the Peach. "I've gone back to work twice," she told Chloe. She'd taken her usual Friday and Saturday night. She dropped the weeknight shift, using the doctor's note from the ER as an excuse. Jeremy, of course, had pushed back. She told him, "Yes, I'll come right in, hypothermia is sexy." And he'd finally stopped. Now that she had the option to get out, she was more critical. Friday and Saturday night had been swamped. Not only did everyone seem to know she was a stripper, but word had gotten out exactly where she worked. After that, Jeremy had shut up about her missing shift and begged her to work more. As much as she enjoyed the tips, she'd made more than she ever had before. Ever did not like the notoriety. "What are you going to do?" Chloe asked. "I don't know. I've considered selling the house and moving somewhere entirely new. Taking the boys and starting over." She'd thought through a lot of options. Use the money as a nest egg. Continue on the same path but somewhere else. She could certainly get a job at an upscale club. And there were plenty of those in every big city she'd ever heard of. She considered moving back to North Carolina, wondering if Duke would let her back in to finish her degree, and wondering if that would take all of the money. She tried to calculate what her salary might be after she graduated, and whether that would support the 4 of them. "Whatever it is," she told Chloe, her friend's face visible on the screen, "my life will never be the same." It was much like 4 years ago. That tragedy had only negative outcomes. But this time the tragedy had had a happier ending, and it continued to get better and better. "Before you make any decisions though," Chloe chided, "you've got to read that note. How long have you been carrying it?" 2 days. She had to admit that. She could almost see Chloe glancing through the camera, checking where she was. "Well, don't read it at the coffee shop. But seriously, honey, right now go home. Read it." What could he possibly say that would change anything? Ever asked. "I don't know." Chloe shrugged. God bless her, Ever thought. Always honest. But that's the thing. I don't know. And you don't know. But maybe he does.
53. Jackson sat on his couch in jog pants and a plain white tee he'd pulled from a 3-pack. He drank blazing hot coffee that he'd made in the old machine that he and Michelle had bought in college. She'd insisted they invest in something sturdy. So here it was, still chugging along, even when the rest of the world had changed around it. He plopped onto the couch, a careful move that did not spill his full mug. With a weary sigh, he flipped channels. Reality shows went by, then talk shows. Finally, he settled on a game show, though none of it grabbed him. Phone in hand, he checked the account, even though he'd already checked once this morning. The dollar amount on the fund Carlyle had set up forever just kept steadily growing. The growth rate had slowed certainly, but there was still more today than yesterday. As people saw the video and heard Carlyle's story about how it happened, they donated little bits that added up. People wanted to help a hero. Good forever. He'd been in people's homes and seen them on their worst days. Jax knew that being good didn't pay off most of the time. Hard work wasn't what made people wealthy. It sure hadn't worked for the Halifaxes. But he sat on the couch and did nothing. He'd made his choices, and it wasn't quite time to enact them. It was an odd sort of limbo he was in. He wouldn't even give notice at work. He was still a ways away from taking the LSAT, his first step into law school. He was going to have to study, and there would be an application process. He hoped he could get into Emory, but there were a handful of other quality law schools nearby. However, having made his decision, Jax was already finding it harder to get up and clock in each shift, harder to make the kind of calls that he'd made with relative ease just 2 weeks before. Everything shimmered with a new light, and it wasn't all hope. He was monitoring his life carefully. He wasn't committed to anything yet, and could always change his mind. He could stay in the job, change things from the inside out. But every time he looked, it didn't add up. He flipped the channels again, wondering if the girls had noticed the change in him. His mother certainly had, but he wasn't announcing his plans until he at least had a decent LSAT score in hand. That was probably 3 months away. His doorbell rang, and he stood, wondering who it might be. His mother would have knocked, then turned the key. Carlyle would have banged harder. She was constantly coming over to tell him what he was doing wrong. Sadly, she was mostly right. He'd left the note with Ever several days ago, and he was beginning to think there were 2 options. She'd read it and didn't give 2 shits about how he felt, or she'd torn it up and trashed it without reading it. Either way, he needed to accept what the outcome was. His 3rd cup of coffee said he was doing a crappy job of it. He padded barefoot to the front entrance, figuring it was one of his neighbors. These people didn't talk to each other. It wasn't the neighborhood like where he'd grown up. Here they came from all different places and lived their own very separate lives right next door to each other. He stepped onto the outdoor mat that he'd pulled inside during a rainstorm several weeks ago. The sharp poke against his soles was a good reminder that despite his cracked and broken heart, he was still upright. Pulling the door open, he realized he should feel stupid at his shitty protocol. He knew to always look first and be ready to defend himself. So he bounced to the soles of his feet, ready to find a fight. What he found was Ever standing in front of him, tears running down her face. He reacted immediately, unable to fight the overwhelming urge to reach out and gather her in his arms. He stood there for the better part of too long, holding her close, before stepping back and making a failed attempt to wipe some of the tears away. "What's wrong?" She stopped and shook her head, and Jax wondered if something had happened to one of the boys. Had someone hurt her at work? He was about to ask all the questions when she gulped a deep breath and tried to open her mouth again. Once again, it didn't work. Instead, she seemed exasperated with herself, and had she not been full out crying, he would have laughed at her. Reaching into her purse, she pulled out the envelope. She clutched it tight, but he saw her name scrawled across the front in his crappy cursive. She'd read it. Jax couldn't help himself. He took a step back and tugged her inside, hope soaring, wiggling its way out from under the harsh thumb he'd tried to squash it with. He pushed the door closed behind them, taking them out of whatever spotlight the passing neighbors might have put them in. "Why now?" she demanded. "I spent the last 3 days making decisions." That didn't sound good. What decisions did you make? The fragile bloom of his hope was already withering. "We're moving to North Carolina. I'm going back to Duke to finish my degree."
54.
Every woman deserves a man who messes up her lipstick, not her mascara.
Ever didn't know what to do as she stood crying in the entryway of his too-nice house. Jax Mayfair had said he loved her, but she'd made her plans. "Is there any way you could stay here?" he asked, the words soft, the only pressure her own desire. "Duke is miles away." Miles was an understatement. She shook her head and sniffled, hating that she was crying. She shouldn't have come by. She should have just put the house on the market and left. But she'd read the letter so many times. He loved her and she loved him. And if she couldn't stay here with him, he at least deserved the acknowledgement. "I love you too, Jax." Even as she declared herself and tore her own heart open, he interrupted her. "I'll come with you." "The girls." She waved her hand, indicating the house but meaning more. The Mayfair family was here. He had a network. This was the only home his children had known. Jax shrugged it off. They're better off somewhere else with a happy father than staying put with a perpetually broken-hearted one. "You'll find someone else." But the words barely made it out of her mouth before his lips were covering hers. Ever melted into him, her arms winding around his neck, her fingers crushing the envelope she had carefully preserved for days. She breathed him in but then stepped back. "I'm not leaving my job." She looked him in the eyes as she said it. "Okay." Really? Had he offered her just one simple "okay"? From the man who balked at every step of the way? He must have read it in her face. Lesson learned? He sighed heavily, and she could tell he felt it. "I'd be so mad if you told me what I could or couldn't do. Or if you made it a contingency for this relationship. I don't like your work for a lot of reasons." He motioned to the crumpled envelope that she still clutched, and wondered if she would ever be able to let go of it. "But it's not my place." "What will you tell your girls?" "The truth? I'll tell them that you're amazing. And that you do good work. And that you shouldn't have to. It shouldn't be the only way you can support your 3 boys. But it is." He sounded like he'd done his research. She'd inadvertently done hers by living it. This time when he stepped back, he frowned down at her. "If you're keeping your job, then how are you doing that, and going to Duke? Is it online?" He'd brightened as he asked the last part, and she had to dash both their hopes. Ever shook her head. It was all falling apart. She'd thought she made her decision about him, but then Chloe had coaxed her into reading the letter. Now he stood in front of her, and she couldn't tell what was the right thing to do. "The plan is to move to Durham. Get a job there while I go to school." "That's a lot, isn't it?" "Yes. But I'll be in class while the boys are in school." "Will Royal be the rising star on the football team there?" She shrugged again. There was no knowing. She was headed into an unknown. "How long will you be gone? Will you come back to Breathless?" She hadn't considered a long-distance relationship for a year and a half, and she wasn't sure that was even what he was asking. She'd expected that if she moved the boys to North Carolina, she would need to stay there for a while. "I don't know. It will depend on what kind of job I find when I graduate." He nodded, but she could see the proposal coming. "I've been thinking." Ever burst into laughter that turned quickly into sobs. "Of course you have." It didn't stop him. She wasn't sure if she was glad that Jax was persistent, or if his plan would just make it hurt more. "If you go to Emory, it will be a minimum of 2 years to graduate." She knew. She'd looked into it. It cost less too because she already lived here, but her dream had been Duke. "You wouldn't have to move. Or you can move in here. The offer still stands." His voice wasn't forceful, but the argument was. His letter had made that clear. He wanted her here. Jax was still crooning his plans to her. "Or we can sell the houses and buy a new place together." She reached out and put her hand over the center of his chest. Feeling his heartbeat through the soft tea and hard muscle wasn't what she intended to do. "Stop. We can't move in together yet. Even if you and I are ready. There are 5 children involved." He nodded, his eyes flaring at the "even if you and I are ready" part. They stood motionless for a long, hanging moment. Her hand rested on his chest, his came up to cover hers, his fingers lacing between and holding her there tightly. It was suddenly so clear. She could leave and chase her first dream, get a degree from Duke. She would uproot the boys in the process and leave the only real home she'd known. Or she could stay here and commute to Emory. It'd be a pain in the butt, but it was basically the exact same commute she was making to the Champagne Peach several times a week already. And she could have Jax. Taking a deep breath, Ever knew there was only one option that had sacrifices she could live with. Blinking hard, she found tears still rolling down her cheeks, though she fought them with everything she had. She sniffed again, not her best look. But she found his eyes and said, "I love you, Jackson Mayfair." For a moment he looked almost stunned. She didn't know what to say. Had she done something wrong? But as his expression morphed into a wide smile, her mouth operated without her permission. "Emory, huh?" He didn't wait for anything more. In that split second, her life had been decided. Whatever it brought, they could figure it out together. But there was no more thinking, because his arms were around her, pulling her close. Sweeping her feet off the ground, he leaned her back for the most dramatic kiss she'd ever received. The only one she'd ever gotten, with no strings attached, no rules, and only open acceptance of who she was and every choice she'd ever made. When Jax finally lifted her up and put her feet back on the ground, he said, "Whatever you decide." "Whatever we decide," she corrected. He grinned even wider. "Whatever that is, I will follow you wherever we go, and I'll support you whatever you choose. Ever Halifax, you are the love of my life." She took her first deep breath, and thought about a future she could finally see. One with Jax Mayfair right beside her.
55. Tyler's jaw clenched, both from irritation and getting ready for the hit his little brother was about to throw. He leaned casually on his porch railing, nursing a beer. Noah's voice on the phone made him tense, and it made him check the label. His beer probably wasn't one of the bougie brands his little brother now preferred, after making it big in Hollywood. But Tyler didn't care. He was on edge, given his brother's call from out of nowhere. He and Noah hadn't been close since they were kids, so he was more than a little wary about what Noah wanted. He took another swig of the beer, that now tasted cheap even to him. Sure enough, Noah spoke words that Tyler felt like a punch to the gut. "How did you ever get over Kay?" Tyler hit back for no good reason, his tone snarky and rude. "Why? Did you lose some girl?" But when Noah simply repeated the question, Tyler felt the shame creep up his neck. Even another swig of the beer didn't fix it. His little brother had called for advice, and Tyler was being an ass. For whatever reason, he decided to be honest. Maybe it was the combination of the alcohol and the direct hit. Maybe he'd finally realized it was just time to move on. He took a deep breath. "The truth is, I never did get over her." He waited for Noah to make fun of him, the way that little brothers did. To point out that Tyler knew where Kay lived, who she'd married, and that she already had a couple kids. But Noah didn't hit back. That only made the conversation worse. Fighting was something Tyler could understand. It was the way he and Noah operated. But his little brother wasn't in the mood. They said a terse goodbye, and he'd been no use to his little brother. Or maybe he had, because only a few weeks later Noah had fixed things with the woman. It turned out her name was Zoe. Little brother had even landed a primo role in the next big superhero film. So now Noah Preston wasn't just going to be famous, he was going to be famous, the kind you'd put in all caps. Noah had gotten his dream, and Tyler was still standing on his damn porch drinking cheap beer. Their mother and his older brother Wills had simply barked at him to find a new dream. But it wasn't that easy, Tyler knew. The NFL didn't come knocking for guys who blew out their knee their junior year of college. And the lawsuit had taken almost a decade to pay off. Despite Tyler's new money, there was still no new dream. He didn't have a plan. He didn't have Kay. He didn't even have a decent job, just one that made him need cheap beer and made his damn knee ache. Everywhere he turned were memories of high school, memories of Kay. At least she was happy. But Tyler couldn't stay here. He set the beer down on the railing and told his landlord he was moving out. Then he called his job and gave 2 days' notice. Tyler bought a Harley Davidson and hit the road.
Mara put her hands on her hips. "You can't come in here looking like that." "I'm in uniform," Grace replied staunchly, even though the words made the bruises on her jaw ache. "There's nothing in the bylaws that says I can't work." She'd memorized the handbook, because the past 3 years it had grown necessary that she be able to come to her job. This wasn't the first time she'd pull out the rules and regs, only the first time it wasn't working. Grace's dress and apron were freshly laundered and pressed. She'd done the load and ironed it despite the cuts and aches, because she knew today's shift would be the last one she ever worked. Smoothing her hands down the front of her apron, unfortunately brought attention to the marks on her arms and hands, rather than to how amazing her uniform looked. They both knew well and good what Mara was talking about. "Now honey, I can't." At least this time, her manager sounded sincerely regretful. Not that it helped. Grace believed the makeup had done a better job of hiding things. Apparently not. She'd made it through the back door and clocked in, but only because no one had seen her. By the time she reached the kitchen, Lena was raising her eyebrows. And before Grace made it onto the floor, Mara stopped her. They'd come out to the parking lot for a private conversation, and her manager had demanded she take a sick day. "I can't have this in my store," Mara said, waving one hand up and down to gesture at Grace. It was Grace's turn to raise an eyebrow, even though the move pulled the right side of her poor face. Surely Mara had seen worse. Her boss had to be running from something herself. Her name could not actually be Mara Lago. And this wasn't her store. She was simply the day manager. "You've got to get out of here," Mara told her. Well, that was the damn plan, Grace thought. But she needed today's tips in her pocket first. She'd planned to maybe beg or borrow from her friends. She'd hoped to hug them gently goodbye. But Mara had sequestered her out back, and wasn't even letting her re-enter the store. There would be no tips, no borrowed cash, and no farewells. Grace didn't say anything, as her heart sank in her chest. She'd been saving for so long, and it still wasn't enough. For a year she'd skimmed from what was left after Johnny ravaged their accounts. Grace tried one more time. "Mara?" But she cut herself off as she heard noise to her right. "What, honey?" Grace decided to ignore the man climbing onto the very nice bike. In California, even though this was a dive chain pancake house, customers often came in their very fancy cars. They tended to park around back, to minimize the people touching the paint job. "Just let me work today's shift," Grace begged, "then I'll leave. You can tell them you fired me, and you'll never see me again. I just need today's money so I can go." Mara at least looked conflicted, and Grace pushed harder. Everyone who hadn't been certain about her relationship with Johnny could easily see the answer now. Grace was fooling no one. So she told the truth. "I miscarried." She was barely able to push through the words without breaking the dam, holding back her heartache. Johnny had killed her baby. What he'd done to her seemed of little consequence in comparison. Still, she felt every inch of it, and it was why she was leaving today, even though she didn't have enough money. Even though she didn't know where she was going. She knew that if she stayed, she'd be next. "One day, Mara. That's all I need." Still, Mara waffled. "Please." Grace hated begging. But she clasped her hands together, which meant that her whole right shoulder ached. The long-sleeved shirt hid the worst of the damage. Mara would never let her in if she could see the extent of it. "I can't let you work." Mara sighed it out, as though she was sad about it. But before Grace could get angry, her boss held up one finger. "Give me a minute." For the first time, a glimmer of hope sparked, but Mara was frowning and looking over her shoulder. Then she headed back inside, leaving Grace standing in the back lot, arms wrapped around her waist, waiting. The tall, dark-haired man had gotten off the bike and seemed to be checking the tires. For a moment, Grace wondered if he was waiting to hear the outcome of her personal soap opera, but that would be ridiculous. The back door slapped open as Mara flew through the opening. Zoe said he called. He's on his way over here. With that, Mara pushed a handful of crumpled bills into Grace's hands.
Thank you so much for listening. I hope you loved Jax and Ever's story as much as I did. Though Ever's rescue of Carlisle is looming, there's another story to tell. How did Grace get to Breathless? Grace hopped on the back of a stranger's motorcycle one morning. She'd decided she was better off with the devil she didn't know. And it wasn't even the worst mistake she'd made that day. Get ready for Reckless. And on the run, two broken souls finding each other road trip of a love story. Also, Tyler is Tyler Preston, Noah's brother from Call Me Yours in the Against All Odds series. Happy listening, and please remember to subscribe to this channel. You'll get alerts when new books release. And you'll help us keep these free audiobooks available for you. Thank you so much for being here. Savannah.